What up, everybody? How's everybody doing on this wonderful, wonderful, wonderful Monday morning? A beautiful day in Fresno, California. It's going to be in the 70s today. Let me know if y'all can hear me and my visuals are cool. I haven't did this in a very long time, so I'm glad to be back. I'm glad to be on with you guys. Unexpected show, but you guys give me a heads up if you guys can hear me and if I did at least that right, because I know I messed up the music a little bit. No disrespect to my boy Low, producing, editing, banging that beat. I love that beat right there by my boy What Up Low. And this episode of Stogies with Coach Gravy without the Stogies, but soon to be. Um, I just gotta get my pride back up to start doing some crazy stuff as far as my condition is concerned. Many of you know I'm recovering from a liver transplant. I was blessed from to get a liver transplant after waiting 10 years, and everything is fine. Gravy's doing good. You guys might notice a bit more spunk, a little bit more juice in my sayings and how I feel, because it was hard for me. The disease I had, it really breaks you down, and it really um, it really affects you mentally, physically, emotionally, and to where you think bad things, and you think bad things, and you don't kind of want to be here anymore. But I I got blessed, and I'm thankful, and I'm here now to be with my guys and to all of you in Raider Nation that could come with me and be on this episode today of Stogies with Gravy. And I'm gonna keep pumping this out. I'm motivated now. I'm motivated, and I'm gonna be punctual, and I'm gonna be active as far as this Coach Gravy channel is concerned. And along with my two boys, Raider Gabe 420 and What Up Low, we got to subscribe to them dudes. They're great people. The Raiderism is dope, and just just holler at us. Look at our channel. All three of us got a channel, and it's Raider Nation Live. So check it out if you can. But uh, just that introduction of things going on. I did invite a lot of people that I've hollered at, and I'm very happy that that people responded. I got a lot of IGs that they responded saying, "Hey man, I'm at work right now, but that's cool. That understandable. This is a show, but you guys know I'll talk football Raiders all day." First guy that came up, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. He's a I would consider a distant friend, a very distant Raider homie. You know what I mean? He's always got great views, great at the knowledge of what going on through the years of the Raiders. That's one thing that I noticed about him. He's not real instinctive and into the now. He waits, and then things happen, and then he's real good at it. And he wants to see results, and then he talks about it. So that's the way my boy is right now. I'm gonna introduce him. All of you guys know him. The wonderful AR, man. How you doing, AR, man? Good to see you, brother. Good to see you.
What's going
Thank
on,
you.
Gravy? What a beautiful intro you gave me. I'm very
Yeah, man. You
humbled
deserve it,
and I
bro.
appreciate that. What's going on,
You
dog? How are you?
you
Everybody in the chat, I see you all.
you always deserve that, bro. Yeah, I don't know if you get enough credit, but I acknowledge that your Raiderism is to the T. But
Thank you.
the thing that I know about you, and I heard it last night when you was on that show with Jeff and them and Jack Kenna and all that stuff. I was
Yeah,
watching you, and you know almost exactly every draft pick that the Raiders got since 2010, 2012 or something like that.
2009. 2009.
2009. And
Yeah.
that's impressive, bro, because I don't even know that. you
No,
know?
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
So,
I mean, for me, I said it on that live, like the
mhm,
Raiders is a big part of my life. And
mhm,
I tend to remember the things that mean the most to me. and obviously Raider football means everything to me. I mean, it's why I do this thing, even though I'm so far away. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I appreciate that, man. So what I want to get into is I'm focused on winning, AR, and I'm sure you are too. No one wants this bullshit that's going on right now. But as far and I know you have some optimism about talking about the draft and what we can do. So let's get into what needs to happen quickly, because to me, I don't think Pete Carroll has an option of time to let people develop or something like that. You know what I mean? He only has basically 3 years to get this team going in the right direction, because we're not going in the right direction in any stretch right now, to me. And I don't know how you feel about that, but we'll soon find out. But what direction, as far as starting off, do you think that the Raiders should take right from the jump? Free agency, June 1st, cuts, things like that, and then pre-draft. What do you think?
Well, I guess free agency is the first step between, that's the next step in the off season. If in the off season process, I mean, you've got the combine and that, but I don't know if you want to count that, but that's just a scout team and the coaches doing their thing. But free agency, look, I've made the comment that I want a bit more urgency and I want a bit more proactivity. You know what I'm saying? Because the last few years it just hasn't been as much as what would have been ideal. So that's what I want to see. Like last season, we signed Christian Wilkins, who I like, and I liked what I saw, even though he was only on the field for like a quarter of the season. I want to see more than just one guy brought in the door that we can have some belief in. You know what I mean? Like Gardner Minshew didn't move the needle for me when we signed him. Neither did Harrison Bryant. And that was it, right?
Yeah,
I mean, a lot of like depth guys and no names, but whatever. You know what I'm saying? So a little bit more proactivity there. Re-sign the right guys. Let the guys that we think that aren't really going to contribute the way we want them to, let them walk out the door. And whatever is left to address, hopefully we can address that as best we can with the draft. I mean, I've made the comments many times that we have the capital in terms of salary as well as draft picks to turn this franchise around if we can get it right. But it's going to be very important for us to get it right across the board. I'm not expecting us to be quickly fixed. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not expecting this season for us to all of a sudden be playoff contenders. If it can happen, of course, I'm going to be happy and it's going to be great. But like, one step at a time. A reasonable expectation is, look, let's just take baby steps, one step at a time, to get to where we want to be. And it might take a year, it might take 2 years, but it's going to be a process. If it can happen straight away, great. But let's just build things.
Are you in the midst of saying, hey man, how long have we been doing this waiting game? You know what I mean? Because I'm already done with that, AR. You know what I mean? I'm saying I'm saying it right now that I'm tired of this freaking. Well, let a guy develop. Let do this, and it doesn't pan out for us. So quit that shit, and let's go. Let's get some guys. I'll be honest with you. I'm the type of guy to say, hey, I never was bringing people in that are old Raiders or something like that, but I go, look, I'm not convinced that Kuntz is a whatever money guy, that whatever he's supposed to be. People are saying $20 million or whatever. Bullshit. With 8 games of production and in being in the doghouse, he didn't play, with McDaniels. People say he was in the doghouse, but I don't know what he was doing. Nobody knows. But check this out. A guy like Khalil Mack is out there. That's gonna be that price tag is probably $18 million. And
one of my all-time favorite Raiders.
Yeah, one of mine too. But it was unfortunate that he got traded. Right. And he didn't like not want to be here. He just wanted money. Everybody else was getting paid except for him, bro. And so
he wanted what he rightfully earned. But anyways, that's a story for another day. Continue.
Yeah, we could talk about that too. But I wouldn't mind bringing in Khalil Mack if we can. But I'm forcing the issue. I'm pushing the issue because we ain't got nobody like that at 32 years old in the 20s that we think could be that guy. Chason and Kuntz aren't Khalil Mack right now, you know. So Pete Carroll said in his press conference, I ain't gonna wait around. I'm gonna win right now. His words. I don't know if you remember that, but that's what I took out of it. I need to win right now. Say, hey,
I
Max,
want to win right now too, man. I look, despite what I said, look, I want to win right now in an ideal scenario, and I'm sick and tired of waiting too.
Yeah,
like I've been a fan since 2009, and I've only had 2 playoff games, both of which we lost. You know what I'm saying? I get the frustration. I'm just as frustrated as anybody. I don't want to wait around, but just looking at the team where it stands now, like I said, ideal scenario, we hit the ground running, we get everything right. We're in the playoffs year 1 with this new regime. Fantastic. Like, I'd be happy days, but to expect that, like, I'm not going to set my expectations up for failure. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm done doing that too, AR. I'm glad we agreed that.
You know what I'm saying? How in previous years, like when we had Antonio Pierce and we have Josh McDaniels at the helm, I was seeing a lot of like pre-year shows where they were doing win-loss predictions. People throwing out like 10 wins, 12 wins, 14 wins, and look how that's panned out.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying, bro. I'm glad you with me on that end of it because I've been waiting. Playoffs for me. I remember when we were a solid, good team consistently. When we did damage back in the day, bro. When we did damage to the team, people feared the Raiders. Now we just a joke. The joke, and we deserve that joke because we even the fans has changed to me. AR, we pump these guys up so much to where we think that they're gonna pop and be these amazing players when we let go more players.
Simeon White.
Yeah, we let go of more players. We lose players that blossom in good players for other teams, and then we like inherit and keep shit. You know, we hoard. We're hoarders. The Raiders are hoarders of a bunch of a pile of shit to me, and then now. People keep fighting. Well, we gotta wait. We gotta wait for this guy to develop. We've been doing that for the last 15 years, 20 years almost.
I'm all for giving players time, and this was my argument with salute to Jack Hanna when I was shooting live with him. Look, I'm all for giving players time, players that we bring in the draft, like. With draft capital, like, you know, round 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm willing to give them time but they've got to meet a minimum expectation. A minimum expectation is you're doing your part to you're producing enough to keep around. Like, say you're a role guy, a spot guy, and you're doing some things some of the time. But if you're not doing anything and we're bringing in guys in the door that are doing it more than you, despite the draft capital we've invested in you, then I'm taking the guys that are showing more. It's that plain and simple. I don't want no roster scholarships just because we wasted draft capital on you. I mean, look what we did with Byron Young last season. You know what I'm saying? He got outplayed by Matthew Butler of all friggin' people. A guy, him and himself can't even get on the field and do anything. You know what I'm saying? So
he was a high pick, wasn't he? He was a high pick too.
Byron Young was a round 3 pick in
round 3 pick.
Right? Like that. And the last one season. I mean, that's like, Tanner Muse, Lynn Bowden all over freaking again. You know what I'm saying? Like,
what was he? The special teams award daddy. Remember that?
Oh, yeah, sure. Right.
I bet you people got jerseys because of that, AR. I bet you people got jerseys. What was that? Right. That was a joke. And then, but, we had a good draft last year. I liked it. I liked the draft. But the way I see things and the way people should think the same way as our first round 1, 2, 3, and possibly 4 should be impact players that play, that get on the field and do something. Now we want to wait around we pick guys that are hurt, and we got to wait.
Tyree.
Tyree Wilson. Very, very drastic just fuck up. You know what I mean? Just a mess up, bro. I was gonna say a nicer word, but he just fucked up. We fucked getting this guy, and I'm not gonna wait 4 years, 3 years for him to develop. And then our excuse for these guys, oh, he was injured. Why did we pick an injured player?
Right.
You know, that high.
Like I said, I'm willing to give these guys time to develop, but like once again, they've got to meet that bare minimum expectation for it to be like, for me not to think like this was a mistake, this was a fuck up. Like for me, nobody's going to sell to me that with the pick of Tyree in the top 10 at 7 specifically, that a rotational guy, not even the best rotational guy on the roster, a guy who couldn't even nail down a starting spot despite all that injuries on the defensive line, is worthy of a top 10 pick. Like, I will give him credit, he did better, but like better is still not good enough for me. So I'm looking at him he needs to make strides in year 3. Otherwise, for me, like that's just another. I was critical on the Cleve Farrell pick. I still am, and it seems like it's even worse than the Cleve Farrell pick. But just on the subject of development, I mean, there's a positive. You know, I don't know if you heard that they're bringing the name up in the chat, but Isaiah Polamau, a guy who is you know, he's a testament to the development process. Came in as a UDFA, no expectations. You know what I mean? If he amounted to anything, even a spot guy, a role guy, which he initially was, and now he's developed into, like last season, he was a very pleasant surprise. Like he started in place of Marcus Epps, and to be honest, like he did a lot more things than I can remember Marcus Epps ever doing for the Raiders. You know what I'm saying? At one point, he was the AFC Player of the Week or the month or something like that.
I think he was Player of the Week several times.
Right. And did some things like, you know, made some plays that I noticed. So he's a testament to that. You get 2 years of development concessions, like for these young cats. I'm willing to give you time as long as you meet that bare minimum. But by year 3, you got to show whether you got it or you got it or not. And Isaiah Polamau has come out and he showed that he's got it.
He got it.
Cool.
He got it.
And he got re-signed today.
I ain't gonna disagree. That's a good move for the Raiders. See, first thing they did was something positive and signed a guy that we know and I know is an asset to this team. You know what I mean? With no questions. About him. And this is what I think Polamau, he got better every year. Every year he was in there. First of all, being a free agent, have an opportunity to play safety in the NFL is great. I'm not going to dog I'm not going to dog. I don't care if you suck later on. I'm not going to dog you because you're a free agent and you didn't get picked in the draft. So that's what people thought about you. So you're a free agent and you blossom into a starting role, a starting player. To me, Polamau, we can get rid of Hobbs. I don't want to, but Polamau could step into that role and slot corner and play just like Hobbs. But I would rather have him be a safety. But
he's shown he's thriving at safety. So it's as is the case with Nate Hobbs when we try to put him on the outside. If these players are in a position where they're thriving, why say, oh, let's all of a sudden put him somewhere else? You know what I mean? Like, just leave him where he is. He's doing okay. He's doing well. He's doing well, more than okay. Leave him. And we can let a guy like Marcus Epps, like I said, like I cannot remember too many times where I've taken as much note of Marcus Epps' play that I did with Polamau last season. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, and that for me is good because like all 3 of our top 3 safeties were free agents of some form. Like we got Marcus Epps, who's an unrestricted, Trayvon Morgan, who's coming off his rookie contract, and Polamau, who was a restricted free agent. And my fear was that we could possibly have lost all 3 of them, and all of a sudden we've got a glaring hole at safety, being that we've got Christopher Smith, who's done nada in 2 years, and the guy we drafted from Navy, what's his name? Trey Taylor, who we never saw. Trey Taylor,
the expectations on him.
So that for me was very scary. Like if we were to move forward with those guys at safety, like we better show some urgency in addressing that in free agency or the draft. But we've done something. We've re-signed Polamau, and it's good to see because he deserves it.
That's great news. That's great news right off the bat. Spike Tech is seeing things. Hey, this guy's an asset to this team, and I know Air you Force, agree with me. and I know you agree with me, AR, is that some of the guys that we have aren't up to par as far as you know. I don't know about you, but there's guys that we think are good, that the Raider Nation thinks is good, because you know how sprung we get on players. You know, we buy the jerseys and you know the names that I mentioned if you watch me, and you know that if I don't like a guy, I'm gonna stick with them and I'm gonna say he sucks until he proves me wrong. And
right.
And we fall in love with players and we think that they're this and they're that and they're doing things great, but they're not. If you visually look at them and at the game, they're not doing it. So
what's the first name that comes to mind when you think of someone like that? The first. Sorry to interrupt you.
Where should I start, bro?
Who's the first
on the team right now? That's a restricted.
The first name that comes to mind
is
what you said.
Who would I say that's a free agent right now?
No. You said like these players that we get so hung up on that they're just not doing much, and I'm asking you, who's the first player on our roster that comes to mind?
Aiden O'Connell.
Okay, that's what's up. Okay, I got you.
We love this. How many? If you have a show, AR, or you're on a show, and if you mention this dude. How many people in the chat would say AR? Just go with AR. I mean, just go with AOC, and let's roll, and we'll go get a Manning kid next year or something like that. You know what I mean? What? How many years do you want to go through this bullshit? And you still have it in you that you think this guy is good? You know, do you think this guy is good? And I go, well,
you would have loved this other panel I was on a couple weeks back where this cat was calling AOC baby Kurt Warner 6 times in the space of 2 minutes. Yeah, right.
Not even close. Not even close.
Laughable.
You know, I'm done. It's like we accepted this losing mentality. We like being. We want AOC to start. And we can handle that. Get ready for another season like we had last year. Probably less. 3-win season, 4-win season. And then we're going to be pissed off. We're going to get pissed off at Pete Carroll. We're going to make excuses like we always do for AOC. Fuck it. I don't care if you get this. This is so funny, AR, that you mentioned that, because I'm on a lot of panels too. That AOC, just ride with AOC. Just ride. You just accepted that you want to be 4-15 for another year. I don't want that. And I'm not even satisfied with getting one of these guys in the draft now. You know what I mean? I don't think we should do that. And in the later rounds, the running back, the offensive line, the defensive line, and the secondary positions are better in the draft than quarterback is drastically. None of these guys would have been a top 10, top 20 first-round pick in last year's draft. None of them. So
you're not sold on Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders, or Jackson Dart?
No, bro. I don't think none of them. I don't think.
All right. So just for clarity, Gravy, you're saying that you're not on board with Aiden O'Connell. It's clear as day. You don't want to draft a quarterback because you're not sold on any of these guys. So that only leaves one other option. Mm-hmm. You want to address this in free agency.
Free agency.
So
make a pitch. If you could pitch, you're gonna probably flip out. You ever heard me say it? Bring on the old man. Bring me Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
What's wrong with that? Aaron Rodgers is the best free agent that's out there right now. But he's not a free agent yet, but he's going to get cut by June 1st. You have to wait till June 1st to get him. But he's going to get cut because they said they're going to cut him, AR. Now, he's better than Justin Fields right now. You know, I'm a Justin Fields type guy, you know, with that, Chip Kelly's going to do this. Chip Kelly's not going to do what Ohio State did. It's going to be very different. Pro game to Ohio State is very different, AR. You know that. And to say, we're going to get this kid Howard in the second round. Nah, bro, that dude ain't even close to a second round pick. He might blend in. Chip Kelly might know his flaws and his assets to the team, but it doesn't mean it's better than that. And it for sure ain't Aaron Rodgers at 40 years old. So that's my option. And if you're gonna make a pitch to go get Stafford, that's the only thing that I would consider as far as bringing another quarterback in. I don't want Sam Darnold.
So that's 1 and 2 for you.
That's
First
1A,
priority,
1B,
Rodgers.
1A,
Okay.
1A, and 1B right there for me.
Okay.
And then,
All right,
then the 1C would be Justin Fields.
Okay.
But
I guess
we know he can't, read defenses real well, and we know he's skeptical in the pocket. He just takes off running. That's all fine and dandy. We need that, but throwing, nah. Those two other guys are way better, and they're better than the quarterbacks that we have supposedly think about this draft right now. And I've been saying that, AR. People think I'm crazy, not with Stafford, but Aaron Rodgers. But if you're going to take a risk where you want to win now, the dude threw for 28 touchdowns last year, bro, 11 picks and 4,000 yards on a 5-win team. The two quarterbacks on our team couldn't even do that. We're happy, AR, I don't know, think about this. We're happy about a guy that played 16 games in the NFL and has 20 touchdowns. Is that, that's like one touchdown a game, 1 point something touchdowns a game. Is that good to you?
No, it's not.
That's terrible, huh? But let AOC play. Let AOC play. We look at what he's been through, the 5 AOC, 5 OCs, and 3 head coaches and all that. That ain't my problem, dude. Production is what I'm into now. And that's waiting, bro. That's the waiting game. And I don't want to wait for this guy to fuck up again. Give me results. Give me results.
No, who's your quarterback? I'm here with you, man. I'm with you. But
who's your quarterback thought? What do you think?
Look, man, I guess like I respectfully am gonna have to go a different route to you. Like my
interesting
feelings on the quarterback situation is that, like, look, I'm as fed up as what you are. I'm not happy with it. I haven't been happy with it for a while. My problem was when we moved on with Derek Carr, not that whether it was the right time or not, I made peace with that. My problem was, what's the plan now? What direction are we going to go in? How are we going to address now that we're done with Derek Carr? What's the answer? And here we are. We've gone through what, like Jimmy Garoppolo, Brian Hoyer, Gardner Minshew, Jared Stidham, and Aiden O'Connell. You know what I mean? And the best of the bunch has been Aiden O'Connell, and that's not really saying much. And look, I'm on the, like, for me, I'm not going to say Aiden O'Connell was all the way terrible. Like, maybe you might feel that way. I'm not going to say that. However, like, is he my guy for the future? No. Like, he doesn't. I want a guy who I can believe that in my gut and in my heart that has the potential to take us where we need to be. And I just feel like Aiden O'Connell, from what I've seen and just with my gut, like I just feel like his ceiling is he can be good / very good. He doesn't have it in him to be great. You know what I'm saying? He's just the ceiling or the floor is just like, mediocrity or just terrible. You know what I'm saying? So
exactly
the route I want to take. I'll circle back to your original question.
Dude. That's good information right there. It's how you feel, bro. I dig that.
Look, I know you want to go the veteran route to win now, but I've made this comment a few times on a few lives. I'm tired of going there trying to find the next Rich Gannon route. Since Rich Gannon, we just haven't found him. We've tried and tried and tried with all these cats, bringing them in the door, hoping this veteran presence can bring us some stability. And it just hasn't worked each and every time we have tried. And we've only, how many quarterbacks have we drafted since Jamarcus Russell? We flamed out with Jamarcus Russell, but we've only taken what, like Derek Carr, Terrell Pryor, Aiden O'Connell, Connor Cook, and Tyler Wilson. What, that's 6. That's 6 since 2007. You know what I'm saying? Like, the results have been pretty poor. Like, disregard.
You got me upset. You got me upset. You know what I'm saying? Bro.
But my point is that, like, I feel like it's time we try again. Just try. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the worst that can happen if we use early draft capital, round 1, 2, or 3, and it doesn't work out, it's more of the same shit, right? But all I'm thinking is like, what if it works? What if we find our guy, our young guy, we can say, yes, he's the one. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the ultimate bullseye, that we find the one that's addressing the most important position in football. And wouldn't it be great if we find someone who's young, talented, and can get us to where we want to be at the most important position in football? So that's the route I would like to take. I don't want to overreach for some cat. I don't want to like overdraft like someone who we think is okay. You know what I mean? He's good, but like, you know what I mean? We're reaching for the cat, but just somebody that like, if the coaching and the GM believe he is the right fit, the right guy, then fuck it, take it, whatever.
You want to go younger, and
yes,
the development stage, and okay, that's it. I just think that if I'm in a win now mode, and these quarterbacks that we're so impressed with, and that we think that we can have sit, because I'm hearing a lot of content creators and respectfully to all of them, because I listen to everybody and I'm cool with everybody, but some of the things that I hear, bro, is like, hey man, you know, I'm hearing that Shedeur Sanders is pro ready. He's the most pro ready quarterback that's in this draft, right? So to me, that means that he could come in here and start. But no, if he falls to the Raiders, we want to develop the dude and have him sit behind somebody. Why? That's how delusional we are, AR. That we say, commentators, Raider comment, the guys that have shows say he's the most pro-rated. He's the most pro-ready quarterback that's out there right now. He could go in there and step up. But then they don't think, and right behind that, they go, well, he could sit behind Aaron Rodgers or Sam Darnold or Kirk Cousins or whoever they say. Why would you want to do that? If we pick the dude 6, he should start, AR. He should be starting. None of this. That's the old. Look at now, bro. Look at now. If people are saying, let him sit, let him do that, that means he's not that type guy like last year guys were. He's not Caleb. He's not close to them guys, Jaden Daniels. He's not even close to Bo Nix in my eyes. So I don't know if we're conditioned our mind to accept that these guys are good. The dude's a good player, you know what I mean? And if he's any athletic like his dad was, and he has the pedigree or like that, but just the way that he's immature for one, and you got to man up as soon as you get in there, bro. I'm not going to sit and wait. We pick your number 6. That's like doing a Tyree Wilson thing with the most important position that's on our team.
Right.
Unless we get somebody like Aaron Rodgers or Stafford. But I want to give up assets to make our team better, because we got a lot of holes to fill besides the quarterback. So
right. And that's why I said, like, I just don't feel like we're in a win now mode. Like, there's just too much that needs to be addressed. Like, it's wishful thinking, and I would like it to happen, but that's what it is to me at best. It's like, that's why I said, like, it's likely going to take time. I don't want to wait either. But how we were a 4 and what 13 team for a reason.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of it is because of quarterback play. A lot of it, the main, I'm gonna say 80% of it was quarterback play. And the reason why we had a bad quarterback, so everybody started, all the AFC lovers and bouncers, all they wanted to do was just blame our offensive line. And our offensive line, look at the win rates of our offensive line. That's what I look at, AR. I look at the win rates. I look at what our guards are doing. Yes, in certain positions we need help, but our offensive line did protect these dudes because they held the ball too long.
We have pieces there that are going to be future cornerstones of the team. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like we got that right with the draft, like with JPJ and DJ Glaze, a pleasant surprise. Mm-hmm. I mean, Colt Miller started, he struggled a lot of last year, but I noticed he was playing better the last half quarter of the last season. You know what I mean? So maybe he still has some in the tank. You know what I'm saying? Dylan Parham, like, he gets a bad rap. Like, I'm on the side of the fence that, like, he's decent enough. I don't think he's great like some of the past guards we've had, like a Steven Wisniewski or a Gabe Jackson, Richie Incognito. He's not that. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's okay. Can we get better at that position? Possibly so, but he's another young guy. You know what I mean? So there's pieces that I like. Like, I'm with you. I'm looking at, quarterback, but also I'm looking at running back.
Oh, okay.
We were dead last. And it wasn't like we only made it closer because of the last quarter of the season. Sincere McCormick, a guy I was heavily critical of, did some things. Amir Abdullah was able to do some things. But my God, like, I don't know if you've ever caught any of my rants on other lives, but I have said many choice words about the running back room and how I feel about the situation. You know what I'm saying? To be not only the worst last season, but I'm going to ask you the question, Gravy, if I may, because you're an OG. Like, how long have you been a Raider fan for?
A Raider fan for?
Please enlighten me.
I've been a Raider fan for since I was started football around 8 years old when I started paying attention. So I'm 55 now. So if you guys want to do the math, since then.
Was that 1970s, 80s?
Yeah, early 80s.
All right.
So
that's a long time, like spanning 50 years, right?
Yeah.
So in that space of time, name me one running back room that was worse than the one we had last year. Name one.
Man, none.
Exactly to my point.
You know what? I disrespected that question because I waited a little bit to answer it, but I should have been real quick like that, bro. Sorry about that.
Exactly to my point. You're not the only OG that I've asked this question, and they've all given me the same answer. None. And for you guys to say that, like, you can't think of one, I know Raider football up until 2009, and I've watched Raider football till the 2000s, even the mid-90s, and I don't know any Raider running back room that was as worse or produced as bad as last year's one. So that whole running back room needs a complete overhaul, if I'm gonna be honest. Like, there's not one name there that I'd be sad to see go. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of names there I'd be glad to see go, but you know what I'm saying? Like, as far as I'm concerned, that whole room needs to be revamped and overhauled. I don't give a shit.
Thanks for coming on, Leo. We were under the impression that Zeus was gonna.
I'm not calling him no nicknames. He doesn't deserve one.
Well,
2.8 yards per carry, more fumbles than touchdowns. You don't deserve no nicknames after that, man.
What was his first name? What was it? Got his name. Zamir White. Yes. The savior of the Raider Nation. And it had an opportunity, but messed it up. Madison had an opportunity with one team, and then it didn't work out. And then they got better. Aaron Jones is way better than Madison. So we went low budget on the Raider because we were so. Everybody loves Zamir White, except for probably I know me and you had discussions about this dude, and we said, "No way, this guy is not gonna do shit." And because we were right, everybody was pushing back on us, pushing back. And then I just said, you know what? I'm just gonna wait and see what this dude's doing. And then I didn't say nothing about it. AR, I just stayed quiet and I let them decide. What. And then you start hearing Zamir White sucks. I blame the Telesco for that because I blame the dude. We had Josh Jacobs, bro. Right. Come on, we had Josh Jacobs, and that's. I'm glad that got shot in the face. I'm pissed off. I'm still pissed off that we lost Josh Jacobs. I didn't care if Josh Jacobs would have won or not, but I know that we would have been a better than 4-win team season where we had Josh Jacobs. That offensive line would have been confident behind that guy, and you wouldn't even have heard about any of these running backs because Josh Jacobs would have been the one. And I still get pissed off about that, bro. I'll always rock a number 28 jersey. I always rock a number 8 jersey. 8 was his worst season when he went there, but I'll take the 28. I'll rock that. That's the last dude I bought a jersey for that was still active for the Raiders, and he took off the same year. We let him go.
Just real quick.
We let him go.
Just real quickly with We the People, I see a comment. Yeah, I've heard that comparison too. That was 2014, I believe, when we had MJD, Darren McFadden, and Latavius Murray. But I would take all those three. Latavius Murray in his sophomore season, Maurice Jones-Drew, probably not, but he was what, a spell back by the time he'd come over to the Raiders. And even post-injury, Darren McFadden over the likes of Zamir White. 2.8 yards per carry as our feature back is absolutely dreadful.
Yeah, they were, but who was our quarterback with Darren McFadden and Latavius Murray?
That was a young Derek Carr. Derek Carr's rookie season.
No, he wasn't that good. He wasn't that good then. But
it was a struggling to. But it's what I was trying to say is, like, as bad as that year was in terms of rushing attack, because it was bad. It still wasn't as bad as it was last season. You know what I'm saying? I would take all three of those guys. Maybe not MJD over Zamir White.
All those guys didn't even get 1,000 yards rushing put together. Even it was who got carries? And we got Madison, we got Madison, we had Zamir White, we had Abdullah. Abdullah got a couple of backside runs. We had our the Great White Hope, McCaffrey 2.0. His awesome 2 carries and 2 fumbles right there. That's very impressive. And then whoever spelled in between, not even 1,000 yards.
Right.
And then that's embarrassing. And then we say, CMC 2.0. Nah, man.
Oh, I remember how people were saying that. Ugh.
And 23 is all over the place in tailgates, bro. 23 is all over the place. And the dude did shit, but fumbled the football. To me, and I coach running backs, if you fumble the ball twice, at you 2 opportunities, you're out the league, bro. Out the league.
Well, I tell you what was a very telling sign. Do you remember the final game of the year?
Mm-hmm.
Did you take note who was taking snaps at running back?
Yeah, it was him.
No, it wasn't. Lobby.
Oh, huh?
It wasn't Lobby. It was Amir Abdullah. And who was coming in? Who was coming in here and there for a few snaps? Who was it?
You enlighten me.
A cat named Collier.
Oh yeah, he was on the practice squad.
To my point, like, we're putting in this guy Collier. I'd never even heard of this guy in the last game, in a meaningless game of the year, and we're not putting out Dylan Lobby
because he fumbles the ball, bro.
But I mean, but it's to my point, like, it's like that's speaking volumes about his development, is it not? Like, if we're not going to chuck out Dylan Lobby in the last game, a meaningless game of the year, and we're putting out this Collier guy I'd never even heard of. Yeah, like,
We the People. Yeah, that's the question you were talking about. Yeah, Collier. I do remember him seeing it, and I remember saying, "Who the hell is it?"
Yeah, who the fuck is that guy? Where's Lobby?
Hey, he must outdo Lobby. Once you get that little speck of fumbleitis, coaches and they hate that turnover. They hate turnovers, bro. And then your position coach gets bitched at because he gets bitched at by the head coach. I bet you AP got on that coach's ass and said, "Why is this dude every time we give him the ball, he's fumbling the football? I see him running with the ball all the time and he's not fumbling." But in the games, I don't care if he got hit by an all-pro defensive tackle, a Bosa or something, fumble the ball. Every running back gets hit by Bosa, Khalil Mack. They don't fumble the ball. But this guy can't hang on to it, so he doesn't. I didn't look at him that way. He just got overhyped. That's what Raider fans do, and we need to stop that and let
unfair
him
expectation.
Let him go.
Unfair expectation was put. It was unfair to throw out these Christian McCaffrey 2.0s. Like, but like with Lorby, look, like he's going to really need a big preseason next year or next season.
If he's there, like, if he's there,
look, he's going to be there to compete in preseason. I don't doubt it. But we're going to be bringing in what I hope we draft 2 running backs. If I'm going to be honest, we're going to at least draft 1, bank on it, bet the house on it. But however many we draft, but we're also going to bring in undrafted free agents. We're probably going to bring back Sincere McCormick and have him compete as well. You know what I mean?
I'm done with that, bro.
Whatever you may feel, I'm just to my point. Like, if Dylan Lorby cannot beat out at least 2 or 3 of these young cats that we bring in the door, then see you later, alligator.
Keep Collier shit. He ain't fumbling the football.
I don't know. Like, he's just one of these other cats that, like, we've spent draft capital on. I'm looking at guys like Christopher Smith and Amari Bernay. It's just like, well, no more draft scholarships for these cats. They've been on our roster 2-3 years. The time is now. If you can't meet that bare minimum level of expectation, you got to bounce.
Yes, they are. That's the way up. Drastically downgrade when we have starters to backups. And drastic changes happen during games when backups get into the game. That's not normal. It's a normal thing, or he's a backup. But yes, you might have a high dollar starter, and the dude's just young, and he doesn't get a lot of reps, and then he goes in there and he's iffy, but he shows improvement. These dudes ain't doing that we have with backups. Amari Burney, we talk about him and we say he's this, he's that. Oh, we got Amari Burney behind Spallin, or we are behind Diablo. Why, if he's this way, if he's so impressive to these people, how come he's not starting over Diablo? How come he's not, how come he's not in the game next to Spallin? Why is Matterson, sorry ass, always in there? You can't even beat him out. So What's the problem? That means our drafting guys, just because he's a linebacker, and we needed a linebacker, he's supposed to be this special person. No, bro, use a high pick on a linebacker. We've done that already with Rolando McClain. Rolando McClain wasn't a successul number 1 pick.
That was so long ago. That was so long ago.
That's a long time. That's the last time we did that.
Did you say he was successful?
No, we thought he would be successful like we do with players. Everybody was rocking his number. I understand the passion to want a guy to be good, but if he sucks, just say it. Quit hanging on
paper when we picked him, though, it was like
he was the best linebacker in the draft.
He was the best linebacker in the draft. We had a gaping hole at linebacker. On paper, it seemed like a good pick. You know what I mean? But it just didn't pan out, and he was a very bad Raider on and off the field.
But how many? Just the competitive situation, just like that, AR just seems to me. I don't know if I'm the only one, but it just seems to me like it happens all the time. You know what I mean? I see other teams drafting guys that make impacts. They put them in there. How come? I thought so highly of Christopher Smith. How come Christopher Smith's not playing?
Right. Well, he's a 6th round guy. That's not like that. For me, these round 5, 6, 7 round guys, like
exactly.
My minimum expectation is like, look, if they can develop to be rotational guys, that's a win enough for me. If they can be more than that, if they can be like starters, good starters, then that's a big win, bullseye. But like, if they can't meet that floor expectation, like I said, like, these guys, they can bounce. But like, to your point, like, other teams are drafting guys in the 1st round and they're immediate impact players. That's what you want. That's the bullseye with a 1st round, even a 2nd round pick. And we're wasting, like we did that last season. Thank Christ, with Brock Bowers and with JPJ in the 2nd round. You know what I'm saying? I'm sick of these like Damon Arnett. He never did shit. But like Tyree Wilson and Cleve Farrell picks, like it boggles my mind when people like look at, Cleve Farrell, he was all right. He was a decent pick. He did some things. You can't sell to me a pick at pick 4, a rotational guy at best, who still is a rotational guy at best, was worthy of a 4th pick overall. You got to be kidding me.
You got to be kidding. Yeah, I love your energy, bro. I love your energy. It's just like mine. I love it. And the thing is that it seems like to me that you're passionate. And you're just tired of this shit, and you're willing to what you said earlier. You're willing to wait a little bit longer than me but I've been dealing with this shit since before your 2009 introduction to the Raiders. But it's just this. We got to change. Just like, oh, he's gonna bring new culture. He's gonna bring this. Pete Carroll's gonna do this and that. Okay, fine. We know what Pete Carroll is. We need players that not what we want them to be and not what we expect them to, or 2.0s and all this. I wonder who's going to be our next 2.0 that comes out the draft, bro. See,
I don't want a 2.0. I want them to be their own good, unique player.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's what I want. That's disrespect. The disrespect for Christian McCaffrey to say this fucking guy's going to be 2.0 him is insane. How could you say that? And you've seen that on channels you were on.
Yeah,
you've seen that shit popping around a lot. So who's the next one? Is Scatterbo Christian McCaffrey 2.0 now because he's a white dude and he banged at Arizona State? What if he goes to the combine and runs a 4.8 40, bro? We think all this highly of him and stuff. Hey, great football player. I'll take him on my team. That's the type of attitude that I want. Scatterbo, I'll take him on my team. Not pick him real high. There's way more. There's like 20 running backs that are better than him out there, bro. 20 running backs. And then you see, that's what I wanted to talk about. It slipped my mind a little bit. You know the quality of running backs that are out there in free agency right now that we could pick up, or at least throw a pitch to.
I heard it's pretty woeful.
Good?
No, woeful.
Or awful? Awful?
Woeful. What woeful? Awful.
Yeah. What is your input on Aaron Jones? Aaron Jones.
Look, I got to be honest, Gravy. You're probably going to know my answer. No. I don't like giving my inputs on players I haven't seen enough of because I watch Raider football. You know that Raider football is my life. I watch it inside out. If it ain't Raider football, respectfully, guys, because I know a lot of you are football fans in general.
Exactly.
I love football, but only when Raiders are playing. I don't care about these other teams. I'm not going to take the time out of my day, wake up at 1 a.m. to watch these other teams. I don't give a shit. Like it's beneficial for me as a creator, so to say, to get to know like players of other teams and what they do. Once upon a time, I did that. I was doing that a lot back in my early years when I was watching a lot of other football other than Raider football. But now it's just Raider football or nothing at all for me. And these other guys like Aaron Jones, I haven't seen enough of to really give my input. Like I'd be relegating myself to a basic Google search of his stats, and I don't want to. I don't like doing that. You know what I mean? Like that's unfair. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. You don't know much.
So I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest.
But to enlighten you, there is Aaron Jones. I know you know of him. There is.
I know of him, but I
Montgomery.
I don't know
Montgomery for Detroit. There's.
I know Montgomery.
Connor. Gabe enlightened me last night on our show that Connor from Arizona is a free agent, and I think that'll be fit in just perfect for the Raiders, and then get a young guy high in the draft. I'm very impressed with the running backs that are out here right now. And me and Gabe got in an argument that, hey, if Genty's there at 6 and we really have the quarterback situation handled as far as free agency is concerned, would we get Genty? Because the position is a need. We drastically need a running back. So,
right. Dead last in the league. It can't get any worse. I just asked you the question. Name me one worse running back room in your time as a Raider fan.
I'll tell you quicker. Us. I'll tell you quicker. See, I should have did that. We were the worst ever.
Right. So as far as I'm concerned, that's a big problem that we need to.
I gotta look that up.
Address.
I gotta look that up, AR. I gotta see who had the worst rushing yards amongst 4 or 5 guys in the NFL. I got to look that up.
Well, are you talking about like just feature back specifically?
Feature back, backup, running back committee. Who had the worst yardage ever? And backup. There's going to be plenty of names because there's guys out there who had like 12 carries, 14 carries. We the people brought up. Do you remember Maurice Jones-Drew when he came over to us in 2014? He was terrible, but like he was a baller at Jacksonville. He was one of the better running backs in the league. You know what I'm saying? When he came over to us, he was a spent force, and he was the backup to Darren McFadden, and even Latavius Murray had more carries than MJD, I believe. And you would think that would be a pretty good, the way they were, you think that would be a pretty good room, but we were such a bad team then, bro.
Look, it was a bad room, but I would still take that room over last season.
Me and Gabe were arguing that Genty is better than Darren McFadden. What do you think about that? I don't know if you know Genty. Genty is another running back.
I know. Look, I know of Genty.
Yeah,
and I've heard of Genty, and I've heard good things about Genty.
Great things. He's a good running back.
Once again, I haven't seen this guy play, so it's not fair for me to come out and throw darts at a dartboard and say, "Oh yeah, I know he's this, that, and whatever." Like, that's not fair.
I was tripping that Gabe said that. I was like, dude, Darren McFadden was so unfortunate with injuries that he didn't pan out. But people say that he didn't pan out for the Raiders. Every time this guy touched the ball when he was healthy and played, he made shit happen. So,
can I share something with you, Gravy? I'll give you an interesting stat, and that frustrates me that like people remember Darren McFadden for that, and I understand he wasn't the player he once was when he was injured. After injury, he was still okay, but like he wasn't the great guy he was. You know what I mean? He tried to be great. He came back to us on a cheap deal. You know what I mean? He gave everything to get back to what he was in that season and a half of greatness. But in Raider history, there's only been 2 running backs who have averaged over a year and a half span more than 5 yards per carry, 5.2 yards per carry. That is elite numbers, elite of the elite.
Really elite.
One of those was Bo Jackson. The other one was your boy, Darren McFadden. At his best, in that year and a half stretch, he was an absolute weapon, a dangerous player of the highest caliber. And for me, one of my favorite Raiders of all time.
Yep. I have a number 20.
I have my 20. I got it in black and white.
Yep. The disrespect for Darren McFadden that my boy Gabe 420 was saying that Janty is better. They were tripping because I said that. I go, what are you guys talking about?
Have you seen enough of Genty to
I have. See, the thing about Genty that I like, dude, I'm not saying that the guy isn't a good running back. He did astronomical numbers as far as the college, but dude went to Boise State, right? So they're in the same division as Fresno State where I live at. So I'm a Fresno State fan, but they didn't play each other. But I watched Mountain West football. So then the Mountain West
division,
from Fresno.
Okay, great.
Yeah, the Mountain West division was just UNLV and Boise State. That's it. And then Fresno State was high, and then they dropped down low. They started losing games.
Can I ask the question? Did he have a chance to run against like top tier teams like from?
He got 200 yards against Oregon, and Oregon was the number 1 team in the nation. So that was the first game of the season of Boise State, though. So he tore up the Mountain West, right? But the dude had like over 350 carries. They used him.
They ran him into the ground, right?
But he didn't run to the ground. He kept going. Bro. And then 2,000, almost breaking Barry Sanders' record,
Right.
But when he went to they had a record to where they went to the championship series and they got demolished. They got demolished. I don't know what team demolished them. I think it was Penn State.
Would you still be happy, though, if we took him?
Yeah. Not at 6, though.
I'd be happy if we took whatever running back we take, even though I don't know any of them from a bar slope except for the few things I've heard about the top tier ones like Scatterboo and your boy Genty.
Yeah.
I'm going to be doing jumping jacks for whoever we get. Surely they can produce better right from the rip than 2.8 yards per carry. That is atrocious.
Exactly. And then we want to blame the offensive line, and it's not the case. That's not. Look at the win rate of the offensive line, a running game, and it'll be different.
I'll ask you another question. Give me a running back who's been in the league 3 seasons or more that ran for 2 point whatever, or even 3.13 yards per carry, and then the next season or after amounted to even anything in the league. Give me one example, please.
Zamir White.
No. I'm saying give me one example where they had that kind of season.
Oh,
and
okay.
Then they came back and turned out to be anything.
Only the Raiders.
Like, has that ever happened in the league with anybody? Then why are we keeping this cat? What more is there to discuss? This is what boggles my mind when people fight for this guy.
Yes.
Nothing more to discuss. 2.8 yards per carry. That's it. See you later, alligator. Get him out of here.
Get with me on that, bro. You got to you got to get on more shows and say that, AR, because it looked like I'm the only one that's saying shit like that. No, the running back room, I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one saying what you're saying, but it's bad, bro. It's bad.
It can't literally get any worse.
Yeah, I'm almost saying shit. If Janty's there at 6, pick him now. You know what I mean? I'm almost leaning that way. If he's there, pick him at 6. Forget, I don't know, but that's not what I want. But the running back room, I know you don't watch the draft or get ready to now, but the running back room is okay. You just said those two names that you said, Janty and Scatterbo. Janty and Scatterbo, you can't even see my hand. It's way down there. That's how good that position is in the draft. Very, very impressed.
Good.
Very good.
Take 2 of these cats. I don't care.
Exactly. And now what's good about it is that Chip Kelly is going to probably pursue some of these running backs. He had 2 great running backs at Ohio State. Those guys are both quality picks, quality people. And then I think he's going to push for some of these guys. I think he's going to push for that one of those 2 guys that he got basically won the national championship. It's not because of Howard. It's because of that running game. And they have a number 1 pick wide receiver too. And their defense is great. But the 2 running backs that they had was probably, to me, the heart and soul of that offense. And then,
are you talking about Ohio State?
Huh?
Are you talking about? Sorry to cut you off.
Ohio State, yes. Ohio State running backs. Gotcha. The 2 they had.
I heard that on the previous live that they have like a thunder and lightning type of running back room, which both of them are making themselves.
Junkins and Henderson, 2 great guys.
Right, and I hear they both made themselves available for the draft.
If I'm not mistaken. They're both seniors. And they both can do it.
Okay.
Yeah. God, man, got some people in here though on a little morning show, man. I love the energy, AR. Bring that stuff, bro. We agree on that.
I just get real, because I've had many spiels about the running back situation ever since the season been finished. Even before that, you know what I'm saying? A lot of it, a lot of my passion and aggression, so to say, stems from ever since I've been a Raider fan, and even beyond that, we've always had a feature back or even a running back room as a whole that's been somewhat competent, if not good, if not great. You know what I'm saying? Look at the running backs we've had leading the charge since the 2000s specifically. Charlie Gardner, Tyrone Wheatley, Napoleon Kaufman, Lamont Jordan, Justin Fargas, Michael Bush, Darren McFadden, Latavius Murray, Marcel Reese, if you want to consider him a running back, Marshawn Lynch, even though he's at the tail end of his career and he wasn't what he was at Seattle, Josh Jacobs, you know what I'm saying? We've always had somebody in the door. We've always had a pretty good, even when our team was struggling, you know what I'm saying? Our running back room was usually in good hands. To go from that to that.
Who was just saying, you know what, we got these guys right here. We're good. We're cool. Makes me even think less about this. Makes me even think less.
And that's the other thing that stems my absolute disdain. And shout out to my guy on 6 who just shared a super chat. There was cats, including the cat who said that below, that really they were doing jumping jacks and making posts about how when Josh Jacobs left, they were singing the praises or get out of here, whatever it may be, and we're talking about this running back room by committee. To that comment there, Amir, Zamir, and Sincere were going to rush for 1,600 yards per carry. You know what I'm saying? There were really cats out there that were pushing that narrative that this running back by committee was going to be better than Josh Jacobs and anything that we've had before then. You know what I'm saying? Laughable. Absolutely laughable.
And I know the sense of humor that Auntie said. I know who it's pointing to. I know it's pointing to, but the thing is that to me, and on that subject where Auntie Six is talking about, you got 3 guys that can add up to 1,600. One guy, that's bad. That's bad to me. 3 guys can do what one guy can, and then you let that guy go. Depending on these 3 guys. 3 guys getting 1,600 yards is bad, bro. You break that down and
that's not that great.
You break that down and do the math. It's not good. It's not. So to say that, we got 3 guys that can do this, what made you assume that? They didn't do it in the first place. One of them couldn't do that in the first place. And we had a guy that did it. We let him go. See, I'm going to get all pissed off
these
again.
Guys. For these
I'm going to
guys.
get all pissed off again. You know, I give Madison the effort. I give Abdullah the effort. Good for our team. Great dudes. Don't bitch and complain. But the only one I'm dissatisfied with is Zamir White, bro. That opportunity that he had was just night and day, just horrific, bro. I have guys in my school, bro. I have guys in my school, bro, that have better footwork, better vision, better everything. And I know these are young kids, but I pertain that to people, and I look and I go, he can't even do the basic fundamentals as far as being a Raider. Just a big guy that, you know, that balled out, I guess, in college, and we liked him. You know, it was he a fourth pick or something like that.
But it was fourth round, I believe.
But I'm not satisfied with that. So we got to drastically do better immediately in the draft or free agency, and solve that position. I think Chip Kelly and Pete Carroll will do that. I think they will. And if we don't, me and you gonna be having the same conversation again.
I don't doubt they that's got to be a top priority. Like I said, the worst rushing attack in the league, the worst rushing attack the Raiders have had ever. You know what I'm saying? Like it can't get any worse. So we need to address that with a lot of urgency. I'm hoping we do it via the draft. I don't really want to get an older guy, but you know, if we do, whatever, you know what I mean? But I want a younger cat in the door that's going to take the charge, you know, bull by the horns and take charge and hopefully bring us back to that running back excellence. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we're known for it, but we haven't done it in so long. In a separate note, 2 years because Josh Jacobs was gone, but
right,
you know, we had one. We let the fool go over a couple $1 million, and then these guys are low paid. And look at who almost got MVP of the league, bro, a running back, or should have got it. You know, I was more leaning towards Josh Allen, should have got it, but Saquon Barkley did some amazing shit, bro, and he got paid just the same as Josh Jacobs. You know, and then just to be the team that let him go, and then you suffer, and another team prospers because of it. Green Bay was a running back away of making the playoffs, and they did. So I was like, man, you know, we wouldn't have been a winner, but we wouldn't have won drastically a lot of games. But having Josh Jacobs would have been the foundation that we wanted. It would have been good for Pete Carroll to have that. And then AP talked all this smack and all this shit, mouthing out saying, "Oh, Josh Jacobs is the bone and heart of this team. He's the backbone of it." I remember him saying that, and then we just let him go. That tells me right there.
It'd be interesting to see if it was whose decision was it to move away. I mean, is that one of it? To me, I mean, I don't know. It's not gospel,
had to be Telesco,
but it had to be one of the damning things that led to Telesco's demise, because they said they were giving both the coach and the GM separate evaluations. You know what I mean? And you know, I mean, I thought Telesco did well with the draft, but if you know, obviously results didn't go our way, but maybe that was one of the damning things is that the lack of urgency in free agency and what we did with the running back room last year. Like, how much does that fall on his shoulders? But whatever. Yeah. Turn the page, start again, scrap everything, just overhaul, revamp that whole running back room. I don't care.
You have to. And you got to do it. You got to do it early in the draft, or you got to do. Yeah, I think you got to do both. Pick 2 running backs in the draft, one high and one low, and then get a free agent. What's wrong with that? You got quality. We don't have quality at that position, and we haven't ever since Josh Jacobs left. Even it was just Josh Jacobs, and that's it, because there was nobody behind it. Abdullah did his thing.
Yeah, I'll give Abdullah credit.
Abdullah's a spot running back. He's a spot running back.
He's a spot guy, a solid guy, and he did well in that last couple of games. I will give him credit. But this is a guy who, if we retain him, cool. If we don't, I'm cool with that too. This is a guy who's older. McCormick is a guy who I was heavily critical of, and he had a 3 or 4 game stretch where he played well and proved me wrong that like he can produce in the league. Yeah. But also he went down injured. This is a guy who spent literally 2.5 years on the sideline. He gets his chance, mind you, he made good on that chance, but he's hurt again. You know what I mean? Like after sitting 2.5 years on the bench, like I'm willing to give him a chance to compete with these other guys who bring in the door, much like Dylan Lorby. But you know what I'm saying? Like these Lorby and McCormick better beat out 2 or 3 of these guys in preseason next year. Because if they don't, then as far as I'm concerned, they can both bounce.
You know, I wasn't or never been a Sincere McCormick type guy. I know he was injured.
Me neither. This guy was getting Bo Jackson like hype from a lot of different people.
You see the way we are. That's where it started. You see the way we are. AR. You see, oh, this guy's gonna be Bo Jackson. That's the disrespect that we put on Bo Jackson, the great Bo Jackson, and saying that this dude is comparable. He couldn't smile. He couldn't even sniff Bo Jackson's nutsack right now. Running the football. I bet you Bo Jackson will blow his ass up right now. And Bo Jackson can't even
to his credit, he did prove me somewhat wrong. Like I said, he did prove when he got his chance he can play. So I'm willing to give him a chance to ride with him again in the preseason, see what he can do. But he better make sure he makes good on that chance because he's getting no more years of practice squad from me. You've been on the practice squad three seasons now. Next year will be your 4th. It's either you make the roster and you contribute or you got to go. But I'm rooting for the guy. Look, I like to be proven wrong about things that are beneficial for the Raiders. I don't want to be like, I'm not one of these cats, you know, the cats I'm talking about who want to come out and be like, oh, I told you so. I told you so. You know, I said this, I said that. No. Give me a break. You know what I mean? I would rather be wrong about stuff that are going to be beneficial for the Raiders than be right about stuff that are detrimental to my Raiders. That brings me no joy, no pleasure. Yeah. And I don't want to go on lives and be like, I told you so. You know what I'm saying? Like that's narcissistic. You know what I'm saying?
I'll do that. If I'm right, I'm going to tell you I'm right. But that's hey, Licky got some good shit right here.
That's my guy.
But this one right here is that it's uncomparable. But Genty did some amazing shit this year that I don't think that anybody has done, but I wouldn't compare the two. It's insane to compare these guys to somebody. Let's compare Genty to Genty and not put a name next to him. He's the next best.
I'm not giving no names, no nicknames to anybody who doesn't deserve it.
Or 2.0. Or
no 2.0s. No, I don't want no 2.0s. I want like I said, I want these guys to be their own unique entities and be great players in their own right. You know what I'm saying?
And I hear you talk about consistency on shows about the offensive line, AR, and I know you got knowledge of it or the past or what's going on with it. And that's what I dig. I like people talk about the offensive line, the defensive line, some tight ends and stuff. That's just not the specialty position. And we got to realize we're quick to say that people suck. You know what I mean? And Lecky's question right here or comment is kind of crazy to me because I'm different on Andre James than everybody else is. But what's your take on Andre James? What do you think about Andre James?
I guess I'm. My thoughts on James is very similar to my thoughts on Parham. Like I don't. Unpopular opinion, I know, but I don't think James is as terrible as what most other Raider fans think. Do I think he's good? No. Do I think he's middle of the pack? Like at his best, at his worst, he's below that. But is he all the way terrible? Like an Alex Leatherwood, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No, I guess like and I've said this before. Like a lot of the this is just how I feel. a lot of the criticism I believe that comes with Andre James's play is that we've been so used to of late having great, like much like the running back room, we've had great center play for the last 2.5 decades.
Yeah.
Remember who was it that Andre James replaced? The great Rodney Hudson.
Rodney Hudson, and then before that was
Rodney Hudson. Before that was Stefan Wisniewski, who wasn't great, but he was good. He Wisniewski, the nephew of Steven, an all-time Raider great. He wasn't that, but he was a good center, not great like Rodney. Then before that, we had another good, decent center.
We have Barrett Robbins. Barrett Robbins was a great.
And Barrett, I was just about to say that Barrett Robbins in the early 2000s was in that great echelon with Rodney Hudson. I still take Rodney over Barrett, but he was a great center in his own right before he went off the cuckoo in the Super Bowl. But it's to my point, like there's been that high-ish bar when it comes to center play, much like with the running back room. And to go from that to that is going to be very disappointing. Mm-hmm. And Andre James, look, there's been times I've noticed him too, where his criticism has been the criticism is warranted, but like I think like, well, now that we're in a position where we've got JPJ, a guy who I am high on, you know what I'm saying? A guy who has taken over that position, and he blocks with violence, and he brings that Raider mentality, that bully, that enforcer type mentality that I don't believe any of the offensive line that we have outside of JPJ bring. Like a lot of them, they're just nice guys, which is cool. If they can produce, that's fine. Like your main primary role is to produce as a run blocker and as a pass protector. But it was. I said it before, like it'd be nice to have that enforcer type guy. Like, remember that 2016 car insurance? Like, all those guys were enforcer type guys, bad mother effers. You know what I'm saying? And JPJ is a guy who brings that mentality. You know what I'm saying? He blocks with violence. He plays with violence. You know what I'm saying? Like a Richie Incognito type cat. You know what I'm saying? Just, control the aggression. A few things here and there, but like not like totally to the detriment of the team, if that makes sense. But I do like what we have there. But now that we've got him in the door, can we part ways with Andre James or keep him as a depth guy? Like, I guess we can, what I mean? But then we're going to have to try and find someone else in interior to partner up if we keep Dylan Parham or if we move on from him. So,
well, Parham could play center. JPJ was the best center in that draft, and that's all he played at Oregon. And if the way I think different about Andre James is that you got to look at what we're doing now, and what Chip Kelly does is he runs zone blocking. Last year we were more power, enforcer type, and then Andre James looked bad at it. Andre James is light in the ass. He's not a real big dude. He's a strong guy, but these guys are bigger, way big, and then he gets the best dude. Chris Jones was all over Andre James, bro. And who does that as a center? So they knew our weak spot. But if Andre James is moving, he's better at that. And it's a fact. You got to look at his play, run his zone, moving. He's better at it. And I think we can make do. Either way, JPJ needs a B center. Eventually he needs to do that.
He needs to stop.
That's why I'm so impressed with JPJ, is because he's a damn good guard too. You know what I mean? He can pull, and he's going to do a lot of that this year. I know Chip Kelly does a lot of pulling, does a lot of pin and pull stuff, does a lot of gap play, open up play. So he's going to be needed for that, and Andre James can't do that unless we get a guy that's good at that.
But JPJ is his best position is center, right?
His primary, what he's good at is center. But
what he's best at, right? And that's what I want. Like, I would rather these guys stay where they're best at, play where they're best at, rather than like, oh, let's move him around and make him this, or let's go put him over there, or let's do him with it. No. Like, if they're thriving at that spot, that's where they're comfortable, and that's where they produce at their best, leave them there.
Yeah. And I think it was more situational, AR, as far as, I don't know if you get this. It was more situational when Getsy was gone, and then you have a guy that's not an offensive coordinator. that wasn't an offensive coordinator. Then you bring his dad in, and the offensive you bring in what's his name, Norm Turner. He grasps the position more than his son did. So he knows the protections. And then that's why it's not easy to be a center in the NFL when you're very, very young, unless you're super, super, super smart. You basically are the leader of that offense, and you're making calls and doing all kinds of shit. But maybe JP doesn't grasp that yet, as far as when you're listening to a quarterback coach that's now your offensive coordinator, he doesn't know the protections or things like that a regular offensive coordinator, that's his playbook. So he's going to know what you need to do, and you're going to know. Andre James has been doing that. So that's why Andre James is in there. But if you want to take the fact that Andre James just blown up all the time, yes, he does. But the main thing that is expected from you as a center, and this might be weird to people, is yes, blocking the 3 technique is very important. But the first thing he needs to do is get that transaction to the quarterback done. That's it. Pre-snap, he needs to call plays. He needs to say, this guy's rushing, this linebacker's here, he's doing this, he's doing that.
Right.
It's a lot of pressure, and good centers, they just adapt to that. No, that's why Hudson's such a great center, Pro Bowl center. You know what I mean? Yeah. So
all pro
that's
center.
That's what we need. And then maybe JPJ could develop to be that person. But a center you have to develop into a good ass center. In college, it's easy because you got a set play, you call it, boom. He's that type of guy to bum rush any nose tackle. You know what I mean? The nose tackle is way bigger than James. And then the obvious solution for that is get a big center. But they don't come dime a dozen. The centers don't come a dime a dozen, and then that's a tough position to pick. We have one. We have 2. Right. Parham's a pretty good center too. But they spell.
I don't think he's that great at center. I would rather
he did his job. But you know that he could get that transaction done to the quarterback. And JPJ had a problem with that because he was playing center. Remember the Kansas City game?
I actually missed that game. Like
you missed the last game of the season.
I know. Not the one where we lost on that botch snap. Like that
was JPJ snapping.
Yeah, I know. I heard. By the time I woke up, like I forgot to set the alarm. I woke up. By the time I woke up and I logged in, the game was already over. And I heard
it's
what
different
happened.
For you. Huh?
And I couldn't bring myself to go back and watch what had happened when I found out. I was like, no.
I don't think it was JPJ's fault. That play shouldn't have happened. Kick the field goal, dude. Right. We shouldn't have to run another play just to put it in the middle of the field. Or he got one of the best kickers. Granted, he did miss 3 field goals that game. And we were in position. He missed 3 field goals in that game, and our defense played great. Our offense actually did good, but he just give him another shot. What are the odds of Carlson missing 4 field goals in the game?
Look, whatever happened during the course of that game, I mean, there was mistakes made, whether it was his or whoever. But as a whole, like the season, as bad as it went. At least we got a big win with what we got out of JPJ in his rookie year, and the same can be said from DJ Glaze, a guy nobody was high on, like nobody that I know of or heard on panels. Like, I mean, I took the route of, look, I'll give him a chance, and just my guts telling me this guy could be like a one of those Brandon Parker type deals who can come in and start in a pinch, but more of a rotational role guy that needs to sit for a while and develop to be a decent rotational guy. I didn't expect the guy to be the starting right tackle and not just start there, but actually play fairly well. Like, I mean, when you compare his play to other guys that we've drafted a hell of a lot higher than him, in previous years, spanning back as much as all the way back to when we drafted Menelik Watson to be the right tackle. Yeah. Like, he's outperformed all of them rookie year 1. You know what I'm saying? Even like Colton Miller struggled year 1, and I'd say like DJ Glaze was more impressive. So to have a guy who solidified the right tackle, the bane of our offensive line since the days of Lincoln Kennedy. We have tried with so many cats, and the best of the bunch was Trent Brown. We can get him on the field, but that was the big problem. And then the next best for me was friggin' Khalif Barnes back in friggin' 2010, 2011. Like, that's how bad the position has been. We've tried and tried and tried to address it via the draft, and I think we've finally done it. We finally found
Glaze is an inspiration to me as far as that right tackle is concerned. We need that.
It might sound like I'm crowning the guy. I'm just excited. Look, he still needs to do that more sustainably, but like, at least we've got someone there that we can be confident and say we might have something at right tackle. Finally, hallelujah.
When you talk about tackles, and when Glaze was drafted, bro, I was like, dude, who is this guy? We're messing up this and that. I go, hey, there's a reason why
there was a lot of people who did that.
Yeah, there's a reason why this guy got picked third, because you don't know his name. You know what I mean? But people don't really look at offensive linemen unless you played it. It's a special type of breed offensive linemen are. You know, if you look in the draft, you're looking at offensive linemen. You ain't looking at running backs. It's weird. It's weird how I got a friend of mine that was an offensive tackle. He don't look at nobody else but offensive linemen. He tells me, hey, this guy's gonna be good. This guy's gonna be good. This guy told me Leatherwood ain't shit. I go, what are you talking about? He's a Miami Dolphin fan. His name's Leo. He's a Miami Dolphin fan. He goes, Leatherwood ain't shit. I go, what do you mean, bro? He's moving guys around. He goes, nah, he's just the biggest dude on that team, and he just pushed guys around that were sorry ass. You know, you could put on the Georgia game, and then he got dominated. He got dominated by in the Georgia game by one guy, an unknown defensive end. And I said, that's gonna happen. That's gonna happen. And he goes, yeah, wait. And then what happened? He was right. So every time I ask him, who you think the best offense? And he's a content creator for in the Miami Dolphins, one of the 5 that they have. But he's real good with offensive linemen. I listen to him all the time. That tell me ever since Leatherwood, I listen to him. Who's the best one? And he didn't really say Glaze, but the way he watches football, and he said Glaze was immediate, and he's gonna stay that way. He's going to stay that way because he's good. He sees tendencies in him where he's just going to get better. And I said, well, that's cool, man. I like hearing that. But he goes, the rest of the line, I don't know. He doesn't like
even JPJ.
He likes JPJ. He likes JPJ. He likes Andre James. He likes Colton Miller is. He said Colton Miller. Well, I think, and I was in the same boat that Colton Miller was hurt. Colton Miller didn't recover, and as soon as Colton Miller got some rehab and got some time to kick back and chill.
Yeah, he was better the last quarter.
He was better the last couple of games, and that's what's good.
But as much as that's a positive thing to, at least a positive note to end on with Colton Miller with his play the last quarter of last season, I still feel we need to start looking sooner rather than later for a contingency plan. We need to start planning for left tackle very, very urgently, I believe, because I don't think Colton Miller's got much time left.
I don't think Mumford's a remedy either.
Yeah, I was high on Mumford before last season, but I that confidence has waned a little bit. But it's at least we've got DJ Glaze in the door, and Mumford's still a young guy, a 7th round guy. He's still a win. You know what I mean? Like a guy who can at least start in a pinch. You know what I mean? And has had some good games at starting on the right side. So to have 2 young guys who can solidify that right side, great, fantastic. You know, we've got a good enough starter who can be great, like if he develops to be that way, and a good enough rotational guy in Mumford. It's now the left side that's like, all right, well, we've got a good Raider in Colton Miller. He's been good enough for us at that left tackle position. You know, it was / very good. You know what I mean? He has some really good years, but how much more time does he have left? So we once again, we need
he has plenty of time left. I think he had plenty of time left, bro. Yeah, he
does he though?
I think so. What I seen at the end of the season was Miller getting better and recovering. He had an injury, so they didn't let him recover. They threw his ass right in there, and he thought, you know, you always want to play, you always want to go in there. They just he rushed himself, and he probably said, Probably thought he wasn't hurt that bad, but
he's getting to 30, man. You know what I mean? And like that's not old by any means, but like in an athlete's life at a high impact physical sport in a high impact position, you know what I'm saying? Like that's when you start to go the other way, you know what I mean? So like look at remember Taylor Lewan?
Yeah,
the left tackle for the Titans. This is my comparison because Taylor Lewan was one of the best left tackles in the league for a long time.
Yeah, Pro Bowler.
He was out of the league only a year or even the same age that Colton Miller is now.
With shoulder injuries. You know, once you start losing those shoulders as
whatever injuries it may be, but that's just to my point. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like a guy who was once an All-Pro Bowl, one of the better left tackles in the league, he's already out of the league at age 30, 31.
Exactly, but that's still young though. To me, for a tackle, a dominating tackle and stuff. But he's not dominant, but he's perfect for us, and he's always been. So
he's been good. He's been good. He's been a good Raider. He's been a good Raider.
I would start, like you said, like you mentioned, I would start thinking of getting somebody and that higher draft choices to replace them. It could be Glaze. And then we just get a right tackle that could, you know, I hope we don't get a left-handed quarterback, but it could be Glaze.
It goes back to what I said, man. You know, like if these players are thriving in that position, leave them there.
Yeah.
Why we don't need to move them around. Plus, like it doesn't always work out that way. Like, I mean, I'm no technical expert when it comes to offensive line play, but like some players can do it where they can go left side or right side. There's other players, like I'll give you an example. Remember Donald Penn? He was an excellent left tackle, but when he moved over to right tackle, he struggled, and he even came out and said, like, you know, that's like, you know, I was writing with my left hand all my life, and then all of a sudden being told to write with my right hand. Big change. It just didn't work out. So not every tackle can do that. You know what I mean? Like I personally would just look. We finally found a guy to solidify that right side. Leave him there. Leave him there.
I agree with you. I've always said that, but you can't not ignore the notion that this dude could be groomed to play left tackle. It matters if we have a right-handed quarterback, if we have a left-handed quarterback. I wouldn't be confident if Glaze was there, we had a left-handed quarterback. I wouldn't. I wouldn't be confident because he's a young guy and he wasn't the best tackle out there to or known. But that's just the point, though. He's a good. I like the way he plays. I like the way he's coming up. And I don't want to talk bad about the guy, but there's just the confidence that I have in me that if we got a left-handed quarterback, I wouldn't be confident to have put Glaze right there at right tackle. But we're not in that situation, so you know, if
my auntie could be my uncle.
Yeah, something like that. Just throwing it out there. But I'm not questioning the tackles. I just question the guards. You know, I know we got JPJ, but we want to move JPJ to center, and then what do we do with that? You know, we got an inconsistent Parham. We think highly of Whitehair or the other guy.
Do we? Who? Yeah, that's news to me. Does anybody think highly of Cody Whitehair?
Or Meredith?
I've never heard. Well, Meredith is at least like a cheap, decent rotational guy who's been solid at best, which is better than what I can say about Whitehair and that other cat, Pete. I don't want to see them take another snap as Raiders.
I think we overreacted getting those guys because we were desperate. Our offensive line was bad.
We were trying to find depth, and we were hopeful because these are two guys who were productive in yesteryears, but it's to my point again, when they've reached the other side of 30 or even early 30, and they're just not those guys anymore. And they definitely showed that even as soon as preseason. I remember seeing both of them in preseason struggling. You know what I'm saying? I think we're the people's arguing for Alex Leatherwood.
Alex Leatherwood is a non-name factor in my vocabulary. It was a waste of pick. And like just like when we have numerous times, that was John Gruden's guy. And I don't know. I questioned John Gruden, period, the second time around that we had him. I questioned everything that he did.
I find it unforgivable the way we treated Khalil Mack. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way, no how, in my personal opinion, that you let, and I don't throw this word out there lightly, generational talent walk out the door in the prime of their career. You do whatever it takes to pay that man what he rightfully earned.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? You do not let talent like that walk out the door. I don't care what other teams offer you. You know what I'm saying? We got two first rounders and we traded a second rounder for their third. You know what I'm saying? Like, they could have given us 3 first rounders. I don't care. Pay the friggin' man. We should have kept him in the door. We didn't. You know what I'm saying? But that's history. You know
and so, on that note, let's get into the touchy subject about Max Crosby. Let's go. I love the guy, right? Good, a great, soon to be great. He hasn't reached his full potential yet. I don't think he has yet.
Crosby.
He has his flaws, if you notice them, but I have, and then people. This is the subject where people argue with me about a lot. Is that I would fall into jockeying a player, getting in a player's roller coaster and loving the shit out of him, just like I did with Josh Jacobs. And Josh Jacobs had his flaws, right? So, but I rode with Josh Jacobs, and I was pissed off that we got rid of him, and we let him go, really. So when we talk about Max Crosby, I don't like what people say is the face of this franchise or the heart of the defense. And I think it's too soon to say that about Max Crosby. I like the old Max Crosby that didn't have a podcast, that shut his mouth, that didn't bitch about coaches, that didn't push coaches on the sideline because he was upset about game or taking him out because he wasn't producing. When you're not producing, getting on your podcast and saying, well, I don't have guaranteed money anymore, so I don't know what my future is going to be with the Raiders. So that's not up to you. I know that. I understand that. But you have 2 years left on your contract. So just play it out and shut up. If you think you're that type of guy, and by any means, I don't want to talk bad about that guy. By any means, he's not Myles Garrett. He's not any. I could bring something up, AR, but I have to find it. That he's not even considered by certain people. He's not even top 10 defensive ends in the NFL. There's younger guys that are better.
That's a stretch. That's a stretch.
Give me 10.
I don't know the other teams, so I can't.
Okay,
I'm not the guy to ask.
I can. But the thing is that you want to get paid. You're not a defensive player of the year type guy. You always take fourth or fifth or third or something like that. I don't know what the fuck it is. But you want that type money, or you're bitching about money, and then you're questioning that the Raiders. Every time I hear from him that, oh, well, I don't know if I'm going to be here if they don't give me guaranteed money. That's bitching to me because you're not getting wham. You're not getting paid what Myles Garrett deserves to get paid because he has Defensive Player of the Year twice, and he gets 15 sacks a season. When has Max Crosby did that? When has Max Crosby got 15 sacks to deserve that type $150, $60 million that he wants?
Didn't he do that 2021
year?
The year we went to the playoffs? 2021?
I don't know if he ever got 15. Someone can look it up for me.
2022? Like he had close to those numbers.
Yeah, I told you that. I think 1 year. But thinking, it's good to think or have the enthusiasm to be the best ever. He always says, I want to be the best. I want to be the best. But you produced then. Last year, you could say, everybody's saying he had a boot on, he was injured, he did this and that. Excuses to me is that if you were hurt, you weren't producing when you were hurt. There were games, if you want to watch it, there were like 6 games where he didn't do anything, AR, and he was hurt.
Right.
He didn't do anything, no pressures, no sacks. And then finally he plays a sorry team and gets a bunch of sacks. You know what I mean? He played like, I don't know.
What about that Ravens game? The Ravens game,
that's when he was at his peak, but that was the second game of the season. You know,
right.
And then because of him, where did that guy go? He got hurt, he got injured. I understand that. And then he got taken out the game. But without you, we won 2 games against opponents that you probably would have dominated. But the lesser teams in the NFL that you should have dominated, you didn't. We couldn't find you anymore. You were gone. So if you do that, tells me that you don't deserve the money that Myles Garrett gets, Watts get, Bosa's get, Khalil Mack gets, all of these guys get. He's an all-pro. He's picked by his players, to do that. I respect that. But just shut up, dude. Shut the fuck up. You never were like that before. But the only time these players start hollering is when they don't get guaranteed money anymore. And I got a problem with that, Ador. And I'm saying it on lives, bro, on different people. I get invited to different shows, and I say that, and people get so pissed off at me because I'm speaking the truth. And then Gabe and Lowe try to prove to me that he didn't say I'm not getting guaranteed money, and my options for the Raiders is up in the air. I don't know where I'm going to be at. Yes, it's the Raiders' leverage to get rid of you if you don't produce, but you're injured. So that's the problem. Why don't you just say, having podcasts and NFL players do this is a joke to me. I think that should be banned during the season. Because you're trying to get views and you're saying the wrong shit. That's what he's doing. It offends me saying I'm in limbo with an organization that pays you what, and 90 something million dollars guaranteed, 80 something, 60 something million. I don't know what it was, but it was a lot of money. AR, he gets paid a ton of money, and the year that you don't produce, the year that you're hurt, you're bitching about money, and I have a problem with that. I'm sorry it was too long. But what do you think about that?
No, that's fine. Look, this is your show. You don't have to apologize for nothing.
Yeah,
I was only simply checking the time because it's actually past 4 a.m.
Oh, yeah, bro. Anytime you need to leave, man,
it's close.
You need to roll out.
The only reason why I would need to go because I have a doctor's appointment.
Okay, that's fine.
Freaking 10 a.m.
Thank you for all your knowledge.
But like, I'm going to stick around for a little bit longer. So you were asking me about Max Crosby. What
Max Crosby? What you think about all this issue, or is it an issue to you, or is it the production that we think Max Crosby does is not up to par to what he thinks he should be getting, and do we overpay a guy that's going to jeopardize our team in the future? Because these guys do that and they don't care. Some do, but some guys don't care. They want to get paid. And I want to win. All of a sudden, he wants to win. But when he was getting paid $70 million guaranteed, he wasn't talking none of that shit. He's always lost. So
look, I guess
what's the problem now?
The angle I'm going to take with this is this. Like, I at least appreciate that Max Crosby has been good/great as a 5th round guy, or wherever it was, 3rd round, 4th round, a big win. We hit the bullseye with the pick of Max Crosby. Thank Christ, because that was the year we drafted Cleve Farrell, who nowhere near lived up to that defensive end void that Khalil Mack left behind when we shipped him off. We were just talking about that. He's done a lot of good things with the Raiders. You know what I mean? Like, he has been in that fringe MVP defensive end talks like in previous years. Not so much last year. He had a down year. Of course, we all know. You know what I mean? Like, he was injured, whatever it may be. I like I said, I appreciate the good things he's done for us rather than the detrimental side of things. But I will say this. If we were... I'm not saying it's going to happen, but if we were to trade him for a reasonable bounty, whether it be 2 first rounders, much like we did with Khalil Mack or whatever, I wouldn't feel the same way that I did feel when Khalil Mack was traded out the door. You know what I mean? Like I would still give him the once a Raider, always Raider treatment, but like I have a very disdainful remembrance of that time and that day. Like I remember where I was when the news broke. You probably do the same. Like, do you remember where you were when the
I was
Khalil Mack
pissed when
news
I
broke? I
was
was
pissed when Matt
pissed,
got traded.
absolutely livid. You know what I mean? And if fast forward to the now, if that were to happen with Max, then once a Raider, always a Raider. But for the right price, I'd be okay with it. You know what I'm saying?
I just think this is the way I think. So you agree with me? I don't know how you feel about the vocal type things that he's saying. It's kind of like the disrespect. I love my team deep, bro. And then if you're messing with it,
I got to be honest, man. I haven't been listening to his podcast. I haven't been listening to any of his any podcasts that are out there. So
I'm gonna tell you. I told you what he's been saying, and it's kind of like a dogging, and then you could clip these up if you like. You could say, but I'm gonna tell you, I'm not giving you bullshit, and I'm not just overreacting on something that he said. But I heard the dude say, my options for the Raiders are like, I got to think about what I'm going to do here if I don't get paid money. And I go, all right, a borderline, forget you then, bro. You know what I mean? You got 2 years left in your contract. Go to work and play. What's wrong with, if you were a writer, you wouldn't bitch about how much you get paid. And then are you ring chasing or you want to be a Raider? Prove to me. I don't give a shit if you got a tattoo. I don't give a shit if you think you're the best. That's inspiration for me. That's the way I felt about you. But you could go to all the little dinners and the charity events that you want and say, I want to be a Raider. I ain't going nowhere. This is all bullshit. But I heard you on your own show and others say, I'm open to anything. My future with the Raiders is in this and that. I don't have any more guaranteed money. That just shows me that you're bitching about money. You got 2 years left on your contract. You signed it. If you thought different, you should have signed a 3-year contract, fully guaranteed, and played it out. You signed a 5-year contract, and now that your money's done, you're bitching about it. And you come up a season where you didn't produce, and you got hurt, and Raiders have the leverage because they shut up and play.
That's what I will. Look, you've already heard my angle and my opinion on the situation, but I will say this, which has to do with Max Crosby. If and when he comes back, and if he's healthy, and we get Christian Wilkins back, hang on, hear me out. Like I'm going in a different direction with what I'm going to say. Like, so Max Crosby, Christian Wilkins, say we re-sign both K'Lavon Chaisson and Malcolm Kuntz, and Adam Butler as well. Let's not forget about Adam Butler, a revelation for the last 2 years. That is a very, very deadly defensive line to be feared. You know what I'm saying? Like, that would be something I would be excited for, because we never got that chance last season to see all those guys healthy and being a cohesive unit. You know what I mean? Like, it was usually like one or two, if not a lot of those guys were out injured. Most of those guys were out injured for a certain amount of time. So that for me would be something I would look forward to if we were to retain that and see them all play. But it also kind of leaves this like, well, where the frig is Tyree fitting in and all that? You know what I mean? What an afterthought.
The scenario I had, AR, and check this out. If you got time, but I don't want to keep you around. But the thing is that this is my solution to that. I go, you're gonna have to keep one or the other, Kuntz and Chaisson, one or the other.
Right.
And I think that Chaisson, I don't know where they gauge this amount of money that they should get, but Chaisson is way cheaper. And to me, the 8 games we have with Chaisson is better than the 8 games that we got from Kuntz. And Kuntz made great plays.
Sorry, Gravy. I just want to say one thing real quickly. Sorry, I had to cut you off. Hey, Seal, I said if we re-sign them. Okay.
No.
Just want to put that out there. Anyways, Gravy. Sorry.
Okay. But we're going to keep one or the other. And most likely, if Kunta's impact and if he's rehabbing better, I don't mind keeping one or the other, but I don't think we're going to keep both. We get, if it happens, and this is my Raider dreamland, but just imagine this: Max Crosby, Wilkins, Adam Butler. We draft Mason Graham. We get Khalil Mack. We have Kuntz and Chason to make a decision with, but most likely if we get Khalil Mack, it'd be cheaper than Kuntz, which is unproven. We got a proven All-Pro Hall of Fame guy that consistently gets 12 sacks a season. He had a downside, but Khalil Mack is Khalil Mack, and Khalil Mack is better than Kuntz or Chason to me. So if we get that. And then you could even throw in sorry ass Tyree Wilson in there, man. There was some push or something. I would feel better about having Tyree Wilson. If we got those guys, can you imagine what the AFC West quarterbacks will be doing? We had a lineup like that.
Right.
Get that young boy to fill in with Wilkins and Adam Butler and a monster like that, and then have Mack on the outside and Crosby on this side. Can you imagine with the Can you imagine that, bro? The AFC West quarterbacks are saying, "Oh shit!"
Look, for selfish reasons, like I would love for Khalil Mack to come back.
Me too.
I mean, it would be like, you know, when Charles. Usually, I don't like going out and signing these older players who are past their prime. Like, you know what I mean? I don't like to overpay these guys. However, like I would gladly make an exception, not to overpay him, but like to bring him back in the door. He would get the Charles Woodson treatment for me, like a guy who's come home who was like those two for me is 1A and 1B with the two greatest Raiders on the defensive side of the ball for the last 30 years. You know what I'm saying? One is Charles Woodson, the other is Khalil Mack. So if he was to come home, fantastic. Do I think it's going to happen? I got to be honest. No, I don't believe it will. I hope I'm pleasantly surprised. But I do want to finish off by saying, like, you know, I see a lot of people talking about like Chason and Wilson. I really like the play of Chason. He really surprised me. You know
impressive.
What I mean?
Very impressive.
And it was good because like this is a guy who was a former first round pick. He was waived. He came over to us, no expectation. You know what I mean? Like nobody expected anything. It was just like, look, if he can even do something, you know what I mean? Like even a tackle for a loss, that's a win, right?
He did more than that, bro.
He did more than that, and he did more than that. Like, you know, the numbers, like when you look at the numbers, it looks like, you know, he doesn't really, you know, like 5 sacks or whatever it might be. But if you watched him play, the way he was blowing up screens and doing all kinds of plays, like to me, like he was making plays the way, like, you know, I could see flashes of why he was taken as a first round prospect. You know what I mean? Like there was like, wow, like, you know, this is a guy who I could see, like maybe he didn't live up to that first round draft selection, but I can see why, you know what I mean? He was showing flashes, and I'm hoping if and when he comes back to us, he can show that to be more of the consistent, because he doesn't have that pressure to be, you know, all this and all that because he was a first round draft pick. We didn't utilize that. You know what I mean? We might bring him back for a cheap contract. But on that note, like, the stuff that he was doing, granted, he's been in the league one season more than Tyree Wilson, I believe, whatever it is. While I was getting that from Clavon Chason, I still haven't had that moment with Tyree where I've said, you know, he's showing flashes of greatness. You know what I mean? Yes, he's had his spots. Yes, he's had his sacks, but there hasn't been one moment where I said, you know, he's flashing first round. Like he's showing me flashes of why we took him as a first round prospect. He hasn't had that moment. And Clavon Chason had multiple times where I saw that from him. So, you know, Tyree, he's a guy I get on. I'm very critical of. I'm rooting for the guy. I'm hoping he proves critics like myself that he was worthy of that 7th pick overall. But your time has run out next season. I don't want no more excuses. I don't want no more concessions. Like I said, you get 2 seasons of concessions, if you want to call it that, to develop. Year 3 is your time. You either show it or you don't. And if you don't, then you know what?
Hey, LR, he was hurt when we picked him, and then he had to recover. So he's just barely getting. He's just getting into his groove. He had the worst surgery that a defensive end can have. This and that. Portecito guy. You know what that means? You know what Portecito means? Who gives a fuck? Poor baby. That's what it means. Poor baby. He's a big motherfucking man. And he should be. If this guy had any kind of athletic ability, he would be. Oh man. He would be dominating the NFL like he was in college. That's the reason why he was the biggest dude in the college game. That's why he was so successful. And he brain fucked our regime, and then we picked him, a hurt guy. That pisses me off even more. That pisses me off more than the Jacobs thing. And I go, God, what? It's just a waste. It's a waste. When we had a guy that just won a Super Bowl and that made it to the Pro Bowl, we got a guy just because he had some. I've seen people do worse. I've seen people do worse than what Carter did. But we have this goody two shoes. We have this goody two shoes reputation that we don't get guys like that because we learned. Well, why in the hell did you get that stupid ass cornerback that's flashing AR-15s everywhere and taking money from bitches and drafting Alex Leatherwood that can't talk? He's a mute. He can't say words or anything like that. And why are you getting dumbass guys? All of a sudden you learn and pass up a dominating player like Carter for a guy like that.
Well, I'm not even comparing him to. I'm comparing him as his own entity.
Can't, but I just got to say Carter's name.
I know. I see what you're doing. But like for me, I'm looking at him as his own entity. As he spent a 7th pick on Tyree. It was 7, right?
Yeah. 7th.
No one is going to sell to me that he's even come close. And I'm not even talking about the high expectation, like we wanted to, like, he was going to be the next Max Crosby out of the gate or the next Khalil Mack out of the gate. You know what I mean? Those are your high bullseye expectations, like what Brock Bowers was able to achieve year 1. You know what I mean? That's the bullseye. Amazing.
That was amazing.
He didn't do that. Okay, but there's got to be a bare minimum level of expectation with a round 1 pick, especially in the top 10. And if you cannot crack a starting job and carve out a starting job on your own merits, not because of injury, by the end of season 2 and by season 3, you're a rotational guy, no one's going to sell to me that that's good enough. Not even close. Exactly. Not even close. So Tyree, please prove me wrong. Like I said, I would rather be wrong about these things that are going to be beneficial for the Raiders. Because if he balls out, then that's another piece we would have on the defensive line. You know what I mean? That's already looking pretty stout on paper. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Hey, AR, I got another guest over here that wants to at least see you for a minute. He got a new show. It's new to me. I don't know how long he's been around, but I appreciate his show. I've been on it a couple of times, and great knowledgeable guy, knows the game, knows how to run a show, and it's very down to earth, and he has a lot of good people on it. And I'm glad he invites me, or I just punk my way onto his show and disagree with everybody. He has great little collabo with Jay Raider and Leo and Chris. There's a bunch of Chris's on his show. But on a Stogies with Gravy show, I want to introduce Jeff, any Raider boosters. How you doing, Jeff? What's up?
What's up, man? What's up, guys? How you doing? What's up, AR?
Hi. Sorry, what's your name? I don't believe I met you.
I don't know. I'm still trying to formulate my question that I was asked last night. I haven't had a chance to answer it yet.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. What did you say that went right over everyone's head?
Yeah. Oh my God, that was brutal.
How are you, Jeff? Yeah.
You guys got a good rapport together on that show, and I didn't see you. I didn't see you on my IG. That finally I was going through it, and I said N-E, but I was looking for Jeff. But
yeah, no, I don't go by that.
So I go, oh man, I lagged on the dude.
I know you have a lot.
I know you have a lot to say, Jeff, and you're real good at it. So welcome to the Stogies with Coach Gravy show. Without the Stogies for right now, but it'll come.
Oh, when you finally do that and I come on with you, I'm gonna have to do it on my phone outside because I can't smoke in the house. So I'll be sitting out on my deck in the back, nice and comfy.
I gotta wait for the doctor's not gonna tell me go ahead and smoke a cigar, but I might.
But you'll know when.
I might squeeze one in. Yeah, but hey, man, great. I'm glad you're on. Well, did you watch the show with a couple of the subjects that we were talking about?
Jim? I didn't know you were going on. I was actually playing a game and then I got off for a minute to go outside for a smoke. And then I'm looking at my phone. I'm like, wow, 7 notifications on my YouTube on my phone. I'm like, oh shit, he's on right now. So then I jumped in on my phone while I was outside. And as soon as I came in the house,
pop-up show, bro. A little pop-up show. Great. Glad AR came on. The perfect person to talk about we think the same, but we're different. Yeah. But Jeff, you know how I am and how I rock with different situations. So hey man, we could do this. You know, I'll talk Raiders all day. And I
know you do.
I mean, we've just met Jeff like in the last month or so, hasn't it? It's been about a month or two, hasn't it, Jeff?
Yeah, about that. I mean, I've only been at this since the start of the season. Basically, I made the YouTube channel in August. Right. You know, I had another YouTube channel that I was doing a complete different thing. It was making military models and everything, and it just wasn't catching. So I'm like, why the hell didn't I think of this sooner by doing Raider content? I mean, when you've been a fan for so long and you know so much about the team and the history, and you know you have your opinion on how the team's going, and I'll tell you what, I started this at the right freaking time. I will say that, based on how the season went, and you know, with everything going on as far as the instability at coaching and you know everything else that's happened with the team ownership, and I mean the content this season is just ridiculous. You know, I don't think I've ever seen a season like this with this much going on. This is the most active season.
But that also tests the mantle of the content creators, like because there's quite a lot of us. There was a noticeable drop off, especially during the season, of guys who were just dropping out because of how the performance of the team, and I get that, but that really, like, I commend everybody who was able to stay the course. And it's easy to talk about the team when they're winning. You know what I mean? It's a lot harder when like we're struggling and when the chips are fully down. Like if you're still doing it week in, week out, like what we were doing, like, you know, there's, I have a lot of respect for that. But I was just saying, like, because we both met you around the same time, Jeff, but like, I don't know if you know this, like, and I don't know why I'm thinking about it now. Maybe it's because it's 4:30 in the morning, but like, I was just thinking, how long have we known each other for now, Gravy? We're going on 3 years, right?
3 years, bro. 3 years.
You mentioned, what was it, 2020? Was it the 2022 season?
Yeah. We were on a draft show. It was with I think it was with the OG in them. We used to get on with OG, or was it Sultan or something? I don't know what it was.
That's going back like that could be 2021. When was the season we went to the playoffs? 2021, 2022?
22.
Right. So that's wow, 4 years.
Oh no, it was 21. It was when Groden left.
Yeah, it was Versace year.
We went 2 years with Versace. We were all pumped up.
Yeah, McDaniels came in 2022. So I mentioned 2021.
Yeah,
like that's 4 years. That's crazy, man.
Oh, the Joe and Lowe channel, that Joe and Lowe, and we got on that one. We used to get on with the other guy in Florida, and the great relationships like that, bro. I cherish. You know, Rafa was on. I was on with I think it was Jeff's show or Jay's show. I don't know which one it was, but Rafa was on there. I was still picking on them. They are like we always do. I don't understand.
That still cracks me up. That time, remember, I was on vacation. We were asked because he's rocking a Death Row T-shirt.
Yeah,
and you asked him name 2 Death Row artists, and I'm just like, please get it right.
You see them typing. You see them typing.
You can see Rafa like start typing. So we're telling him, no, Rafa, don't type. You got to spit. Look at the camera. I don't want to see you looking at no screen. I don't want to see you looking at no phone. Look into the camera and give us 2 death row artists, and then he starts talking about Robert Spillane.
He started talking about we need to get
Robert Spillane,
some other guy, you know, some kind of guy your friend. And he starts stuttering and shit. And I go, Robert, just relax. I'm just playing with you. Bro.
I'm literally banging my head on the table, like you can see it on the footage. I bang my head. I'm like, come on,
we
Rafa.
always do that to Rafa. Hey, Rafa,
and then
Rafa,
he finally gets the question,
yeah.
and then he finally answers what, like Snoop Dogg.
He said Dr. Dre and Eazy-E, and I go, you're wrong. Eazy-E wasn't on death row. And I go, who else? Dr. Dre.
He finally got it right. And I was just like,
yeah, he got it right. After about 30 minutes of he talked for 30 minutes. No one understood what the fuck he said. But please
the guy tries. He tries. I'll give him all the credit.
Hey man, I'll give him that effort. Rafa's a great dude. He's a great dude, and he tries. And then I like that fortitude that he puts into the game, because when he first came in, me and AR know when he first came in, he was all wild. But hey, now. Do grow a little beard, you know. He looking like a grown ass man. He's got a little rough,
hasn't he? So right, yeah.
He started to get the shit together, buying some gear, you know. I check out his shows just to see what the knowledge that he's getting, and I just make fun of him because he's reading shit, and that's cool with me because he doesn't. Right. You got to understand the game. He doesn't understand the game like we do, but he's learning, and I respect that.
It comes from that friendship, like, you know, like it's out of love kind of deal. You know what I mean? Like, you know, when you're fucking with your friends, you know what I'm saying? And at least with Rafa, look, like this is a guy who has like Asperger's or whatever disability it is.
His shows are better than some of the other guys.
It's not easy to get on a YouTube live, let alone if you've got some form of disability. You know what I'm saying? And you know, and there's been shows where Rafa's been called out to his face, and he's had the fortitude to stand up for himself, which is more than I can say for other people.
Tough skin, Rafa.
Rafa's, you know, he gets a bad rap, but I got nothing but love for Rafa. You know what I mean? He tries, and he does well with what he's got. And look, he started as a Raider fan, like in 2019 or 2020, whatever it may be. But look, it doesn't matter where you start as long as you stay the course through thick and thin. You know what I'm saying? You're not just here for the good times. Yep. You're here when times are tough. And he was still, you know, he's one of those guys I said was in the trenches last year, you know, last season, making content week in, week out, even when like nobody was watching him, the poor guy. You know what I mean? He's still there every week doing his thing. So salute to Rafa. I got nothing but love.
And great that he does it in Espanol, bro. He does a football in Espanol, was a gold mine for him. You know what I mean? A lot of people they don't like watching YouTube, and you can talk football and they understand you, because no one else that speak English don't understand what Rafa's saying. But if he speak that shit in Spanish, he'll be badass. He'll be the most knowledgeable football guy. But
I love when you're talking to him and like, you know, you ask him a question about like a particular position or player or whatever, and he'll go left, right, up, down, talk about.
Yeah, you can see it in his glasses. You can see it in his glasses that he's looking at shit.
Talk about like some other life story, and then come back and just talk about something completely different. It's like a roller coaster when you hear up his opinions on shit. It's just
what's good is that Mike G gets on there and said, "Please translate for me." You know, after you get to a big old spout, the big old fucking news article that he read right there, because he plans it. AR, you know, he plans on saying that. He goes, "Oh yeah, let me just get in real quick, but this is what we have to do." That's cool, man. I love when he does that shit. Yeah, but Rafa, you're cool, man. Keep it going.
You're the bomb, right?
Yeah, he got monetized, bro. Dude is monetized. So hey, he got people liking him.
That takes a lot of work. Like I would know. Like, I mean, I only just got monetized like the end of last year, and I've been on this scene for a long time. Like, I'm not saying that to toot my own horn. I'm just bringing up as a point, like, because I mean, I've been in this YouTube game for a while, and it took me a long time, so I know what the effort it takes to get there. You know what I'm saying? So
you deserve it, AR. You deserve it, man.
Yeah,
your show with Joe and Auntie, man, I watch. I get notifications for that. It's been a while since you guys been going on. I dig.
We try. But you know, like life sometimes, you know, it takes people's attention away. And salute to my guys. They're still my closest day ones. Raider Joe and Aunt Six. They're my closest allies, my closest friends. We talk to each other behind the scenes all the time. You know what I mean? Like where other people kind of like have fallen off a little bit. Like, you know, like some relationships build, some relationships fall. We've stayed together strong 4 years now. You know what I mean? And
nice.
Yeah, those are my guys.
We got years in us, AR. We got a lot of years in us, bro. On these crazy panel Discord and all talking all that smack. And you know what?
Crazy,
I say this, bro. I was watching a draft show, and there was a lot of people on that show, bro, that don't interact anymore. You know what I mean? And it was a blessing to see that. And I was like, man, we were all together, but. And it was so
I've done that
wonderful.
too. I've done that.
It was wonderful to see that. And I know people talk and I know people say things out of line, but it shouldn't be that way as far as Raider content. We should be together, one nation, like we all say, bro, you know, and
we should, but sometimes, you know, it's unfortunately
people take advantage of it. The less experience.
It's not just about taking advantage, but it's just like a common or a common passion brings us together, but then people's true natures come out, and that's what separates us.
That's the thing. YouTube gets you. It does. And then you know all the likes and all the hype and that you get from these people that talk to you, it gets in your head. And then that's what, if you could portion that out or forget it or understand it and just speak your game, it'll be great for you. It'll be great for you. But man, AR, you I've seen you on shows when I used to watch and not even be in chats or get on shows with Joe and all them and all these other guys that we had talked about, and it inspired me, bro. You inspired me to do that. I like your enthusiasm. I like your Raiderism, especially with the draft.
I appreciate it.
I could call you up, man. I'd be early or whatever. I could IG you and tell me what was the third round pick back in 2020, man. 2018. You'll tell me right off the bat. So I got
Lynn Bowden, Brian Edwards.
we were talking about that last night when AI was on the show with me last night.
Great at that.
It's like he retains information that I couldn't remember some of that stuff.
Like, right.
You ask him, like in 2015, who was it that caught that touchdown against this one in the fourth quarter to win the game? And we're like, oh, that was so and so. You know, well, who returned that kick? Oh, that was Jacoby Ford. It's like, how the fuck do you remember that shit, man?
You see how fast he said Brian Edwards? You see how fast he said that? And where's Brian Edwards at now?
Yeah.
Is he even in the league anymore?
Third down, best third down receiver that we've ever had. Huh? What was he 2.0? What 2.0 was him? AR.
What, Michael Crabtree 2.0 or whatever?
Or something like that. I really dug Michael Crabtree when he was with the Raiders. I really loved him. But we haven't had a receiver like that. You know, I think we got one. I really like Jacoby. I really like Jacoby, and I expect another 1,000-yard season from him. And I don't know if it was your show last night that one gentleman said Jacoby is a 1 or something like that. Is a 1 receiver, and I kind of got, you know, wanted to push back on it, but.
Was that Jason guy or Asylum?
It might have been. I know it wasn't me because I've never admitted that he was a number 1. He's definitely
number 2 for sure. That was a little bit. That's a big risk to take because I'm surprised the people in the chat said, "Hey man, if it was me that said that, shit."
Yeah, no,
55 people telling me, "Hey man, you're wrong with that. You're wrong with that."
I mean, I was super excited when McDumdum brought him over from New England because I knew what we were getting from living in New England and seeing the Patriots all the time on TV around here and listening to them on sports talk. You know, I knew the type of player we were getting. So I was excited for that because we needed another, you know, top wide receiver like that. Mm-hmm. So I knew we were getting somebody good, and he hasn't disappointed since he's been here, to be honest with you.
Right.
You know, because even when Devontae was still the number 1, you know, not this past season, but the season before, you know, he still put up decent numbers. You know, he took some of the heat off of Devontae. That's what he's supposed to do. You know, and once Devontae left, he stepped up as the number 1, you know, wide receiver for us. You know, so we had no choice because Devontae Adams was gone. You know, so it worked out perfect in that aspect. But he was default number 1 this past season. He's definitely number 2.
I think but there's other receivers that I can mention, but sure hand receiver as much as Jacoby doesn't drop anything. You know what I mean? I think it's Michael Crabtree. Michael Crabtree caught everything, and that mimics Jacoby Myers. I don't even question. I heard Jack Kenna was saying that. Jack Kenna thinks that Jacoby Myers is a Z. The Z is your best receiver. I don't know if he has the positions mixed up, Jeff, but he said we need an X. We need an X. So that tells me that you think Jacoby Myers is a Z, but he's not. I don't think he's an X, and he plays slot too.
I will say, like, when we were talking in regards to Michael Crabtree, like, do you remember when he came over to us? Like, well, even before that, remember during the draft period where a lot of people bring up the whole we took Derek Taylor-Bay instead of taking Michael Crabtree, and I remembered when Michael Crabtree had choice words to say about the Raiders when we drafted DHB and when he went to San Francisco, and I didn't forget that. You know what I mean? He was saying, like, I'm glad I went to the Niners. I could have gone to the Raiders, you know what I mean? And I was like, who the hell with that guy? And then fast forward years later when we did sign him to the team, and I was like, I still haven't forgotten what he said, but hey, he's over to us now. I'll give him a chance. And he turned out to be a very, very good, reliable, great Raider at receiver. Like, I would push back and saying, I personally, I think Amari Cooper at his best, and I want to stress at his best, was better, but that was a problem. Like with Amari Cooper, it was you'd have 2 or 3 games where he would show up and be the greatest wide receiver in the game, and then he would have a stretch of 2 or 3 games. It's like, where the fuck are you? You know what I'm saying?
That's
and that would follow that would follow him even to this day. When he was as a Cowboy and even with the Browns, he would have stretches of games where he would be like, wow, like this guy is like, better than Devontae Adams, like, or whoever was the best in that conversation. And then like 2 or 3 weeks, he just like disappeared and do nada.
I think that Amari Cooper underachieved his whole career, no matter what team he was on. And
it's just consistency.
That was it.
And sustainability was always it was his problem as a Raider, and it followed him everywhere he went. If he just learned how to be a Raider. If he could have just been consistent the way Crabtree was, because Crabtree wasn't as great as Cooper at his best, but he was consistently really good / great, if I'm making sense. And that was a problem with Cooper, that he just couldn't be consistent with it.
I mean, Cooper could have been really something special for us, and it just never materialized to the fullest extent for his ability. I mean, his God-given talent was phenomenal. But we
that game against the Chiefs, 200 yards and 2 or 3 touchdowns.
We never got to see that on a regular basis.
You know what I mean?
It was flashes of it here and there, and like you said, even the other teams he went to, and even like the teams he went to.
I remember, I don't know if it was Jimmy Johnson or it was a respectable coach. I tend to forget when Cooper was drafted. They said that the thing about Cooper is that he disappears in games sometimes, just disappears.
Right, just disappears.
And then that's what, for stretches, and then that's what happened, exactly what happened. He did, his charisma, his mannerisms when he was on the Raiders didn't seem right to me. So I just said, all right, I'll clap to your play that you do or whatever. The dude looked like he was faster than anybody on the football field. He ran routes good, and he just looked late, like he didn't want to be there. He didn't want to be a Raider, so got rid of him. Gruden seemed
at his best, Gravy, at his best. Yeah. Like I said, he was like when Cooper was on his A game, he was making catches, getting up ridiculous numbers, and like I said, I would compare him to any other wide receiver in the game.
I would too.
It was just so disappointing that it was just, it's either up here for 2 or 3 weeks and then
bye. Yeah.
He's gone.
It disappeared, bro. We were like 2 or 3 games. You needed that production all the time. That's what Crabtree did.
That's what Crabtree did. Consistency.
I don't know if Crabtree kind of intimidated him in a way, but hey, I don't give a shit. Crabtree was productive, and And that's what I want now. I'm talking about that team then. AR, to get a team like that was tough. You know how tough that team was, bro. We was in games almost every game, bro. You know, and God, I would just hope that we would get that type of enthusiasm, though, that grit. You know, that overtime game against Kansas City where we threw the ball 4 times, same spot, and Crabtree got him, bro.
Right. Well, that was 2017. That was
how many times did he throw the ball up in the air for a touchdown, man, and they took it away from us? You know what I mean?
2016. That was a magical ride. Like, and it was 2016. Like, when I think about it, it's just like, wow. Like, it was such a surreal feeling for me to go through a season where it's like we're winning week in and week out. Like, what is this? Like, I've never had this before. You know what I mean? Like, the best I've ever had is like we win a game, we lose a game, we win 2, we lose 2. I'd never been a part of like we're winning game after game, but also close games to the death. Like, you know, the last play of the game. Like, how many clutch games did we win that season? You know what I mean? Like, remember Seth Roberts? We're talking about Cooper and Michael Crabtree, but you know, Seth Roberts in the clutch and in the slot. Like, you know, that guy was money when it came to money time. Like, I don't know.
Who's the other one?
It hurts me to think that like I haven't had that feeling since then, and that's 9 years.
You got to figure 2016. That's a ways back, dude. I don't remember that shit. I
definitely feel you. I feel your pain, AR. I mean, like for me, it's been 40-something years since I've seen us win a Super Bowl.
Exactly.
You know, to put it in terms a little bit.
We haven't even seen us win a playoff game, and I'm in a Raider
I know,
fan.
and that's what I'm getting at too.
Years.
It's like I feel bad for these fans that are, you know, been recent fans, like within the last like 15 to 20 years, especially. You know, like our booster clubs now, we just celebrated our 20th anniversary at the start of last season. As a group, we've never been able to get together and watch a playoff game. Yeah, we did go to the playoffs, you know, during the time, but it was still, some of the bars still weren't open fully and everything. And so we still weren't able to go and see the team play as a group. We've not really experienced a playoff game together. You know, and to put even more in perspective, I'm 55. The last time we won a Super Bowl, I was 13 years old. So it's been that freaking long. It's been over 40-something years for me, 42 years plus since I've seen it. I can't wait another 42 years because I ain't going to be here in 42 years. You know,
I can't wait, and I don't want to wait. And I'm saying it, Jeff. I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired of this losing mentality that these new Raider fans that are up and coming. I'm talking about 30 something or whatever. Even if you adapt to it when you're an older guy like we are, then the thing is that you have adapted to this mentality that we're just losers, and you say things and you want players that are just like that. We want to keep shit, and we don't want to. And we get rid of all the things. They're like Charles Woodson. Why can't we have nothing good? Remember when Charles Woodson said that? We get rid of guys that are good, but we hang on to pieces of shit. You know, you're not good, and within 2 years or 3 years, like AR said, bye. If you're doing things that ain't productive, bye. I don't care if you're Max Crosby. I don't give a shit if you're Robert Spillane. If you do shit like that, you're not productive. Nope. Why hang on to you? Let's get a new guy and then do it again. But that guy's got to be better than you. That's what I'm talking about. And then, Jeff and Al, you don't know how much pushback I get on that. And I'm just telling the truth.
Oh, I believe it.
Because it's facts. It's facts. And people yell at me and tell me, well, Patrick Graham did this and that. I have my thing. Like last night, people were telling me, PG this, PG that. And I go, PG's defense and done shit. But he was a 10th ranked defense at one time. I go, so? I don't give a shit. But when you watch the game, tell me this. When you watch the game, right? How many times on 3rd and long, 3rd and short, we ever stop those guys?
Not often, I'll tell you that.
We never do, bro. We never do. 70% of the people that we defended, 67%, if you want to say 7, round it off to the nearest, but almost 60% of the time that the offensive, we had to play defense on third down, no matter if it was 3rd and 25. That's even worse. 3rd and 25, 3rd and 20, 3rd and it doesn't matter if it's 31. We would not stop them. 67% of the time. That's bad, bro. Red zone defense.
Look, I'm a supporter of PG, and look, I'll make it short and sweet because I really got to get going to bed. Like
okay, that's fine.
It's nearly 5 a.m.
I
would love to stick around, but
yeah, thank you. Thank you, AR. Get your point across, man. Let's go.
But shit, my brain's fried. I don't even remember what I was gonna say.
PG, talking about PG.
All right, PG. Look, I for one, I appreciate Patrick Graham. I believe, and I understand you don't, but in my opinion, like from the eye test and just from what I saw, like I feel like Patrick Graham did everything he could with the resources that we had to keep us as best as we could in games, being how deficient the offense was last season. You know what I mean? Like, I get your frustrations, Gravy, and I get anyone's frustrations being that, look, like at the end of the day, we won only 4 games. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But like, I feel like Patrick Graham has done better than like a lot of these other cats that we brought in as defensive coordinators in previous years. You know what I mean? Like, name me one defensive coordinator that's managed to do better than what he did since 2011, 12.
Gus Bradley?
None of these cats. You think Gus Bradley was better?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I mean, that's
a debate for another day. I can respect that you feel that way.
People hate Gus Bradley.
I didn't hate Gus Bradley.
Yeah.
I actually wanted to keep him in the door, being that, and I made that argument when at the end of the season, it's just like, well, we gave Paul Gunther 2 seasons, 3 seasons, and we're only going to give Gus Bradley, who in my opinion was better than anything Paul Gunther was going to produce, 1 season. Like, whatever, that's history. Like, for me personally, that's all I'm saying is that, like, I at least respect Patrick Graham, and I appreciate what he did with the resources we had. But, you know, I hope like it all can pan out this season, not just with the defense, but also the offensive side of the ball, you know, like with the offensive coordinator and the coach, everything. I just want everything to just work it out, please. You know what I'm saying? Long story short, just work it out.
I feel you, man. I feel that.
Fuck, you're asking for a lot now.
No, we ain't.
Just figure it out. Baby, one step at a time. Just figure it out. Anyways, I'm going to get some sleepy sleep. I'm having trouble thinking about what the hell I'm saying. So, Gravy,
thank you very much, AR. I appreciate it, man, for coming on with me.
You. It's always fun. It's always a pleasure. It's been too long, Gravy, sharing the panel with you, and I'm
gonna start. I'm gonna try to be repetitious doing this. I'm trying not to be a large dude. So I have a lot to say, bro. I'm gonna say a lot this offseason. I want to get it popping, and you're more than welcome to come out. I always send it to you. I always send it to you.
Just be you. No one can be you but you. And that's one of the most important things I feel. Like, if you were to give advice to anybody who's doing this, like content creating thing, just be yourself.
Be yourself.
You know what I'm saying? Don't try and be anybody else. Just be you. Nobody can be you but you. And eventually the right people will find you. Anyways, I'm out. Peace, gang.
Keep maxing out, bro. I'll talk to you later. Okay. Thank you.
All right, for sure.
Jeb, me and you, buddy. What you want to argue about? What you want to argue about, man?
I'm not up for arguing.
Man, you had a lot of people on your show. That little OG show you had yesterday.
Yeah, that worked out pretty good. And again, that was just a spur of the moment thing. Nobody was on, so I'm like, fuck it, I'll go on, see what trouble I can get into.
OG show.
Yeah.
Jack Kenna and his bullshit, and then. But Jack Kenna always gives me a hard time. Because Jack's a wonderful dude. He's always great. He always gives me shit. If I'm very knowledgeable about the past, just like AR is. You know, there's guys that, you know, I know about the history of our team. Believe you me, I do. And so do you, Jeff. But those guys are the past, and I'm in right now. You know, I'm a football coach. I got to adapt and adjust to what's going on now. And what I've realized is that we have been good at a very long time, and I'm tired of that shit. I'm tired of it, and I'm gonna speak it. I'm gonna say it. Some people don't do that, but the pushback I get. Sometimes I can convince people. Like I'm trying to convince people right now, Jeff, that Aaron Rodgers will be the remedy of the quarterbacks that we got. And people, I think Jay had a poll and it was 60-40, bro. That's good, right? I think I'll take them odds. I'll take those odds quick. What do you think?
I mean, I've said when you were on with us the other day, and I said it Friday night when we were on, and I continue to say it, is I'm not a big fan of spending money in free agency for a quarterback when you've got a guy that's still on the rookie contract. But I have come kind of to grips with, if he comes cheap, I don't know how much he's looking for, but I would rather pay him, because we got to remember, Pete Carroll's not in a we're going to win eventually mode. He's in a we're going to win now mode. He has to be. He's got 3 years guaranteed. 4th year is a team option. So he's got limited time. So he's not going to be trying to bring in a project. He wants to bring somebody in that's a proven winner as a quarterback, someone that's got a lot of experience. I mean, there's nobody else that's active right now in the league that's got more experience than Aaron Rodgers. He's the oldest one in the league. He's been the most successful one out of the league right now, other than obviously that idiot in Kansas City. So would I take a flyer on him? Yeah, probably. That would probably be the only thing. But what gets me is people give AOC 12 shit about not being mobile. But Aaron Rodgers is not the most mobile quarterback, especially at his age now. He's even slower now. So don't sit there and tell me AOC is not mobile, and then you want to bring in Aaron Rodgers, and you're telling me that he's more mobile than AOC 12. That's where I get the disconnect from people. It's like you're wishy-washy here. You're saying something about one guy, and then you're saying the other guy can do it even at his age and his past health issues. I don't get it. If you're talking experience, without a doubt, AR's got it.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers is the guy. But I don't want to definitely spend money for Sam Donald. No. Absolutely not. That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
But Aaron Rodgers is better than Donald. He's better than I think he's better than Fields. And I think he's better than Kirk Cousins. I wouldn't. And let me tell you this: that Aaron Rodgers is quicker with his feet than Aiden O'Connell at 40 years old, and that's an embarrassment. That's an embarrassment, right? Two quarterbacks didn't add up to the stats that Aaron Rodgers had, and he's only on a 5-win team, Jeff. 5 wins they got, a shitty team, and people could say, "Oh, it was just." The guys were telling me last night that it was just end of game stats and all this stuff. I don't. If we look at the season that they had, it was a shitty offense. They do have 4,000 yards, 28 touchdowns, and 11 picks. We want to keep a guy and start him and give him another chance, Jeff. The guy that has 16 games with 20 touchdowns. Now you tell me, is that impressive to you? 16 games, 20 touchdowns. That's like 1 point something touchdowns a game.
Really?
You're not going to win. You're not going to win unless you run the ball. The thing
that's just it. Unless your running back room is getting, the other 20 touchdowns.
Exactly. That's not good, bro.
But if your running back's only getting 5 touchdowns on top of that 20 passing, that's not a good year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say. Where do you get that AOC is? Let him develop. He had all these coordinators. That's just excuses to me. That's just excuses to me. Okay, let's not make excuses anymore and get a guy that could prove to us that we could do it. But he's the best one in free agency. I would take Stafford, but we got to give up collateral for him, and then we're going to lose to fill holes that we need to get.
And I'm definitely not all. I'm not in favor of trading draft picks to get.
Neither am I. And the thing is that Stafford is wanting to be the highest paid quarterback. He thinks he's that guy. He thinks he's like that. And then they did that. They traded him. Detroit traded him for all these assets. And look at Detroit now. It benefited them later. You know what I mean? It benefited them later. But Stafford came in the first year, boom, won a Super Bowl. So evidently, that's what the Rams needed. You know, they got rid of Goff or whoever the fuck it was. God, yeah, I think it was Goff. But it was to a point to where the point blank, the dude is better than what we have. And if you want to pick a guy later, I'm not down for a number 6 pick quarterback. I'm not down for that. I don't care if he falls down to us. I told you that on your show. I don't care if he falls to 6, but which he probably will, because we pick at 6. So everybody's sliding Shedeur Sanders at 6. Just like we were number 1 pick, he was slotted to be number 1. So if we were 4, he would have been slotted to be number 4. He's gonna fall where we're at. So we go back and get someone different, then I'll be more happy with that, because I know that we would have got a free agent. You know what I mean? And then the free agent, the best free agent out there is Aaron Rodgers. And the thing about Aaron Rodgers too, that he's a way better thrower. You know, we don't need him to throw. The consistency and the impact that Aaron Rodgers, when he throws the football, is 10 times greater than when AOC does. So something happens when Aaron Rodgers throws the football. You see what I mean? His percentage of completion, percentage of big plays happening, Aaron Rodgers has that. Any other of those quarterbacks don't. You know, so I'm looking at that. People, you got to see what I look at. When Aaron Rodgers throws a football, good shit happens more than bad shit happens.
Yeah.
So we could use that. We could take that. I don't give a shit. He's 40 years old. If he starts looking like it, then I made a bad decision. I had a bad take. But what are we gonna do? We're gonna throw AOC out there so he can fuck up more, throw down at people's feet, overthrow deep throws. You know, be inconsistent. He's an accurate thrower, but he holds on to the ball too long because he can't move.
We're going to blow more than 1/3 of our salary cap budget on one guy that isn't the answer either.
Yeah, you know, that's the risk you have to take. But as long as the Raiders are taking a risk and not going to the same old shit, inconsistency and not winning, the dude's 5-5 as a winner.
Yeah, there's only one guy that I would be willing to trade some draft picks for, because number one, it's going to allow you to not have to worry about drafting one early, and that would be for DK Metcalf coming in as our number 1 wide receiver.
Oh yeah,
because you're probably not going to have to give up too much for him. All right. And you'll be able to get him. I don't want to be doing it for when you can get, let's say, Aaron Rodgers as a free agent. I have no idea how much he's going to be looking for. That's the thing. We don't know what his money situation is going to be. You know, that's where it's a little concerning, because if he comes in expecting what in his head he thinks he's worth, but he's technically really not at this stage of his career, you know, he may still want to demand that higher salary based on his past history. You know, you have to kind of take into consideration his last 2 years. One, he played 4 snaps and snapped his Achilles, so that season's a wash. You know, last year he was mediocre. You know, well, not mediocre. I mean, he was
better than what we had.
Better than what we had. Right?
And then he did.
Besides, he was just on a shit bum team, just like our quarterbacks were. They were on a shit bum team.
Besides Donald, you know, which Donald's a career backup right now.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. It's like he
had an amazing offensive
system. He had one good year because the offensive coordinator and the head coach there knew what type of system to put him in to make it work to his benefit and their benefit. But as soon as the pressure was on him, meaning winning that Monday night game for the number 1 seed, blow it. Make it to the playoffs, blow it. You know, this high-flying offense that was on fire all season long only scores 9 points each game in the last 2 games of the season. One a game for playing for the number 1 seed where you get the bye week, and the other one the first round of the playoffs, and you get knocked out. And it's 9 points. I mean, come on.
The real Sam Donald
the game to Arizona. I'm like, you were on the road anyway, so what's the difference? Instead of flying to LA, you flew to Arizona. What's that? Another half-hour flight? Yeah. Don't give me that crap, because that. Look at the Rams. The Rams are the ones that had to really relocate, and look what they did. Did you see the story behind what they did?
Yeah.
They basically converted Arizona, the stadium, and
LA.
everything that they did down there as a team. They converted it to being like in LA. They brought the musical guests in from LA. The team brought all the family down.
That's cool.
They did what they could to get as many fans down there as possible. They catered to the team to make the players feel as much at home as if they were in LA. And guess what? It fucking worked because they won that game handily, and the Vikings looked pathetic. I know you're the road team no matter what, but come on,
you shouldn't have been the road team. You shouldn't have been the road team.
That's playing at home technically, but now they're a few hundred miles away down in Arizona. Come on.
Yeah.
If anybody had to adjust, it was the Rams, and guess what? They did it, and they did it with fashion.
Yeah, better team, better quarterback. The real Sam Darnold popped out. The backup guy, Sam Darnold popped out, and not their defense kind of let him down too, but he was throwing shit everywhere. You know what I mean?
I'm just, what I'm tired of. I'm tired of we'll wait till next year, or let's see what happens next year. I'm tired of those next years. You know what I want to see? I want to see, dude, I can't wait for next year because we were so good this year. We can do it again next year. I want to see the I can't wait for next year, not the let's wait till next year shit. I want to see I can't wait for it.
What you flapping around right there? A taco or something? Or
no, it's
it's a beard comb.
My mustache brush, my comb.
Yeah, I got cones like that, man. That for my business.
I love this thing. It's perfect.
I'll send you one, bro. Send me your address. I'll send you my stuff.
All right.
They have Dwayne been messing with me. He been messing with me about this AOC. I don't know if he's an AOC lover, but I don't see how you can be. AOC, that epitome, Jeff, of an excuse for Aiden O'Connell. Epitome. He had no running game. Never did have a running game. So why didn't we take care of that? Oh, it's not Aiden O'Connell's fault. That's just pumping him up more. Dude, 5-5, 16 games, 20 touchdowns. Not good in the red zone. 12 picks or 11 picks or something like that. And 4 wins. 5-5 as a starter. 500. And we're thinking this dude is a savior, or get him time and all that. Okay, you want to give Aiden O'Connell time, then get somebody where he can sit down, shut the fuck up, and not play and sit there. That's what I think. And if you want a running game, there was their responsibility to give them a running game. They depended on this Zamir White, Madison, and Abdullah, and all this running back by committee bullshit that never worked for the Raiders. It's never. When has the Raiders ever done that? Tell me. Unless you got 2 great running backs, like Garner and Tyrone Wheatley. It was different then. Running game was different. Yeah. And if you're gonna tell me that the dude had one of the best running backs in football, Dwayne, we had that guy. That's why Aaron Rodgers was. That's why. I forgot his name for the Jets, but he's a damn good running back, and he's better than all 3 or 4 of them that are on our team put together. So,
you're talking about the current running back?
The running back for the Jets, the main one. So he helped me on the chat. I got his name, but
isn't it Ball?
Hall, yeah.
Oh, Hall. Yeah.
I had him in fantasy, but I traded him.
Breece Hall.
That was the biggest mistake I did. Yes, he did, but that's just an excuse. I'm tired of excuses.
I've been behind AOC all season, and I've actually, I still push for it. And mainly, I keep pushing for him in the shows that I do with Leo and Jay, and mainly because I know it pisses them off and it gets them worked up. So it adds a little spice to the shows. But I said this a few weeks ago. Once Chip Kelly got hired, I've come to grips that he's not going to be the guy for the team based on Chip Kelly's style offense. But what still gave me a little bit of hope was when he had that interview after he got hired, and he sat there and said that he could work with what's in the building now, and it can adapt the system around whoever he has in the building. So that gave me a little bit of hope that maybe they are seriously considering sticking with AOC 12 and to give him a shot at this. And then when I sit there and say is, Pete Carroll, Chip Kelly, Olsen, these guys are supposed to be, like quarterback whisperers and be able to work with any quarterback no matter what. Then prove it. Prove it to me and prove it to the Raider Nation that you can do it without having to go out and buy an expensive, flashy free agent or waste a 6th overall pick in this draft on a quarterback that may or may not be the answer and definitely will not even touch the field next year. When you can get an immediate impact style player, even if it's on defense, I don't give a shit. You can never have too many players, especially on defense. Defense is our number one unit right now, obviously. That's the strength of this team is our defense. Why would you not want to bolster? Why would you not want to bolster that even more and take a guy like Mason Graham if he's there at number 6? Just look at that front 4 right now. If that was the case, you're talking Max if he's there, Wilkins, Graham, and then whoever you end up on the left side. If it's going to be Kuntz, if it's going to be Chason, or somebody else in free agency, or whatever, that's a pretty formidable front 7. And guess what? At that point, with that kind of pressure coming in from the front 4, you don't need superstar secondary guys. You can have serviceable guys in the secondary that can get the job done. Because first of all, whoever you're playing as quarterback is not going to have free reign to just sit back there and let his offense block all that. How are you going to do that? You're going to go from being able to double team Max Crosby all the time to looking at that front 4 going, okay, what do we do now? We got Wilkins and we got Mason in the middle. We can't double team both of them. That means Max is going to be alone coming in off the edge, and he's going to beat that left tackle all the time for the most part. And now you've got Chason, who's a younger, faster guy. How do you defend this? And then you still got Spillane roaming around in the middle somewhere, and then whoever our other linebacker is going to be, because we all know it's not going to be Diablo. So if it's somebody we pick up a free agent, like they say that kid Vaughn from Philly, let's just say it's him because I know he's a free agent this year, and I would love that.
That'd be great. That'd be a great move.
Imagine him and Spillane rolling around in that mid. I mean, good luck to you. That's what I gotta say. If I'm a fan of the other team, I'd be like, how the hell do you defend against something? Or protect your quarterback for something like that?
I had a lineup like that, Jeff. I had a lineup with my front 4 like that, but I involved Khalil Mack. I inherited Khalil Mack. And I had Adam Butler in there. I mentioned Adam Butler, and we draft Mason Graham. And I said I would even be cool putting sorry-ass Tyree Wilson in the mix and have him get a push. You know what I mean? On some special situations. But if you had that, because I don't think we're going to keep Kuntz and Chason.
No, there's got to be
maybe we can. Maybe we can because Chason's cheaper. But I don't think that. They're mentioning numbers, and I'm not good with checking out people how much they get paid. I'm not with that. But the prediction is everybody's saying is that Kuntz is worth $20 million. That's bullshit to me. He's not. 8 games of production. So. You're in the doghouse for 2 years for some reason. I don't give a shit. The thing about Kuntz is that when he's in there, man, he makes things happen. He causes a sack fumble. He does stuff, but that ain't a $20 million dude. I would rather pay 18-something million to Khalil Mack, that's decorated, instant Hall of Famer as soon as he get out of the league. Consistently 12-something sacks. He didn't have a lot this year, but I think he played like 14 games. And his production suffered a little bit, but so did Max's. Kuntz wasn't even productive at all this season. But I think that a guy like that can come in or any pass rusher, bro. But there's nobody that's decorated more than Khalil Mack is because he's consistently at his age, 32 years old, constantly causing damage in a way that is effective to win football games.
Yeah.
So with that lineup, and you got to keep, you can keep Kuntz and Chase on, but you're in a predicament to where, these guys, we think they're gonna do because they show flashes. You know what you're gonna get with Khalil Mack, and I like them
no
odds
questions
better.
about that at all.
Yeah,
I agree.
I question that when you got two young guys. One has a big chip on his shoulder, the other one will. But now, since you did that to your knee, of not even playing a game, and then you're expecting this money, I go, hey, you're a liability now, bro. So because of your injury, and I've had that surgery, and I believe you have too. It's good 2 years before you're different, before you start
your
doing the
ACL?
thing.
Oh hell yeah! I've had it done
I don't
twice.
care how much you rehab. I don't care how much you eat or how physical your body. Your body is gonna tell you this ain't right. You got something new in your body, and it's gonna affect you in a way. So maybe he could push that out. Maybe he could mentally do it. But mentally is the main thing. And
with an ACL replacement, it's definitely mental, because I had
Yeah.
my surgery back in 2001 in November, and then I had to have it again a second time in April because I fell in the house and I snapped it again. And I'll tell you, to this day, now we're talking 24 years ago when I had this done. When I know there's ice on the ground, I get nervous, and I will walk so far out of my way to not walk over ice or avoid ice patches, because it's still in my head. Because that's how I did it in the first place. I did it at a fire, the town over from where I live. I slipped on the ice walking across the street in my gear, and my whole body went, my foot stayed, and I heard the pop. So it gets in your head, and like people, this goes back to the Minnesota too with JJ McCarthy. Everybody's like, oh, they're not gonna let Sam Darnold walk. Probably not, because you don't know how the kid's coming back from an ACL surgery. When he's out there on the field and he takes that first snap, if you don't think he's going to be a little scared and nervous, you damn well he's going to be, because they're going to take.
He's done it before too. I think he has one before.
Yeah, so
all these
it gets
quarterbacks
in your
got
head,
knee
because
problems.
now you're not going to do the same things you did prior to the surgery, because you know damn well that one wrong move, whether you're wearing a brace or not, because I had a brace on when I snapped it the second time, it's going to go again, or you're going to do some damage to it, because it's just the way it is, and it gets in your head, plain and simple. It's not so much the physical attribute, it's the mental. It's getting over the mental hurdle when it comes to surgery like that. Pretty much with any surgery, really. But your knees, you don't fuck around with your knees, man.
So we got 2 or 3 guys that got ACLs. We got Ebbs, we got Diablo. No, we have Ebbs, and we got Kuntz.
Yeah. Who's the other one?
I think it was those two. But we don't know. We don't really know what the injuries were, but I know that Wilkins was a foot. Max Crosby was a foot. But injuries all around. I think JD was a knee. The JB was a knee.
My big thing with Kuntz is the fact that by the time the season rolls around, we're going to be almost 2 years removed from the last time we saw him physically on the field doing anything. And that's my big issue, is you're talking about a guy that hasn't played in almost 2 full years, and you're going to pay him that kind of money, and you don't even know what you're getting yet. The downside is you got to make those contracts now for something he hasn't even done yet. Like, you haven't seen him in full contact. You haven't seen him in OTAs. Yeah, you can see him at physical therapists working out and everything. You can get the okay from the therapist that he's good to go and everything. But until he's into that physical aspect of it and starts actually doing something in practices where he can physically show you whether he can still do the job or not, you're banking on the fact that, yeah, he's going to be okay, but you still don't know he's going to be okay. Same thing with Max Crosby, in all honesty. The surgery he just had, you won't know until he gets into the physical aspect of OTAs and practices and training camp.
Exactly.
Whether he's still going to be the same Max Crosby he was prior to the injury. So you won't know that. So now you're going to go and extend him possibly and pay him more money so he can get gets his bank or his bag, as people say, to make him happy because of him, complaining. I'm sorry, you're under contract. lay out your contract. You know,
I'm not. Oh, you're talking about Max, right?
Yeah, it just rolled into that.
I'm the same way. I don't know if you heard the discussion I had. That pissed me off. Yes, last night pissed me off because I got riled up, man. Because the dude is pissing me off because he's talking about our team, the low weight, and just if you were so when you were making money, you weren't saying that you gave a shit about losing. You know what I mean? When you were getting this guaranteed money 2 years ago, 3 years, but 2 years ago, when the camera was in your face, you weren't talking shit that we're losing. But now that your guaranteed money is out, you're over here hinting, and I see that, Jeff. People don't see that. I don't know, man. I've always had this sense of reading people and their reaction of what they say and dissect it. And I don't do it in my own way to make it bad or good. I just listen to what you're saying. It sounds like to me like you're bitching about money. That's what it says, basically. And then
you're not wrong.
And then when you sit there and say that on your own podcast and in other shows, you're saying that, but then you have a dinner for CTE and it's Max Crosby Day and all that. So, I want to be a Raider. I want to do that. I question that in your mind because you ain't getting paid the way you were before. It's not guaranteed. And just shut up, man. I just want the dude to shut up and just go to work and produce because last year you were hurt. Your production was bad. And there's 10 other defensive ends that are better than you that are out there and probably more. And you think in your mind that you are the best. You're the best for the Raiders in my book. You know, I don't think you're the face of that defense. You shouldn't be. I think Robert Spillane is. I think he should be. But you're going to tell me that if if you're going to get paid all this money, you're not Myles Garrett type situation guy. You're not, Michael Parsons type guy. You're not athletic like that. You're not. There's a plenty of them. The Williams kid from the Texans, the kid from Detroit that got hurt, the two that they have in Bengals for the Bengals. There's another one. There's one in Jacksonville that's better than you. Just produce and don't have an off year where you're hurt. And then I question, you're getting hurt, your production is down, and then you're bitching over money. So it's just all bad to me. It's just, I just see something. And then you're talking about, I don't know where my future's at for the Raiders. That's you saying that. The Raiders has never said that. The Raiders has never said that. They offered you a 5-year contract. And if you wanted guaranteed money, you just should have signed a 3-year deal, guaranteed. 90-something million guaranteed. You just should have got that. Not a 5-year deal when you knew that you were going to, in the 3rd year, bitch about money. You knew you were going to do that because those smart people that are your agents and your advisors are saying that all you can do is bitch and the Raiders will pay you. But you had an unproductive year. And then you were bitching about it at first. You have your own podcast where you talk about the Raiders. And now you're bitching about losing. You weren't saying that when you had $97 million in your pocket.
Well, here's my take on that, right? So you sit down with your agent, you sit down with the Raiders, and you hash out the contract. So let's say it's for 5 years. So when you sign that contract, you're agreeing to be paid X amount of dollars to play for the Las Vegas Raiders for this amount each season. You sign that contract. You agreed to accept that pay for that many years. Yeah, they gave you money guaranteed up front, but you knew at that point that the back end of that contract wasn't going to be guaranteed. You were going to get 2 years at this dollar amount for these 2 years. You agreed to that. You signed that contract. It's a legally binding contract between the organization and yourself. So if you didn't think that you were going to be paid enough to play those 2 years with that dollar amount, then you should have either asked for more money each year, or like you just said, take a shorter contract so that all 3 years are guaranteed. And at the end, midway through year 3, you start negotiating for your next set of contract with the team instead of waiting until the money runs out. And then, like you said, stop complaining about it. I love Max. I think he's a great player. I don't want to lose him. I don't want to see him go. But like you just said, he had a off production year. He didn't play to his normal ability. He still played well, obviously. He's never led the league in sacks since he's been here, correct? If I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Right. So he always leads in quarterback pressures. I'm sorry, but quarterback pressures are great, but you needed to lean towards reducing turnovers that way, sacks that way. That stops the play dead. Pressures don't do anything other than make the quarterback scramble, and we see it with Mahomes all the time. You put pressure on him, guess what? He moves out of that pocket and he just makes it happen. There's just something about the guy where he just makes it happen. So the pressure is great, but it doesn't turn out to be a positive for us. It ends up being a negative, which plays into what you say about Patrick Graham, how on third down we can't stop anybody. Perfect example. He might get pressures 90% of the time on third downs and get in a quarterback's face, but guess what? The quarterback's making something of it, and they still got a first down.
I don't need you to pressure the quarterback on third and long. I need you to sack the motherfucker. Get there and sack him, and then you have a problem with that. You have a problem with that, and we see, we don't enlighten the things that Max doesn't do well. He over pursues. He gets, Jay. You're
too fast for his own good. That's the problem.
His motor's great. That's something, but sometimes it's bad for him. And I say it all the time is that I dig Max Crosby. I dig him, but he just needs to be quiet, and you'll get your money, bro. You'll get your money. You deserve it. But I'm not going to sit here and listen to you imbalance my team that I love and thinking that you all this high and mighty when there's another you out there somewhere that we could get. You know what I mean? And we could trade you and we could get more picks and getting somebody out. And we could swap.
Like Sal just said, the Raiders hold the ball in their court. Max needs to play out his contract, if not trade him. I mean, what else do you do? So if you come right out and say to him, listen, we're not going to extend your contract right now. We're not going to renegotiate your contract, in other words, to get you guaranteed money. This is what we're paying you. This is what you agreed to. Raiders have they got everything in their court, just like you said. They're 100% correct if that's what they tell him. So now it comes down to they put the ball back in Max's court by saying you either play for what we already agreed to, that you agreed to, you play for that dollar amount, or you don't show up. We're gonna fine you for not showing up because you're reneging on your contract that you agreed to, or we try and trade you away. So those are your options. Do we want to lose a play like that by having him sit and not play and fine him? No, because that's just a negative thing on the whole team and on the player. And it would hurt his reputation. I don't want to have that happen because it'll hurt his reputation, and it's in his mind, it's going to hurt him trying to get with another team too, because he's going to start looking at, coming off like he's a problem child, and that's the last thing you want in the NFL. You get labeled that, you're screwed. And as good as you are, as good as you can be, as good as Max is, that would kill him.
And the way fans are is that we admire these. I don't know if I say admire, but we're fanatic over certain players. And Max Crosby,
fans fall in love with them. Fans fall in love with players.
But he deserves that. He deserves that because he's productive. He's productive big time for us, and he's the guy that is on our defense. But when we say that we want a Myles Garrett alongside Max Crosby, to me, Myles is way better than Max Crosby, because
I won't deny that. I'll agree.
Because Myles Garrett has Defensive Player of the Year honors, I think consecutively or twice or something like that.
It was twice.
He's always in a Pro Bowl.
I think he won it twice.
Max is always in the Pro Bowl, All Pro. Okay, and he's borderline. He says, "I want to be great. I want to be the defensive player," but that's not you right now. So Myles Garrett will have a better season than you if he came to the Raiders. I know that for a fact. And they could have triple team Miles. It'll be a good combination. Yeah, I would love to have that. We'd be dominant right there. But
Max and Myles Garrett.
I got Myles Garrett. We ain't getting no Mason Graham. We ain't getting even somebody close to that. Probably not going to pick. Myles Garrett to me is a number one pick guy. Maybe first and second. Maybe first, second, third. Because he's a defensive player of the year. Just like Mac. Getting Mac at 32 years old would be just as good as paying Max Crosby. To me, because the production's always been there. He misses games, but those dudes get hurt. And I understand that Max Crosby got hurt, but we won 2 games without the dude, Jeff. And our defense played better. Those last 5 games of the season, we played better. Our defense played better. I give it up to those backups. I give it up to those young guys that are out there. I was saying last night, I didn't even know some of these cats' names. I didn't know some of them.
Oh yeah.
I don't know who in the hell is that playing in the secondary right there. That guy did a good play,
It was a carousel of players last year because of injury and the lack of depth. I mean, so you were right. You were seeing players out there going, "Who the hell was that guy?" I remember that name. Yeah, definitely. What about this? What about getting in touch with Cleveland and trade them straight up, one player for player? Even if we're going to throw in like a second round pick or one of our thirds.
I think the Raiders will go ape shit, but I would be happy.
I would be ecstatic because I think that's an upgrade, to be honest with you.
It is.
I think it's a wicked upgrade. And then you know what? You still can go out in free agency and get your Khalil Mack if you want to get him that bad. Now you got Garrett and Mack on the opposite side of each other. And you can still get Graham.
And we know that Myles Garrett is not the oldest dude. He's not old. You know what I mean? His impact at a highest level of the game is he did young. And he was a player of the year last year defensively. So that's better than what we got in Max. But I expect Max to be that type guy. But when you're acting like a bitch crying about money, then I'm not gonna say that Myles Garrett ain't doing the same thing. I don't give a shit about Myles Garrett. He's not on my team. But sending a letter out and saying you want to be traded is very disrespectful for a team that gave you hundreds of millions of dollars to produce for your team. That's disrespectful. So they're kind of the same guy. He's just a better player. Yeah. I don't like that. It's just me. But players will tell you, dog, get your money, dog. Get your money, dog. Whatever. And we're from the old school, Jeff, and I don't think that back in the day, Al Davis would take shit like that. Al Davis would have traded you. Since we want to go back all the way, Al Davis is this and that. And I'm not like, hey, once a Raider, always a Raider shit. That stuff to me is gone. That's how I feel. That shit is gone. And then the commitment to excellence is gone. Where's that at?
No, there's no excellence now.
It died with Al Davis, bro. Al Davis been dead for a while now, and all the bullshit that he put us through is affecting what we're doing now. Yeah. Now, maybe we have a change. I love Al Davis. I remember Al Davis, the young Al Davis, was making great decisions, but he fucked us. He fucked us for at least 10 years when he was senile, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't know I know I'm not the only one saying that, but I give much love and respect.
His last 10 years were a little rough.
I give him much respect for him, but getting guys like Darius Hayward Bay, just like AR said, shit like that, you know what I mean? It was bullshit, you know what I mean? So
if Al was still alive and in charge of the team right now, as soon as Max started, first of all, I don't think Max would have done that, to be honest with you, because I think he would have known where he stood with Al.
Oh, nowadays?
Look what he did with Marcus Allen. Marcus Allen was the player that he was, and look how easily he shipped him off to KC. Al has no problem getting rid of players if he deems them to be a threat to him and to the organization. No one would, and this was Al's thing also. No one's above the shield. It's about the team, not about the player. You know, he had no problem getting rid of guys if they were going to be deemed a problem. And if he was here now and Max was trying to pull this, guess what? This wouldn't even be a discussion, because you know damn well as soon as free agency opened up or whatever, he would have been gone. He would have been working to trade him away without a doubt.
Yeah. And
he would have made a smart move too, because he wasn't. He would take a legit trade, like none of these like stupid ass trades like you see. You know, he would have taken something that would have helped the team. You know,
he would finesse. He would finesse teams. He would finesse teams and say, "Hey, you give me a number 1 pick next year, there'll be a sorry ass team," and he would ship Max Crosby to fucking Cleveland or Carolina or something like that, or the Titans or something. He would say, "Hey, all right, I'll give you Max Crosby. Give me 2 1s, or give me a 1 and a 2 next year. This year, do it." That's brilliant. That's the Al Davis I remember. But all this stupid shit that he was doing before getting Randy Moss, or one of our best linebackers, he probably would have been one of our best linebackers in that system when he had a good defensive coordinator. That would have been who'd he trade? Morrison or something like who'd he? Morrison from Moss or something like that. I was happy that we got Randy Moss, because Randy Moss is my best receiver ever. But that was just a bad move to me. Randy Moss didn't want to be a Raider. He never wanted to. We didn't have a quarterback.
You saw him quit on numerous, and he did that with other teams too. For some reason, though, nobody really picked that up. Nobody really dug into it. Nobody made a deal of it on the other teams he was on, when he would dog plays and just not go to his full, 100%. And he said it himself. He goes, "If I know the play's not going my way, why the hell am I running full speed down the field?" Well, that's part of what you're supposed to do. That's your job. This is a job. You might not think it's a job. It's a game, but you're being paid an extraordinary amount of money to go out there and do what you're doing. That's your job.
You know who I think is like that now?
Who?
Davante Adams. To the T, exactly like that. Don't want to block on running plays, and then you wonder why you're on team by team by team now. You wonder why. It ain't just a quarterback because he don't like me. You don't want to throw to me and shit like that. That's just an excuse for wide receivers. But you don't block now. You have to in this age of NFL. You have to.
Yeah. I get him being disgruntled when McDaniels pretty much threw Carr out the window. Because that was the whole reason he came here, was so he could
one of his best seasons that year.
Be in Las Vegas, play with his best friend again, his college quarterback, reignite that, because everybody was excited for that, because we thought great things were going to happen going forward, because now we've got finally one of the greatest to play the game at wide receiver in the league. The current number 1 wide receiver at the time when it happened, nobody was better than him at that moment. Coming to us. And then a season later, he's gone. So that bothered Davante. It's like I never would have come here if I knew this was going to happen. So I don't blame him for wanting to get out of here after that, because what the hell is he staying here for? I'm surprised he didn't actually try and go to New Orleans, but New Orleans was cap strapped. They
can't do shit. They can't do shit.
They wouldn't have been able to bring him. So his best option was to go get with his former quarterback in Green Bay, go to New York and stink even worse there with a shitty team too. That's why it would have been nice to see the Jets go forward and make the playoffs. So we would have gotten we would have gotten a 2nd round draft pick, and it would have been a little bit different for us. But I didn't want to see him succeed with the Jets either. That's why I was kind of glad that the Jets still sucked even once he got there.
That's like exactly what you said. I lost respect. 2
games in a row, the head coach get fired.
I had respect for Davante. We had Fresno State. I had respect for him when he played at Green Bay, and I had respect for him when he was a Raider. The only time I disrespect that I didn't like what Davante was doing is when he started talking shit on the Raiders, just like what Max is doing right now. And then I don't know if people see that, but I don't know if he watched the rush, but the dude constantly would say, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know, this, or he gets on other shows and says, it's up in the air. Like he is deciding his future for the team, but he has no say in it because you got 2 years left on the Raiders. Don't even have to talk to you about an extension. No. So why are you mouthing off? You want it to come? Okay, they could talk to you, but they don't have to. There ain't no. They're probably. Hey, this is somebody that we need to sign. He's unhappy, but it doesn't sound like Max Crosby is unhappy. It's just he's bitching because he was hurt, he was unproductive, and he don't want people saying that. That he was unproductive. He was hurt. Now you want all this big dough, right? And you're talking about it on social media that everybody watches. And when people like me or you or anybody talk about it, we're so in love with the dude, he can't do no wrong. So, and we say, pay the guy defensive player of the year money, and he's not even 10 players close to that, and you could look at all kinds of different graphs or of defensive end players. Max Crosby's maybe on a 10, maybe 11, 10. We think that Max Crosby is a defensive player of the year type. And I understand that. He's a damn good football player. But shut your mouth, get to work, and play. Take that boot off and play. Let's go. Instead of saying whoop-de-whoop, the Raiders. Quit talking about my team and make my team win, because you've been losing this whole time you've been on the Raiders. You've been losing.
Yep.
And so if you're that good of a player, where is your impact? Where is your impact? But all you're saying is that I would think about my future if AP don't get hired. Didn't he say that, Jeff? I'll be questioning my future if AP don't get. You vouch for that dude.
Yeah, and then when it goes later in the season, you're like, I can't take this.
It didn't pan out, and now you're saying I can't take this. I don't know what's up. And then you go, and then you say I went to go check Pete Carroll out. Like he didn't know what the type of coach Pete Carroll was.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm going to go check out the press conference and see what's up. Dude, you're on yourself. You think you're this. You think you're that. You want people to see you and ask you questions so you can say the same shit. But you don't know that the coach said, hey, Max, tell your boys to get shit ready because it's coming. He told him that, and I'm glad Pete Carroll told him that because AP wouldn't. Because AP catered to this dude, and he's used to that. He's used to that shit. So he's like,
AP was trying to be friends to everybody in the locker room.
That's not how you do things, yeah.
Yeah, from what I saw and how he reacted and how the players reacted to him, it was like he was trying to be their best friend. That doesn't work in an environment like that. They themselves were calling him AP. He's coach. You call him coach, plain and simple.
Ain't none of them guys gonna call. Ain't none of them guys gonna say, "Hey, Pete, what you think?"
No,
they don't gonna say that. I know for damn sure.
On that locker room calling Pete Carroll Pete, then you're out of your fucking tree because the guy has earned that right to be called the coach. You owe him that respect. Just like in any other type of organization. Whether it's police department, fire department, whatever. As soon as your officer walks into the room or your chief, you call them by their rank. Mm-hmm. You don't, even if you're best friends with the guy out of work and you've known him since you were kids, guess what? When you're at work, it's by his rank, and when you're in the locker room, it's by the rank of those coaches. You call them coach regardless. I don't care if they're your best friend, outside of the stadium. But when you're there, guess what? They're boss over you, whether you like it or not. Plain and simple. And I agree with Dixon too.
That's why I brought that up. That's why I brought that up, bro.
Just shut up and play. I'm sorry. You're getting paid all that money to play a goddamn game.
Look at this.
Just like any sport.
You ever had those?
Yeah, I don't like them.
You don't like them?
I
So
can't
I'm gonna
do
cheer
them.
you up, man. I'm gonna have a non-alcoholic beer for you because I feel like having a taste of beer in my body.
I haven't even had that since I quit 4 years ago. So
They got good Corona ones too. They got good Corona ones too. So
when I go out, like when I'm at the bar watching the game with the club members and everything, I just do ginger ale and cranberry. And I want to go. So it looks like I'm drinking a mixed drink, because there's people in the club that don't know what went on, and I don't want to have to explain it every time. If I'm sitting there drinking water or whatever, they're like, "Oh, you're not drinking." Nope. Guess what? Now you can't even tell whether I am or not, and I'm not. But I don't want to have to explain. Because people always ask too. When it first started, I'm like, screw this. I'm just going to drink this, and it looks like because that's what I used to do. It used to be Tito's and cranberry or Tito's and lemonade. So.
Oh, you was the drinker,
yeah.
Tito.
Yeah.
Tito, I'm proud of my sobriety for 10 years, and
congrats, that's awesome.
I didn't do no chip or no classes. I just cold turkey.
I didn't do that either.
They told me what my condition was, and they said, "Man, you about to die." So I go, "All right." It
was for me too.
All right, can I still smoke cigars though? You know what I mean? And he said, "No, I don't want you doing that." But I still, it wasn't it did. Cigars didn't affect me like the cirrhosis did, but it was different as far as I'm proud of the sobriety. I take it seriously. I don't even drink mouthwash with alcohol in it. I don't take medicines with alcohol in it, toothpaste, anything that does. I don't use hand sanitizer with alcohol in it because I think it'll affect my sobriety. And I'm proud of that. And that's just me. I don't know how this subject ended up. Oh, I showed the beer. You guys don't think I'm an asshole, but this is a Heineken Zero beer. My brother got me into this. Because we used to be the damage out in Fresno when we used to drink together, my friends and stuff. So he bought me these, and I gotta like it too. They got Corona ones that are real nice too. So yeah, I'm a little thirsty.
Oh, you know what? I never thought of that. It didn't even dawn on me about that. About the alcohol and hand sanitizer.
They got a couple of them. There is alcohol in some. Back when COVID was going on, they was using Tito's. They were using Tito's and shit like that to make hand sanitizer. That was the main ingredient, Tito's. Remember that back in the day of COVID?
Yeah.
Shit, I just washed my hands real good and use soap, bro. I need no sign. I just stayed home. That's all I did. I just stayed home, and I never got this shit until 5 years. As soon as I got out of transplant, I ended up getting fucking COVID. Because your immune system gets so low. But
congrats, SoCal.
Anyway, yeah, SoCal got a comment.
Yeah,
Carol, let Mags know exactly what was about to go down. Yeah, I mentioned that just a little while ago.
No, not that one. Further down, a couple down after that one.
Congrats to you both. Oh, okay. Thank you, bro. I've been sold 15 years. Great job, man.
Yeah, great job. It's not easy.
That takes a lot of work, bro. It takes a lot of work, a lot of willpower.
It does, but when you're given the ultimatum of whether you're gonna,
you're gonna die.
Keep going, you're not gonna be here.
You're gonna die.
That's like I'm gonna stop. I got no choice.
I don't know if you want it out there, Jeb, but
a couple weeks ago I kind of broke it all down in the show. Something happened in the channel. I forgot what it was, and I said something, and then I just, for the first time publicly, saying, what I went through.
I was on that show, I believe,
yeah.
and I apologize about.
What's up, Chris?
But if it's a hey, Chris for Raider, I don't know, got him on IG. I supposed to send him my IG. I can't do it now, Chris, but much love to have you on. Or if you could send it to Chris if he got time, maybe he can jump on. If he wants to, as long as he has it. I put it out to all the people that were on my fantasy and holler squad. If you're watching this show and you wanna look at it, I have an IG account with Holler Squad. It's my fantasy guy. There's about like 9-10 guys on there. I put on RaiderNationLive and a couple other people that personally like AR was one of them and things like that. So Chris, you want to talk some knowledge on the Stogies and Gravy show, man? Hook it up. I'm gonna keep Jeff no long. You got a show today, Jeff?
No, I don't usually do it on
You're just
Mondays.
chilling with me, huh? I'll be out for a little bit. I'll go for a long time if you like. But the ladies gonna come home, man. And then today's dinner. We get dinner early. I have to eat dinner early.
Yeah.
I can't let it process in my body for a long time, so it needs to come out.
Well, my problem is with eating. It's I eat and I fall asleep most of the time. I just can't stay awake.
That'll happen, bro. That'll happen.
Oh, it happens every day. This past couple of weeks it's just been progressively worse, and it's fucking painful. Not painful, but it's.
It messes you up because you're thinking you're losing time and you can't get stuff done. But
or you go lay down because you take a nap. Chris, check your Instagram. I sent you the link.
Oh yeah.
You're a little tired. You go sit on the couch, and next thing you know, you put the recliner up, and 3 hours later, you wake up, and it's like, holy shit. Don't
get comfortable when you got liver disease. That's the thing that you do. Don't get comfortable if you got liver disease. But it all pan out, and I hope it does for you, Jeff. But
me too.
You just gotta stay in there and stay positive mentally. You can beat that mentally. And what I used to do is just not sleep. And sometimes you can't help it, but it's good to get that rest in the middle because your body needs that too. Want to welcome first time on the Stogies with Gravy show and non-alcoholic beer show is what up, Chris? How you doing, man?
What's up, Chris?
What's up, Gravy? Welcome
to the game plan, bro. I didn't expect all this love, but I thought
Gravy, I got much love for you, man. Griff, I got a lot of love for you, brother.
Thank you. I need to send you my IG. You told me to. I forgot, bro.
That's fine. It's slow season, man. Just hey, I heard the Rare signed Paulo out. Paulo.
Yeah, they signed him today.
Yeah.
Step in the right direction.
Good contract too. If you think about it, I mean, they got him for 2 years for $8.4 million. I'll take that.
How much is it? How much you say you got signed for?
2 years for 8.5.
5, yeah. Like 9 million. You say 9, just 9 million.
Not fully disclosed, but that's what they're reporting is the possibility of what it is.
Good for him, bro.
He's the idyllic D-back that Pete Carroll loves. Big and hits. So
and he's a ball hawk. Like how many times did he knock the ball out of someone's hands this past season?
Pao Mao is the only dude that I like, besides the Sun God. You know who the Sun God is, right? I'm on Ross St. Brown. Only USC's guy I like. Me and Gabe always go at it. He's a big time USC guy. Look, I'll give it up to Gabe with Amon Ra and Pao Mao. I'll give it up to him because I dig the way Pao Mao played. Dude was a free agent, worked his ass off to get on the starting. He should be starting to where I'm at the point to where I don't care we keep Hobbs or not. I think Pao Mao could take that position. I think Pao Mao could take Ebb's position. If Pao Mao even smidgets gets better, I think he could take Maury's position.
Yeah, only thing he lacking is his coverage skills. He's not a good quality cover guy. He probably can cover the tight ends better than anybody on the team. But when he gets in that box, you look out.
I think he can cover the tight end. Good.
But
that's why I'm saying Hobbs. That's why I'm saying Hobbs, Chris, because if he would he's a big kid, tall kid, fast.
Yeah.
Hobbs isn't that, and Hobbs gets hurt a lot. You never hear Pao Mao getting hurt. He's young, but I think about the same age as Hobbs. But Hobbs is more physical. Hobbs is very, very physical. That'd be the reason why he gets hurt. And Hobbs is always hitting big dudes. He's hitting dudes twice his size.
Hobbs play like a mini linebacker. He plays style of a linebacker. And
so does Palmao.
Like he's not built like
I like Palmao. I'll tell you what, I like any of the Samoan players sometimes because some of those Samoan players are I mean, they're good. I mean, look at what's his name, Mailata. Oh my god.
I don't even talk about. I can't think of his name.
From Tampa Bay, right?
What's his name?
His fucking name.
You gotta look it up.
What'd you say, Jeff? I'm sorry.
I said I like Palmao. I love the kid. I like any of those Samoan players.
Well,
they're tough. They're gritty. They're nasty. Was it Jordan Mailata? Is that the one? I
think so.
He's from Australia.
Bloodline. Palmao. He comes with a great bloodline for someone.
Well, he's related to Troy.
Yeah, the bloodline.
Yeah. So. What's up, Billy?
Hey, Billy.
Billy been saying what's up. Billy been saying what's up to argue with me last night too. I think.
Billy don't argue.
But man, I had a lot of people tripping on what I was saying last night because I brought out the Aaron Rodgers thing. I brought out the Max, how I feel about that. And we had a big old debate that Jonte's better than McFadden. I don't know where in the hell Gabe got that notion, but to me, even AR said it shouldn't even been brought up. But we need a running back. But if we get a running back like McFadden and don't get hurt, shit, I'll take it all day. I don't care what.
McFadden was good if he didn't get hurt all the goddamn time. But
But he did things. He did things for the Raiders that I haven't seen yet. Jacobs is a banger. Yards after the game. McFadden was just gone, and no one caught his ass. Wow. To say that this rookie is better than McFadden. My boy Gabe.
I was listening when he said
must have been on some good shit.
I'm like, absolutely not.
No.
Yeah.
Way undervaluing McFadden. McFadden was. I love the kid. I unfortunately he had injury issues. What are you gonna do? I mean, the kid was awesome. He is nowhere near in the same league as Gente. I'm sorry.
No, because if McFadden breaks outside, when he breaks, he had the long strides. You want to catch
that kick,
and he kept him with his feet. You can't catch him.
Yeah,
no way.
That kick like a racehorse, bro. You know what I mean? They're just gone. I remember that, man. I said, wow. That was the last jersey I bought was a Josh Jacobs 28, and then the one before that was I put it 20. Away with 20. I don't got a Max Crosby. I don't got I got Tim Brown. I got Jack Tatum. I got 4 Jack Tatum jerseys. My Derek Carr jerseys got stolen. Thank God.
That happened to me. Because I had a Wheatley jersey, man. I love me Tyrone Wheatley. I had me a Wheatley jersey.
Oh, did you? Nah, I never got one of those.
The ex-wife needs some drug money, so she took it to the pawn shop. So
yeah. That happens. But she must have not got much for a Tyrone Wheatley. I dig Tyrone Wheatley, but I wonder how much he got
It was his second year. When he was doing good. So I had to get one. So it wasn't. I don't know how much it's worth, but
I would have rather got a Gardner jersey.
I was a Tyrone Wheatley guy because it was big and powerful.
That was our Thunder and Lightning right there. Everybody has a Thunder and Lightning. Tyrone Wheatley and Garner was the original Thunder and Lightning. I think it was. What was the original Thunder and Lightning that we remember back in the day? We got we OGs right here.
We had
what before McFadden and
before see the Raiders think that Tyrone Wheatley and Charlie Garner was the Thunder and Lightning.
Yeah,
our Thunder. What was the original trivia for the chat? What's the original Thunder and Lightning? Before
Mark Van Egan and what's his name? Oh man, I gotta go back in history.
Bob Hubbard? No.
So it was that speed back they had. He didn't play as much, but Mark Van Egan was the original Thunder. You can tackle that boy for nothing. You can hit him bounce right off.
Yeah.
As soon as you say the name, I'm gonna be like, God damn it.
It's like way back when. You
Was it Brandon Jacobs and Dave Meggett? No, Dave Meggett.
He's talking about original.
You're talking on our team, though, right?
Nah, the total, the NFL.
NFL. Oh,
the first, the Thunder and Lightning, because we all say this is Thunder and Lightning, and for every team team has a Thunder, the best Thunder and Lightning that we remember.
Geez, great. I can't remember if it was a tall.
I don't even remember either.
It can't be Josh Jacobs and Bradshaw, right?
Nah, because before Josh Jacobs and who?
No, the other Jake, not Josh.
Brandon Jacobs.
Brandon Jacobs from the Giants and Bradshaw.
Jacobs
was a big bastard. I mean, he was
not Dave Meggett.
Was a running back.
I think it got Bradshaw was there, but Meggett was better.
Oh, that's a good guess by Pigs.
Yeah, Leonard White. Yeah, he's from USC. Leonard White and Chris Johnson. But that's the Pete Girl gonna bring in. He's gonna bring in Thunder and Lightning. He's gonna get a big bag and a little bag. So that's what he's gonna do. All these free agents talk about getting the guys. I think Jeff like Najee Harris.
So smoke.
I don't think Najee Harris is gonna fit.
I moved on from Najee Harris now.
Okay.
I didn't realize that what's his name? Mason from the 49ers was a free agent. I never looked that far down on the list.
You didn't look. You didn't find. You don't think Aaron Jones is better than Mason?
I mean, he could.
Andre James.
Again, it's this. It's the money.
He's
going to want. You could get
Aaron Jones. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you could get Mason Graham from 49ers a hell of a lot cheaper, and I think he's a good running back. Filled in beautifully for CMC last season. I had him on my fantasy team. That's the only reason I know about him. How good.
Well, he ended up getting hurt too.
I made sure to watch him more.
He ended up getting hurt too, though, Jeff, with a big injury.
Yeah, at the end of the season, unfortunately, yeah.
But there's free agents out there, man. You got Najee. You have Najee. You have Aaron Jones. You have Montgomery from Detroit. You also got my buddy, my man Gabe. He said that James Conner is a free agent from Arizona, and I think that would be perfect fit for the Raiders right there. I think perfectly, James Conner. Tough.
Well, we're not getting Montgomery. You know that
from Arizona.
From Arizona, he's a free agent.
Detroit's going to sign Montgomery again.
This year?
That's what Gabe was telling me. I really haven't looked into it. I don't know if it's bullshit or not, but usually Gabe's right. And if he is, he was looking at it right there. He was looking at his phone saying, these are the running backs. Because we were in that debate about Genty and McFadden, and then we got on the running back issue. We started talking about it. It was that, man, we need to get this. If he's not a free agent. I got to ask him about it. Oh, he'll come out here. He'll say.
He's a free agent in 2027.
No, he's not a free agent.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he will be in 2027.
You have to trade for him to get him. And
yeah,
trade for running back is not conducive.
Okay, well, I'll take that back. I'll tell Gabe was wrong, not me.
I mean,
I don't know where he got that from.
2027. Listen to this set of running backs. Holy crap. You ready for this one? Free agent running backs in 2027 will be Jonathan Taylor, Barkley, Alvin Kamara, James Conner, Joe Mixon, DeAndre Swift, Tony Pollard, Miles Sanders, Singletary, Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs, Charbonnet from Seattle. Let's see, does any Chase Brown?
Oh, they're all good guys.
That's an unbelievable free agent running back class. Holy crap.
Well, hopefully by then we don't need a top free agent running back, so when we drafted and everything else will be good.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Think about this. In 2027, we're talking, 2 years away now from right now? So 2 years from this free agency we're in right now. Where are we going to be at that point? If we're on the cusp of a Super Bowl run, because we did so well in 2026 season, and you think somebody like a DeAndre Swift, who's going to be at the time 30, or Jonathan Taylor, who also will be 30, that can come in and give you that extra oomph at running back. I mean, Kamara especially. So Kamara will be 32 with his ability to catch the ball out of the backfield and adds that whole new dimension to your offense.
Come on, man.
God.
The disrespect for Luby, bro. He can catch balls out of the backfield, remember? The disrespect. How could you compare
Bobby?
Luby, for that? I'm just joking with you.
I know you're joking. I'm like, there's no way he's serious right now.
He's up and coming, bro. You guys still gotta have faith. You gotta have that faith in fumbleitis that he has.
Yeah, but I mean that's the problem. He fumbled that time, and they took him out of the game, and the kid never really saw the field again except for on special teams.
I don't blame him.
He
fumbled twice. 2 carries, 2 fumbles.
Talk about killing a kid's confidence, though. It's like, give him another shot. What did he have to lose this season? That's what kills me. What did you have to lose?
I don't have any compassion for a dude that does that.
Gravy. He came from a D2 school that don't play D2 small schools. He didn't come from an SEC or a Big Ten or anything like that. He comes to the NFL right away and gets popped by these men. He wasn't used to that hit. You can tell he was getting cracked. So give him a chance to develop. Give him another year. Special teams.
Not at running back. We did that already. We did that with the other guy.
Who?
And how do we feel about him now?
Sincere McCord?
He's not. I'm tired of waiting on him too. He popped for like 300 yards or for 2 games or 3 games. And hey, he should do that because we've been waiting on this dude to be good for 2 years. We held on to you. That's our problem, Chris, that we hold on to these. We held on to that offensive lineman that was 6'9", 3 something. And then he goes out there in preseason, his footwork, it looked like he had 2 left feet. He didn't know what the hell he was doing, man.
Because he was a big boy. That's why we hang on.
6'9", 390 pounds. He's a big fat ass with no footwork. That's what he was. You want to hang on to a guy.
You talking about Dalton Wagner?
Yeah. Watch out. He's coming. Watch out, Sincere McCormick with a bum knee now. 2 bum knees. The second time he fucked his knee up.
I'm good with the McCormick experiment now.
Yeah.
I've been done with that.
He looked good, but then wait a minute. If you can't stay on the field, why are we keeping you? So
if he would have made it to the end of the season without being injured, and because he was only getting better the 3 games he was out there, he improved every single game. He would have finished on a high note, obviously, by the end of the season.
Yeah.
It would have given you a little bit more confidence going into the next year that, hey, maybe we did find something here. I'm not saying he's going to be a definite number 1 going into next year, but it puts a little bit extra, specialty in the running back room, I guess you could say. You get rid of the other bums, like White, gone. Madison, gone. Sorry. See ya.
I think they're gonna.
We saw 1 year, right? Madison, he did a 1-year contract.
Madison's a free agent.
Yeah, he's a free agent.
I would keep Abdullah around, and then
that's the only one out of that running back room currently right now that I would keep.
Definitely.
I don't think they're gonna get rid of Zamir White, but
I think that's
we'll just have to hold on to him for a little bit. Maybe he'd be a good gunner or special teams. He's better at taking pictures of himself and lifting weights and taking movies of that, and then he's running through. Maybe he should concentrate more at practice and going through the line and your vision, or do something like that, because your vision is coachable, but it's hard to me. There's things you can do. There's things that you could do, but it's kind of like God-given how your vision. Vision is a reaction as far as running backs are concerned.
But Greg, it's not only the vision; it's his cut speed. He might can see it, but he can't get fast enough to get to that hole.
He can't plan. He can't plan and move.
He can't like stop and go. Once he gets momentum going, he's gone.
Yeah, that could be corrected, but I'm not going to wait for you to get that with your inaptness to see the hole open up. Yeah.
I wish AR was still here because you want to get him worked up.
Oh yeah, we did that already. We did that the first hour he got jumped on because when I started my live,
Zamir White, bring up the fact that hey, maybe we can make him a fullback. Oh,
no, we talk about
fireworks. Oh, my God, he snaps on that.
Dude,
somebody said it in one of my shows that he was on with me, and he just lost it. And then it came up the other night when he was on with us too. And he snapped again. Couldn't have planned it any better.
He cannot block.
And then he's terrible at pass protection. So it's just I feel for the guy, but I'm not gonna stop talking shit about him until he's gone. I'm telling you that.
Yeah.
You know, he wasn't a high pick, and we as a nation, you know, really fondled this guy and thinking that he could be a Josh Jacob type guy when he wasn't even close to doing it.
Like Leo said, we got catfished by Zamir White because you know he put on a good show at the end of the 2023 season and completely different player when the start of 2024 hit. So I'm just glad they were seriously considering going for Shedeur Sanders. I think Shedeur Sanders is the best quarterback out there.
Who? You said that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not.
805's in
we got to talk about this, bro. Let's talk about
805.
Let's talk about this.
No. 805's in the chat. Stop.
805 said that.
No, I said that because 805's in the chat and he can't stand Shedeur. So I figured
neither can I.
I'm not buying that.
Neither can I.
He keeps telling Leo all the time that you don't want Shedeur Sanders, and he gives him reasons why.
You know,
I don't.
And the dude, he's not even going to be in the combine, bro. He's not going to throw in the combine. And
I mean, come on.
I don't know why, bro. You need to, because you're not all that. You're not all that, bro. And I don't know how to explain it.
Sanders thought
the
Raiders had the number 1, number 2 pick before they won some stupid games. He thought Raiders would pick one automatically, so he feel like, I don't need to do all this. But you don't know that his draft stock is dropping.
When it starts dropping, he's gonna say, man, maybe I should have worked.
Go to Columbine. Do you want to go to a good team or get a high pick? Because with the rate you're going, you might end up going in the second round.
I mean, he's
going to the combine. He's going to the combine.
Yeah, he's going to be there for the interviews.
And that ain't going to be nothing. That ain't going to be worth a shit. That ain't going to be worth a shit because his dad is going to tell him what these guys are all about. The scouts know all about you. It's not. You're not going to tell them anything new. No. You know what I mean? They know you since you was 1 year old, since you were popped out of your mom's shit. To right now, they know everything about you. So if you're gonna say
we knew everything about Damon Arnett, but that didn't work out too well.
That was just you had incompetence, drafting incompetence. You know what I mean? Yeah. That whole shit was incompetent. But let me tell you this, Jeff. He's not going to the combine, and people are saying, "Oh well, it's worthless and all that." This is, to me, the combine is very important, and as far as I'm concerned, and I coach football, and you can really dial in on the way any player that you want. We're gonna, if you know you're gonna be top 3 pick, and you could side deal things. You know, if Shedeur Sanders knows when he's going, I don't have to throw for nobody else. You know, I'm going to get picked top 3, top 2, or whatever. If you know that, then I understand. Yeah. And you don't have to be out there just to satisfy me. But if you're iffy, like people are saying, a lot of people are saying this quarterback in the quarterbacks in these drafts would be second round picks in last year's draft.
Oh, hell yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
second, third
so
round
we're
picks.
saying that Bo Nix, Penix, and all these other guys are significantly better than what we have out there right now, right? So they're not participating in something and just think it's a joke to be around. The reason why these guys are so scared of the combine, because it's with NFL coaches. It's not structured like it is going to Colorado. Colorado, you're throwing to your homeboy. Yeah. You got a rapport with them. And the coach is going to give 45 to 30. It's structured by them. It's what you want. It's what you want. They're going to tell you, throw it right here, throw it right there. NFL coaches, the people that you're going to work with are going to be there telling, do this, do that. Here it is. Here it is. They tell you one time, if you don't get it, then you're going to fuck up. They leave that option up to you. So this dude obviously don't. If he knows he's going to be a number three pick, then don't listen to me. But maybe he's inconsistent on some things that he knows that the coaches are going to do to him, and he's not good at it. What if they find out you got a weenie on? What if they find out that you can't really do a cone drill? What if they find out that you can't throw that out that's NFL throw or a seam or be accurate, the ball's wobbly, it don't come out right. They find out something wrong with you, and then you fall. But why not suck it up and go out there and show what you got? If you think you're that good, go out there and do it. And I don't care if the people say, well, there's just the tights Olympics or football's on tights and all that. Okay. Look, I don't want to see 345-pound men with their fucking peepees hanging out, fucking running to 40. I don't need to see that. But if you're a wide receiver, if you're a corner,
take it easy on us fat guys.
If you're running back, you need to be participating in the combine so people can see and judge you. Unless you're a number one pick, number two, don't listen to me if that happens. But I think you need to be out there. I think because you're gonna wear the same shit. You tell me the difference of dudes in the combine, and then they have their pro day. They're wearing the same tights. They're wearing the same t-shirts. They're wearing the same shit. So all the big dude, the what do they say? The skiing Olympics or tight NFL or something like that. They wear the same shit on the pro days. So you can't tell me that it's different. It's the same. It's just structured by the college. You get what you want when you go to college, and everything's gonna be right. You're gonna be amazing. You're gonna be throwing the throws that you like. NFL coaches are gonna make you uncomfortable. That's their mission, is to make you uncomfortable and see how the decisions you make on the fly and see if you could do them. And if you can't, they're going to know about it. They're going to know about it, and then you're going to fall, and you're going to get butthurt and cry to your dad. Why didn't they pick me number one? I'm losing money. I did that.
Yeah. On top of that, you go to combine, like you said, compare that to your pro day. You're throwing to different receivers, different tight ends, and different block sets. So that's something you got to be used to, because we're gonna team. You might have different receivers every year. You might have different tight ends every year. You might have different blocking every year. So they want to see, can you adapt to that?
Yep.
If you can't, then you're not good to us, because
the way I look at this too, especially because Cam Ward's probably not going to do it either. He hasn't come out and said anything yet that I'm aware of. I know that Shador's come out and said it, or his camp has said that he's not going to throw at the scouting combine. Here's my take on this. You got to go back and look at his last game was a bowl game, and he got destroyed in it. Okay. Had a horrible game. That's the last notice or the last vision you have on video of you playing, because you didn't play in the East-West Shrine Bowl that you were invited to for the seniors. You didn't play in the Senior Bowl. You went to the practices for the East-West Shrine game. You were there. You were on the sideline during the game. You never participated. So you can't even use that, in to judge him also. And now you've got the combine coming up. He's not going to partake in the passing. He's going to do a pro day, just like you both said. It's structured for him by his coaches at that school, with his own players that he's familiar with, instead of having to force him to adapt to the guys that are there participating in the combine also, like tight ends and wide receivers running these routes for him, and him putting his own physical attributes on display. It should be mandatory. If you want to be drafted, you have to go to the combine, plain and simple. No questions asked.
Yeah,
a lot of this is about.
Did Jaden Daniels participate?
It's not hard to do that because they only invite certain players to the combine. They don't invite every college guy to the combine. So I see your point, but that'd be kind of hard. But if you're in the top,
all right. So so you can't do that. But
if you estimate it in the top 3 rounds to go in top 3 rounds, yeah, you have to come. If you're like,
yeah, but where do you cut that? Where do you cut the line at?
Top. If you projected to go on top,
because what if there's a guy that's touted to go, projected to finish in the the top of the early in the 4th round, but he does a pro day and all of a sudden his numbers shoot up and he really would have fallen into the 3rd round. Now he can't go. You know what I'm saying? It's like you got to have a cutoff somewhere, I guess. So that would make it difficult. So okay, that wouldn't work.
I get what you're saying, but they can't invite every college player to come back because that thing be going on for 2 months.
God, yeah, that'd be a month-long process. It's just. I get what you're saying. I don't get why. I think a lot of it too is to protect the NIL shit too. Which is part of the reason probably why Ward didn't play the second half of the bowl game. Why Shador didn't go out there and play in that senior game, the East-West Shrine game. Because it's the NIL money he's still getting. It's the potential to get possibly injured prior to, but that's the chance you got to take. You could get injured walking from your car to the training facility. Jesus Christ. What are you going to live in a fucking bubble? You got to take a chance just in life. What are you going to do?
Jeff, I think once you declare for the draft, you got to declare for the draft. And he's a senior. Yeah. He's a senior. So once his eligibility, you got a certain date when your eligibility, I think it's the last game you play. So once your eligibility is up, you no longer get NIL money.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, I was going to say that too.
Then it comes down to. Then it comes down to not getting injured in these off-season programs. Like,
the NIL expires when, like you said, eligibility goes down, and then that's it. Then you draft, they no longer a college player. Once you play for the draft, then they say you're no longer a college player. So the NFL does not really deal with it.
And pertaining to that NIL is gonna. If you guys don't see it yet, please look. That is really, really messing up the NFL. It's going to, because you're going to see players that get rich in college and then they go give a shit when they're in the pro.
Because they've already made their money. They're going to make more money.
Not the same. The money.
They're making more money from the NIL than they're going to make with their rookie contract.
Just like Shador Sanders. I'm pretty sure that's going to be around about $13-14 million of your number 1 pick right off the bat, and then a signing bonus, and then this and that, and you sign for, you're going to do something. I don't know if Jaden Daniels participated in the combine.
I don't remember.
If he did, then it was a good move, but I'm pretty sure that he thought that he was going to be top 1-2 player.
I don't think he did. He was there in the meetings, but I don't know if he actually threw.
And I think Caleb did the same thing.
Caleb, they were there, but they didn't participate.
It's just an exception to me because Shador Sanders is not those guys.
Look, don't get me wrong. I like the NFL. I thought college players should be able to make money because back in our day, the college players couldn't get a job at McDonald's while they're playing football, making billions of dollars for their school. But there should be a limit on how much they can make while they're playing in the college ranks.
There is a limit. However deep someone's pocket is,
how much they can get.
That's what I mean. That's the limit. It's however much someone can make. Can give to them.
I'll tell you this: that if the Shador Sanders is going to go to a team, and he's going to have probably 3rd, 4th round picks, say, "Hey man, can you give me a loan?" Right off the jump, he ain't even got paid yet. He ain't got paid yet. He gonna have to. If he goes to the Raiders, he's going to have to pay some money to get that little sorry-ass number 2 from one of our kickers, I think, or something like that.
Carlson.
And if he goes to the Raiders, he deserves that fucking number 2. I'll tell you that. Because in my book, that's the way it's going to be. I think it's going to be a big mistake if we get Shador Sanders.
I do too.
If Shador Sanders falls, don't be surprised. that he does fall because he's not participating. People, he's not a winner. He won games, but in big games, he didn't do nothing. He was an HBCU quarterback for Jackson State. All this hype at Jackson State, didn't win the championship there twice. Get big up to the season, but that you can't say no matter if it's a black college or it's a regular FBS school, you can't tell me that the HB schools have better competition than the FBS schools.
No, they don't.
You know, it's different. He went to Colorado. Yes, he had a successful season, but when it mattered and when he was expected to win a game, the big games, the competition that was there, that was in front of him, he had problems with. Yeah, he had problems with BYU, big problems against BYU, big problems against Kansas. You know,
Penn State played them played them
Kansas
too, right?
State,
whooped his butt, yeah.
And we have this all feel sorry for Boo Boo movement. You know, we just people were saying tank for Shadir Sanders. Tank.
Yeah, I remember that.
The Raiders for Shadir Sanders. I was like, I can't believe this, what I'm hearing about. Wait, we're that gullible. The Raider Nation is that gullible that we would think that this guy is all hype. He's one of the best quarterbacks and one of the weakest quarterback drafts in 10 years. In 10 years, in my book. Last year's quarterbacks were amazing. These guys they deserve that, and they're good. I wasn't a big Knicks guy. I wasn't a big Penix guy, but I tell you right now that they are better coming out of college than these guys are. In my book.
You know, like we were just talking about Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams. One of them didn't participate, or did they both not?
I don't know. That's what I want to say.
Either way, they did enough in their college year
to
show you how good they're going to be. These two right now need to still show how good they can be, because they're both sitting out all this shit and not going to participate when you really need to. Like Shador, if you really want to go early in this draft and not be embarrassed and fall to number 10 or 10 pick or beyond in the first round, then you need to go and participate in this and show everything you can in the draft, not in your goddamn pro day. Screw the pro day. You know, you need to do something in the combine. You need to show up and participate in that and be a part of it to keep your draft stock up. You know, first of all, I have a horrible feeling that if he's there at number 6, we're going to pull a stupid move and take him.
I think so too.
I guarantee
and we're going to pass. And we're going to pass on the player.
If he falls down to number 6, the Raiders going to take him.
Unfortunately, you're right.
I just had that good feeling that if he falls down to number 6, they will take him.
You know, am I going to be pissed? Yeah, I'm going to be pissed. Am I going to be bitchy and shitty about it all season? No, I'm going to have to deal with it. You know, but I will tell you this, he eventually better turn into what everybody thinks he's supposed to be, because if he doesn't, and he's a complete Jamarcus Russell type bust, you're not going to hear the end of it from me, because I've told you so for months now that he's not the guy. Just like everybody keeps telling me AOC 12 is not the guy. Well, guess what? I don't think Shador Sanders is the guy. I'm sorry. I think
Shador Sanders is better than AOC, but I don't think. I mean, what good is that?
I don't think he's number 6 overall pick is good.
Nah. He's number 6 because we're projected to pick,
and that's why.
Yes.
Yeah.
If we
exactly why.
Just like when we were number 1, he was the number 1 pick.
Whatever draft position we were in at any given week after how the week ended.
And check this out, Chris. Check this out. This guy is so high and mighty and confident in himself, right? He was writing down, thank God, every time he lost a game.
Every time we lost, yeah.
Every time, thank God. But when we won them 2 games, where was he at?
He didn't say nothing.
And then after that, we dropped down to 6. You don't hear shit about the Raiders no more on his pages. I got the dude on Twitter. He don't say shit about the Raiders no more.
No.
So I don't respond back to him because I don't want him to block me because I want to dictate his future. I want to dictate. I want to be able to listen to his future, and see how it's going, and not bitch at him about it. So I don't want him to block me because I got a couple of buddies that they're Shador Sanders fans. Go, why come you ain't talking about the Raiders now? Whatever. Yeah, and then one of them. He responded to one of them and he said they have to move up to get me. That's how confident this dude is about his. That's great. But professional people just got you stuck to a team that needs a quarterback. Not that you're ready and that you're gonna start. Everybody's saying let him sit. He needs to develop. I'm hearing people saying that the dude is the best pro-rated quarterback, ready to go. Right? You hearing that? Pro ready. Even over Cam, even over Dart, even over all these people. He's pro ready. But the Raiders and our dumbass, we want to sit the dude, but he's pro ready. Make that make sense to me.
Yeah.
There's people in the chat saying, well, just let him sit. Just let him sit. He's pro ready.
Dwayne Thomas, you got to elaborate your question or your post. I don't get it. You don't get to take credit if he knocked the guy, but then sit there and talk about you going to be quiet when you find out that he is the guy that don't even make no sense. I'm sorry, bro, but that post don't make no sense.
Well, we know Dwayne's a Shador Sanders fan, but
I don't get what he's getting at. And Jay just always goes at him, just Raiders baby Jay. He always goes at it with me about Shador Sanders. I don't understand what you mean by that. It's different. Well, what's different, Jay? What I'm saying is if he turns out to be, that's who we pick, and he turns out to be a complete bust, I'm going to sit here and say, I told you he was not the guy. I'm admitting that he's not the guy, and I've said it for months now. If he turns out to be a superstar and takes us to then you know what? I will gladly admit I was wrong. Everybody else was right.
I do that all the time, bro. But I'm hardly ever wrong. Maybe like once or twice I've been wrong.
Comment,
and 3.5 years I've been in content creation. But I'm not gonna sit here and admire a dude when professionals and professional people are saying that this guy is number 6 pick because the Raiders are there. That doesn't sound very, antagonizing. I mean, it doesn't feel. I don't have any hope in that. And he's pro ready. He's pro ready, and we want to sit the dude.
I got a question to ask you guys. I'm looking at the drafts, the quarterbacks. Right now, I'm seeing this over. Like, wait a minute. I want to say something. Why are we not talking about the other guys? I mean, everybody talking about Shador, Cam Ward, now Jackson Dart. There are there are like 34 quarterbacks that can be drafted in this draft. 34 in this coming draft.
Well, I'll tell you right now.
You're not talking about none of them but these 3 guys.
What up, Lo?
Because none of them are all that great. This quarterback draft is weak. I'm sorry.
It's very weak.
It's a weak ass draft.
Yeah,
that's why
it's weak. It's weak. Okay, I get that. But if they're gonna talk about sitting a guy for a year, they got so many quarterbacks. Okay, let them sit for a year. That's what I'm curious about. They only talking about these 3 quarterbacks. AOC wasn't mentioned. I didn't know Conley didn't play for Purdue until the Raiders drafted in round 4. So let them sit for a year. Draft one of these other quarterbacks. Let them sit for a year, like you said, like they say. Now you said,
but you're going to look at it this way too. Last year was a super needy quarterback draft, which means a bazillion teams needed quarterbacks last year. That's not the problem this year. There's not many quarterback needy teams this year. It's very select. So the names being thrown out there are going to be a lot smaller in quantity because there's less teams that need quarterbacks. There's at the front end of the draft, there's 3 right there between the Browns, the Jets, the Giants, the Titans. I mean, us. There's 5 teams out of the first 6 picks right there that need quarterbacks. Patriots are the only ones that don't need a quarterback because they got a decent rookie from last year in Drake May. I mean, the kid's good, so they don't have to worry about a quarterback. The other 5 picks do. So two of those guys are going to go in the first 6 picks. So they're both going to be gone. Ward and Sanders are going to be gone.
Well, I'll be right back, guys. Give me like 20 seconds. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah.
The point I'm making is this. Okay. Let's not take a chance on getting somebody at pick 6. Fine. Like I said, if like Brady said, I want quarterback city here. They got so many quarterbacks. I'm looking at some of these stats. They got some nice quarterbacks there. They're not like the championship team and all that, the big guys. But these quarterbacks, looking at some are pretty decent. Like that guy from Arizona State, Jeff Sims. He did a pretty decent job, I thought. But nobody's talking about him. They're gonna rank number 30. So what? If they're falling number 6, they're gonna probably more or less take them. But me personally, if they do, they do. They don't. If they don't, get one of the defense back. Get Graham, like you said, or get that big boy receiver. He won't be there. But then you got so many quarterbacks. You can take. I would take 2 running backs, 2 quarterbacks, little lay rounds.
Oh, I definitely would take the 2 running backs without a doubt. There's too many not to, and there's going to be a ton left over at the end of the draft that aren't going to go drafted.
Right.
You're gonna get them up as undrafted free agents. I mean, there's going to be plenty of them.
I would draft one of these quarterbacks in the top 15 later in rounds or UDFA, because we still don't know what Carter Bradley can do. We haven't even seen the guy since preseason.
Yeah, I mean, that quarterback room is Minshew. I don't know what he's going to probably get let go. I can't see why we would keep him in the first place at this point. Granted, I know I've heard people say that he's out of the quarterbacks on this roster, he's the one that's most likely to run an RPO. Blah blah blah. Whatever. He's still a bum. I don't want nothing to do with the guy.
No.
Ritter, see you later. Sorry. Cool story when you came over, but no, thank you.
Jeff and Chris, you know what I think I messed up the most doing is when we got Chip Kelly and all this stuff. I think that I over talked about the RPO game as far as the NFL is concerned. I think that you don't need a quarterback that can run RPOs. You just need a quarterback that can move a little bit and get that transaction to make it look like you're doing something different than what it is. And that could be anybody, but it's not AOC, the guy that we think that can do it. Minshew can, but the dude's injured, and I don't know if he's gonna stick around. But there are guys, I'm sure that Sam Bradford could do it. Sam Donald could do it. I'm sure that Aaron Rodgers could do it because they move, and it's not that he's just sitting there. He just stands there. Aaron Rodgers can move. So
in our conference, the whole conference, the AFC conference, how many teams run the RPO in our conference? Not just the division. How many teams in the conference run the RPOs?
I know that San Diego does. San Diego does. Basically, all of them have a page or 2 in it of it because they have the quarterbacks that can do it. We didn't. We don't.
I know one team that definitely runs their RPO. That's the Bills.
Well, the Bills have and what do they have, Chris? They have a quarterback that can do that. They have their quarterback, which is probably they should step off a little bit. They have a quarterback that they design plays for this cat to run.
Yeah.
They're going to end up damaging or getting their quarterback hurt by doing that. But that kid's a special kid. I would die. I would give up my left nutsack to go get a guy like that, on our team. And he was there when the draft came around for us to pick.
But see, so I watched Buffalo, blah blah, Colorado.
Buffalo runs an RPO game somewhat, but
Sanders. He didn't run that much.
Oh yeah, he has design plays that they.
But no, he ran backwards more than ran forward.
Who?
You know,
Allen?
Yeah.
No.
You know, Leo's been a huge supporter of Shador for God knows how long now.
Who? Leo? Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So him and I go back and forth. Yeah, we go back and forth between Leo, myself, and Jay. Like those two both want Shador in the worst way. I think they would both probably French kiss their mothers in order to get Shador Sanders. That's how much they love Shador Sanders.
Why?
All right.
Wow.
What tape are you watching? What tape are you watching? Give me a game.
So Leo sends me a video earlier today of O'Connell because he knows how much I've been in O'Connell's corner. He goes, "This is the quarterback you want, a mobile quarterback." And he shows me and he sends me the one of him taking the snap and then immediately falling backwards. I said, "Why are you sending this?" I said, "He got stepped on. He got stepped on by a big fat offensive lineman and he fell back." I've seen multiple Pro Bowl quarterbacks do that and nobody busts their chops. It happens. You get stepped on, you're going to fall backwards because you can't get your foot out from underneath a 300+ pound offensive lineman. So it's like, why are you showing me this video and calling him not mobile? He got stepped on. That's the most ridiculous thing. I'm like, are you shitting me? Oh, Jay, what's he saying? No,
Jay said he said the same thing. He said Leo said him the same thing. So it's going around. I wish he would have sent me shit like that because I would have responded crazy to him.
I saw that. I responded back to him. I said, "You sent me a video of him getting stepped on." I said, "How's that mobile? Or how are you saying he's not mobile? What the fuck?"
Oh, AOC? Or Shadir?
It was AOC falling.
Shadir Sanders is not. He doesn't run around to get yards. He runs around for people to get open for him.
He runs around to avoid getting sacked. That's
to avoid getting, and he was the quarterback that got sacked most in the NFL.
Yeah,
I mean, in the college.
Yeah.
Look that up. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. He tries to be Mahomes, and try to set up defenses to where the cornerbacks need to cover for a long time, and that's how Mahomes gets you. Mahomes gets you in that way.
I gotta admit though, when he does run around and getting open, he does throw the guys open. So that's one factor he has. He does throw them open
because it's hard to cover a guy for 6 seconds, Chris. Any quarterback that runs around for 5-6 seconds is going to have a wide open receiver, and he was throwing to one of the best athletes in football.
Especially running around because the D-backs and the linebackers have to be aware, like, is he coming out or is he staying back there? So, yeah, I understand that, yeah.
They lose them.
Yeah.
They lose them. Just like a quarterback needs to get rid of the ball within 3 to 4 seconds, the DBs can't cover you for 5 to 6 seconds or 4 seconds. It's hard. Because they lose track.
All I need to know is I look at the bowl game that he played in. Negative 36 yards. You're not going to tell me he got sacked for that many negative yards. That's ridiculous. He got sacked because he was trying to outrun them and move around and hold on to the ball instead of throwing it out of bounds. Well, why are you hanging on to the ball that long where you end up in the game with negative 36 yards?
That's his thing. That's his thing.
That's
what I mean. That's something that would need to be fixed immediately if you come to the NFL. You're not
going to do that in the pros, bro, because those defensive tackles, those nose guards will get you.
Oh, my God. Seriously. He won't survive. You can't hang on to the ball like that in the NFL, especially. There's absolutely no way. Absolutely.
Exactly.
But yet he's mobile and he's the guy we want at quarterback at number 6, who's not going to play in 2025, possibly not until 2026, unless there's some sort of an emergency initiative coming up season.
He's pro ready, bro. He's pro ready. Come on now.
Yeah.
Wait, who says that, Gravy? I don't hear anybody say he's pro ready.
Everybody.
I heard Ken Warren's pro ready, but I never heard about Shadir being pro ready.
Everybody says, dude, when it comes to the Shaft or the other knuckleheads that praise everybody that's on his job. Just about everybody is on his job because they want him to do well because they probably know Dion And that's all they got besides NFL play. But when they realize that somebody made a mistake in picking him, that they're gonna change up and say, "Oh, he wasn't ready. He's this." They're gonna start finding out all his flaws that he's scared to do at the combine, because you're gonna figure out his flaws in the combine or in his pro day. But it ain't gonna happen on his pro day because it's gotta be structured the way to make him look good. And combine, it ain't up to what you do. It's what the coaches are gonna tell you to do. And they tell you once. If you can't get it, red flag already. He doesn't understand instructions. So that's bad. You know, you can listen to your daddy, or you can listen to your offensive coordinator. Your daddy's gonna be there probably right by. Dion has any access he wants to any football field ever.
Dion can go any damn where he pleases.
I'm telling you this.
NFL. Because the NFL, you go anywhere besides the owners' meeting. But yeah, he's gonna be there.
The kid is a good talent. He has great pedigree. I'm not knocking him down. I just don't want him on my team because I don't want the same shit to happen again. Because I know if we get Shedeur Sanders, the whole fucking Raider Nation is gonna fall in love with this guy, and I just don't want to get let down again. And surprise me.
They're gonna have high expectations as soon as they get the first game. They'll have high expectation. As soon as he shit the bed in the first, if he starts, the shit the bed in the first 3 games where he threw multiple picks, get sacked multiple times, can't drive the ball, then we're gonna hate him. And then
we're gonna blame the offensive line first of all.
They should go right back to what we always do. Pick Shedeur. Then we pick him like he should. Why did we pick him? You know, it's like
someone last night on the show I was on I ran last night in the chat said, but just think of the number 2. How many number 2 jerseys we're going to sell when we draft Shedeur? I thought AR was going to climb through the internet wires and choke this person. I forgot who it was, but he's like, "Are you effing kidding me?" He goes, "If you're worried, if your biggest thing is about us selling jerseys, get the F out of here. I want wins. I want competitive team. I don't care about selling jerseys." Are you shitting me? It's true. Yeah, we're going to sell a shit ton of number, whatever jersey number he's going to have. We're going to sell a shit ton of them. Or if it's number 2, people are just going to take their old Jamarcus Russell jerseys and put a new nameplate on it and save money.
Yeah,
you know, this is what you're thinking of? Is Jeff, how many jerseys we're going to sell? Money. Get the fuck out of here.
We don't get that money. We don't see a dime of that money. So what the joke?
I saw that. I was like, "Are you shitting me?"
Yeah, that's bad. If they're saying that in their content, then hey, they ain't got nothing to talk about. Jeff.
No, it was somebody in the chat. It was just somebody in the chat saying it last night. I forget who it was.
But this is the thing. Like, if Shedeur Sanders is, we don't know what these guys were thinking. We don't know what they're doing. But I'm sure there's plenty of these quarterbacks that are in that TB12.
Better than that.
TB12 camp, and Shedeur Sanders wasn't the only one that was at that camp, and there was other players there, but we're gonna be successful. All we are as a nation is that we're real successful as overrating guys because we love them. We fall in love. This guy hasn't thrown an NFL pass, and we're so stuck on him right now. There's a bunch of us, probably more than not. All of us are stuck in the ass of Shedeur Sanders. And I don't know why, because he didn't prove anything to me when he was playing in college. He was just hyped up.
No,
if he was a Shedeur Johnson, Shedeur Smith, or anything like that, the quarterback from Colorado, nobody would even give a shit about this dude. No one would even. The only reason why is because he's Deion Sanders' son, and Deion Sanders did a great job of pumping his kids up. That's fine with me. Being a father is exceptional. Deion's doing what he's supposed to do. But when you really look at it in a football aspect, Shedeur Sanders is average at best of being an elite quarterback in the NFL. The Raider fans just assume and hope and wish that he's going to be great for the Raiders, but he doesn't show any of those aspects in my view. He's not Jaden Daniels. He's not even Caleb Williams. He's not even a Bo Nix. So if we're falling in love with this guy's tape, look at his tape, this and that. It's against bitch-ass competition, and when he played quality competition, he got blown out. He got blown out. You didn't see that from LSU and Jaden Daniels. You didn't see that with Caleb.
No.
Caleb won games for him.
He played my other take on Alabama and Georgia and all them teams, man. He did what he could. He might have lost, but he played against tough, damn near pro teams in college. That's what he did.
Caleb Williams was the best quarterback in the draft, as far as I'm concerned. He deserved to be the number one pick. But he didn't show it because he went to a bad team. Flux.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly.
Coach got fired at the beginning of the season. Offensive coordinator got fired. A dude like that with that talent, I'll take it in a minute. I'll take Caleb Williams in a minute of the Bears that like him. Overall, these fools.
I would too.
Any quarterback that's in this draft right now, Caleb Williams is 10 times better. 10 times better. Did you see the difference? You see Shadir Sanders doing Caleb shit? Anywhere close to that? You guys see that?
No.
Yeah, I don't. Not even play, not even enthusiasm, not even, he was a little immature coming in. He changed my view of Caleb Williams because first of all, he's a USC quarterback, and I really don't give a shit about USC, but he getting the fingernails and all that shit. He went in that locker room and they said, you ain't doing that bitch ass shit around here. Somebody told him that because he doesn't do it now. That's just gone. That's USC shit. Okay. Immaturity.
I'm a USC fan. I got to see Caleb Williams a couple of times live, and I saw all that stuff. The thing that hurt me with Caleb Williams is that he is too emotional. Not in the game, but like something happened, he gets like, so want to start crying. I understand feelings and emotions, but like, come on, dude, it's a football game, man. Things happen. That's the thing I really was pissed. I don't care. You can paint your toenails, you can put an eyeliner on. I don't give a shit. As long as you play the game and win, that's what I care about. Well, we got
two things I want to comment here. We the people saying that Caleb played like hot garbage his rookie year. That team was in just as much disarray as we were. That team was a joke too. So I cannot put that on Caleb Williams. I'm sorry. He was dealt a bad hand being on a
Didn't they get more wins than the Raiders?
Yeah, by one, right? Then they get 5 wins, whatever.
I guarantee you this, that he throw for way more yards than the two of our quarterbacks combined.
Oh, hell yeah, he did. And that's for a fact. But here's the other thing, too. Chicago has had notorious history with bad quarterback play because of their system, their coaches and shit. Look at just Fields. Fields was complete garbage up there. He had one decent season, and then it's just been That kid with the right coach, and especially now, if he's got the great Ben Johnson up there, he's going to be fine. Trust me. He's going to come around.
Don't be surprised if you see some good numbers coming from Caleb Williams. You made that statement.
If they would have flip-flopped and Jaden Daniels would have gone to Chicago and Williams go to
Jaden Daniels would have been fun.
Jaden Daniels would have been in the same situation that Caleb Williams is. But would Caleb Williams done as well in Washington? Maybe not. We'll never know. But we know that Jaden Daniels was playing in.
He went to Washington. Caleb Williams back under his same offensive coordinator he had USC, so he probably would even better.
The other comment I want to comment on is right away saying, please, we don't need more drama with Shador, hopefully. And I agree with that because I think what's going to end up happening is if he comes here and he turns out to be a box of hot garbage, the next thing you're going to see is media with the microphone in front of Deion's face saying, what's happening? And he's going to start talking. He's going to be tempted. He's going to be tempted to answer those questions. He might not want to, but he's going to. And he's going to be starting to, talk shit about the Raiders. And then there's going to be all this negativity again. And we don't want to be in the news for that type of shit. We want to be in the news because we're doing good. Our team looks good. Our quarterback's playing great, blah, 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 everything else down the line. You don't want to be in the news because we fucked up and drafted a quarterback at number 6 that was just not worth the pick and basically is the offensive version of Tyree Wilson, where we pick a player too high and turned into nothing. Okay, or is not a viable player.
Well, you know what?
When we could have eventually possibly had somebody like a Mason Graham or some other high impact player, whether it be offense or defense, and we pass that up to take a quarterback that we don't know 50-50 because we're not going to know until 2026 whether he's good or not.
You know what,
so
Jeff? We always in the news.
It's going to be a disaster either way. That's the fucking problem because you can still have the people that wanted Shador and we didn't get him. And if he goes somewhere else and he's phenomenal, people are going to see, we should have done that. But yet what we pick ends up to being good to begin with on our team that, so whether it's Mason Graham or whoever, and he has a good year, it's not going to matter because it's all going to still be gauged against how good Shador is no matter where he goes. That's the issue. Well, and that's why it's going to be a fucking disaster no matter which way we go. Sorry. That's just my take on the whole thing.
The Raiders is always in the news regardless of whatever happens. It seems like we always top headline news. Now, if Sanders come here, it's going to make it even worse. Because Sanders going to be there every other day, Mike, if Shadur's on the team and Shadur sits a bit. Well, the Raiders should have got the Raiders needed it. It's going to be newsworthy forever. And then all the media it up.
That's what's good about it. I like that. Put some pressure on the kid. Let's see how he reacts. That's what I want. I don't want this bitch ass shit. Oh, well, I'm in the NFL now, and I don't want my quarterback acting like that. I'd rather have a dude like Aaron Rodgers saying, you know what, I'm gonna do what I gotta do. I prove it. I do it. That's the type of dude we need. If he needs to teach this dude how to do it, don't pick him 6. He'll fall to 10, 11, 12. We can move back and get more picks. He's gonna fall where the Raiders are at. Because I think that everybody's going to look at this dude and they'll say, everybody's going to look at these quarterbacks and say, these guys ain't better than the ones that were before. We don't see that Jaden Daniels in there. We don't see that. Cowtown, you're coming up with some crazy stuff. Mm-hmm. O'Connor would have had more wins than Caleb if he started 1 year. That. Dude is 5-5. 5-5. He had 16 games, right? He's 500 quarterback. It'll probably be less than that. 16 games, 20 touchdowns, Cowtown. Come on. How many touchdowns did you guys can look for me? How many touchdowns did Caleb Williams get? Put it in the chat if you do. I ain't got no time to research, but I can almost guarantee you it's more than 20.
What was the question?
Probably around there. You're playing on a bad team.
Touchdowns?
How many touchdowns did you get?
I'll tell you in a second.
Right you guys in the chat, look at that for me.
Caleb Williams had 20 touchdowns, 6 interceptions.
2016. 8 in 16 games, basically 2 years, has 20 touchdowns and 11 picks or something like that, 12 picks. You do the math and a shittier team. So you do the math. I think we were better than the Bears. So obviously he brought that team up.
Well, yeah,
it's funny. Here's what gives me some insight into this too, which makes me kind of want to giggle a little bit. So Jaden Daniels, who everybody thinks was the greatest last season, right? Do you realize that Jaden Daniels, yardage wise, only threw for about 27 yards more than Caleb Williams? Mm-hmm. Jaden Daniels threw for 3,568. Caleb Williams had 3,541 yards passing. Mm-hmm. Caleb Williams had more yards rushing. No, sorry. He had more attempts too, right? No, where is it?
He was throwing the ball all over the place.
Yeah, a hell of a lot more attempts. He had 562 attempts to Jaden Daniels' 480. He's only ahead of Caleb Williams by 5 touchdowns. Jaden Daniels had 25 touchdowns for 9 interceptions, whereas Williams was 20 for 6. What was the rushing?
No, I'm just making my point. And I don't think that's making my point. I don't think we all look. Caleb Williams doesn't play for us, and neither does Jaden Daniels.
Nope.
But I'm telling you, the quality of those guys, they got 20 touchdowns and 3,500 yards in their rookie season. Mm-hmm. I can't see Shadir Sanders doing that in the NFL. I just can't, because he's not at that level. And
I got another one for you. You ready for this one? How good do you think Jalen Hurts was last year at throwing the ball? Now, just won a Super Bowl, won the MVP. Where do you think he placed in all this?
You're going to tell them people's guessing because I don't know.
Yeah, the Cowtown getting loud with me with what you love, Aiden O'Connell, bro. What's the deal here?
Jalen Hurts had 2,900 yards passing last season.
Yeah, the best running back in the NFL, right? Yeah, had the best running back in the NFL.
Well, yeah, that's the difference too. But still, you're talking. That's a big difference from him and two rookies that everybody one says was complete trash, but still had a pretty decent season stat wise. Just didn't have it in the wins column. You know, even touchdowns. He only had 18 touchdowns. They both had more touchdowns than him, and they won the Super Bowl. And he was the MVP. It's like, are you shitting me?
Well, you know, they won it because of their defense. The defense kicked their ass, Kansas City ass, kept the short field.
Yeah, but not for nothing.
He really
too.
Okay, he really didn't have to do that much. He had to push the ball from the 2-yard line on this side of the field all the way down the field. The defense who whooped their ass, kept the field short for him. So, and that's what they've been doing. That's what we need to do.
Yeah,
keep the field short. Don't drive no 89 yards to get a touchdown. Drive 30 or 49 yards to get a touchdown. So that's what happened to him.
Cowtown. How is Aiden O'Connell 6-1 as a starter, bro? Where do we get these wins from?
You were never 6-1.
I say an overall record of 5-5 on games he started. 5-5. That's what I would know. Played in 16 games and got 20 touchdowns. He was on injured reserve, got hurt. Basically almost thought he died on the field and all he had was a bone bruise. What kind of bitch ass shit is that? That the quarterback you like? Go ahead, man. Get your number 12 ready.
Hey, but Jeff, check this out. So Joe Burrow threw for the most yards in the NFL last year, almost 5,000, 49-18, with 43 touchdowns and 9 interceptions, but they didn't go to the playoffs. So tell you that defense actually won those games.
The defense lost the games for the Bengals.
Yeah,
they have a good defense.
I mean, he was doing what he could on offense. There's no choice.
Can you imagine with that group of receivers that you can't make the playoffs with that? I would be like, God damn, I'll be pissed if I was Raider fan and had that stuff.
Well, that didn't work for them because the defense didn't good. I say we got to build defense. Number 6, get a defensive player. Get Graham if he's there.
I got Cowtown. Cowtown, show me where you get this data that he's 6-1. That's what I want to know. I'm not dogging you. I just don't know. But all I know is that the last time I checked on Aiden O'Connell, which I rarely do, but I had to do it to prove to somebody that he sucked. So I came up with 5-5, 20 touchdowns, whatever picks, and 16 games. So if you're cool with 1 point something touchdowns a game, that I want to improve from that drastically.
That's almost as being happy with Zamir White's.
Might as well have him too with that awesome running game he had behind him, and you can use that for an excuse. But Aiden O'Connell sucked too.
I don't think he sucks. It's just that it's not going to fit for this.
He's not up to par for what we want or what the NFL need. He's not that type guy. We want to be explosive. You want to score points. I ain't down for winning games. I ain't down for my quarterback getting 150 yards a game, 1.2 touchdowns a game. Unless you got a 280 to 300 yard rushing situation going on every game, I'll take that.
But there's also no need for a quarterback to have to throw for 300 to 400 yards.
Not no more with the RPO. They're rushing more. They're rushing more.
That's where if your quarterback's throwing for average of 300 to 400 yards every game, then that means you've got no running back. You got no running game at all. You know, and that definitely ain't going to win you games in the NFL. You can't be throwing the ball for 40, 50 times a game, you know, for 300 to 400 yards and hope that you're going to win all the way through to the Super Bowl. It's not going to happen unless you've got an absolute lights out defense that's holding opposing teams to no more than 14 points. There's just no way.
Cowtown, don't talk about me, man. I'm on a medication, bro. I'm blurry, bro. Plus I had a Heineken Zero, man. It kind of messed me up a little bit. I need to maintain on that. But I really forgot that comment that you said, because you be coming up with a bunch of bullshit. So, but I like what you're saying, Luda, and that's cool. I dig that you understand that, but just do a little bit more research on Aiden O'Connell. And then Dixon Carter put it straight up. He's 17-10 as a starter. I don't know if he gets 6-1, man. He's 7-10. So I don't know if he popped out this. How do you lose 9 games in a row? Your information is wrong, I think, a little bit. But check that out. Come back to me when you get it. Play freestyle football. I'll take that. I'll take that over.
Yeah, I'll take street football. If it wins you games, I'll play street football if it wins you games. Yeah.
Doesn't everybody nowadays play street ball?
Yeah.
Nowadays.
Maybe I'm gonna hop off.
I was thinking of maybe stopping it. We're on 4 hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah,
you guys were a long time. I just jumped in to see something. You guys were on. Like,
I started.
He was already on for like 2 hours with AR and
sent me a message on
Instagram. So
but check this out, man. I didn't want to take a lot of you guys' time, but I want to thank both of you for coming on and being here with me. Get some stuff off the chest. You know, get the Raider game going on. Thank you for supporting my channel, and I'm gonna be doing this a little bit. I liked it. Probably not this long, because guys know me, man. I go on forever. But if it's good, people are watching, then hey, I'll keep going. I'll go on by myself. So, but I want to thank both of you for coming on.
No problem, man.
Yeah,
Chris, I made a note to send you my IG, so you'll be able to get that. So you'll be able to get that, bro. So I'll make sure that. But Jeff, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. Big ups to AR that came on too. I hope he got some good sleep. It was 5 in the morning. It was 5 in the morning when he was
it was like 5 o'clock.
Yeah, he left 4:30.
So was on. Casa was on.
Yeah.
I came on at 10:30, Chris. At 10:30 in the morning, and I started the show.
Yeah,
it's already 3:11 over here.
I had a late night last night and get up to like 10 o'clock my time. Like, we get out of here. So yeah,
it's already dark here. It's up to 6 o'clock now.
Man,
I came on the channel. I came on the show with you, and it was still sunny and everything outside. I just looked out now, and it's black out there.
I know my dogs are probably pissed at me right now, because usually I let them out and go have them run around. They've been in the house for 4 hours and 41 minutes right now. They're probably pissed. They don't get to do that, but yeah, man. I want again, thank you.
No problem,
you for the support. I appreciate it. I'll get on your show. All you gotta do is ask me, and I'll hop on.
Definitely.
Take my Instagram down and hit me up, and then if you like me to join the show, just hit me up.
Yes, I will.
I'm medically retired. I don't do nothing all damn day. Nothing.
Yeah, but I'm on the bottom. I tried to go to work today, but they told me that they our HR stuff, because I was gone for my medical stuff, and HR stuff, I gotta go have an interview, see if I have restrictions and all that. I go, man, I'm good. All I gotta do is slap kids around, so it'll be all right. Ain't nothing wrong with that. That's normal. Ain't nothing wrong with slapping a badass kid around. I could do that quick.
Oh no, I'm with that.
You're gonna pay me? You're gonna pay me to slap some badass kid around, dude? I'll do it any day. Front line.
Are they hiring? Because I can do that. I got one good arm. I can slap her a little bit.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody in this chat. I'm sorry I didn't read it out. I'm sorry I couldn't read it out, but it was a lot of you guys. Thank you for sticking with me. I think we have up to 45, almost 50 people in here. I never had that on one of my shows. There's not a lot of Stogies or Gravy shows, but this is the highest one. And then because of these two dudes right here, and AR, the reason why I pumped it up. It ain't just because me. It's because I have knowledge right here. And then thank you, everybody, for watching and commenting and arguing with us and seeing what's up. Expect Gravy. Expect Stogies with Gravy again, maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day. I'll keep you guys posted, and we'll be out of here, guys.
Can we guys have a good one. Can we do a promotion right quick?
Oh yeah, you know what? You guys leave. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry for that.
I was saying,
Chris, go ahead. Chris, go ahead. Leave them what you're about, man. Tell us what you're about.
Yeah, just guys who are in here I don't know, like Tubby Chili. I just started a YouTube channel with thanks to Jeff's help about a month ago, so I'm trying to get it going. Please subscribe to my channel. You know, that's all. I can put it up in a link if I can find it. But it's that Chris Ford is like my name. And just find me YouTube and please subscribe and like and help me out. I like to get to 100 or something before the draft starts, so we're gonna work together.
Let's go. Let's get them up. Go right now. Everybody that's listening right now, the 30-some people that are in here right now, go sub for Chris. Go get in there right now, bro. Go do it right now. I want. He's gonna get at me, and I'm gonna say, how many subs you get the next time I talk to him? He better have a couple up there. Do it for Coach Gravy. and Jeff too. Jeff, tell us what you're about, bro. Come
on. I'm on. I got a couple of shows during the week that we do on a regular basis. Wednesday night we have the Raider Connection. Goes on at 10 o'clock Eastern time, 7 o'clock Pacific. It's myself, Jay from Just Raiders Baby, LV Raider 10, and Leo Cheeto Linus. That's Wednesday nights, and on Thursday nights it's Raiders Coast to Coast. It's myself and LV Raider 10. Same time frame, 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Pacific. Usually Friday nights there's a pull-up show that Turf and Rundown would run. Mm-hmm. But right now Turf's daughter's gymnastics season is in full effect. So he's been doing a lot of traveling, going to her gymnastics meet. So in his absence, I've been running a Friday night live show. Chris has been on there a few times. Gravy's pulled up to it. It's pretty much like an open mic night. Anybody can come on and just start talking. Chat's obviously always open. It's a good time. I usually will, if I'm running it, I will stay on as late as I possibly humanly can. I've done 9-hour shows. I've done 6s, 7s, you know, so it'll go for as long as we want to keep it going on Friday nights. So you can see I put my channel in there. It's any_Raider Boosters at YouTube.
Yeah, Chris is on there too. Remember that chat? Remember that chat? Both of them, great guys, great.
Make sure you hit the notification because, like Gravy, I just will pop on. Like yesterday, I had no clue I was even going to go on, and I just saw nobody was on, and I said, "Screw it, I'm just going to jump on and just see what I can do." Exactly. And I had a shit ton of people come in, and it was a good show.
Notifications. So I do a lot of notifications to all channels. Gravy, everybody, Jeff, everybody, notifications because you never know. I might just wake up one night and say, I'm going to do it live, and then come on there. Same thing with Jeff and Gravy. They just all of a sudden, like, I will say, I'm sitting at home, like, playing some video games. All of a sudden,
you got nothing to do.
What the hell? Jeff just popped on. So, you know, it happens.
The only other show I have in the works right now is I've only done one so far with my son and I. He's a Raiders fan too, but he's also a Vegas Knights fan. So that was fun doing that show. We were supposed to do that this weekend, but there was some health issues this weekend with people getting sick and everything. So we didn't do it this weekend. We were supposed to. So maybe next Saturday, him and I will get on together because it's fun because he sits right next to me, but I put a second camera on him so it doesn't look like we're in the same room. But while I'm talking, I'll just reach over and smack him.
I seen you smack him one time. He was doing that. I think the first time I watched the show, he was trying to get the hockey, and you said, "Well, the hockey game or something like that." And then you said, "What the hell are you talking about?" Or something. It's a Raiders show. He goes, "Can I talk hockey? Is it all right if I talk hockey?" And then you let him do it or something like that. I was funny.
Yeah, well, I told him. I said, "It doesn't necessarily have to be a Raiders show. We can talk about hockey. We'll talk about anything. I don't care. Whatever." I look at it this way: when I do my shows, I go wherever the chat takes me. That's how I. You know, if I start talking and then the chat starts getting wordy, then I'll go with it, whatever the chat direction goes. So that's the way I like doing it. I'm not a big fan of being scripted and, you know, we're going to hit this point, that point, this point. You know, I get it when there's a bunch of guys doing something together, but when I'm alone, that's just the way to go. It's more fun. I want the chat, the people watching me and supporting us. Mm-hmm. I want them to be interactive. I want them to have some input and say. You know?
The show I want to get started. Like I want you guys to actually join in, come on in, like you're here today. Like pop in. I mean, I'll start show with I call my shows a rants. I'll start with a rant, and then I let it go from there. I'll say whatever's on my mind, and then people pop in, and then I always ask, I always put in the post. Here's the link. If you want to jump in, jump in. I'm not no problem.
Ryan.
What's up, Raider Ryan?
Yeah.
So I want to go eat. I'm starving. So
you're gonna go eat. All right. You guys got all your show and pumping up your show out the way. So
yeah, I'm good.
All right, guys. You have a good one. The best shows I like, Jeff, if I can keep you for 1 minute. The best shows I like that we used to do way back in the day is believe it or not, is that I miss because people don't do them anymore. And I was thinking about getting together with Twan and Angelo and things like that, but really having like men and women could be involved. There's mental health type issues that we have, and it pertaining to football too. We always talk about that, but those were the best, and AR knows what they are too because he's been on them. As those shows were the best Raider shows. You know, even with that included, those were the best shows that I was on, bro. And I really appreciate that stuff. And I wish somebody that was good at that stuff because I would go on them and talk about my situations and things. And Raiders, but those were the best collective shows that you could watch, and I miss that. So if there's somebody good that's good at that, you have one of those shows because a lot of us are fucked up. You know what I mean? A lot of us mentally are fucked up, and sometimes you got to talk about something else to make you feel better and be more confident.
Being a Raiders fan makes you fucked up.
That puts your head up right there. Drives you crazy.
We're deprived. We've been deprived for so many years. Yeah. I blame them. It's just like having a girlfriend. You blame your lady. It's really not her fault, but that's the only excuse you got.
Yeah, but you can choose to leave your lady though, but we chose not to leave the Raiders, the greatest organization in America or the world. So we chose to stay here and take all the crazy shit they throw at us. So
yeah.
Are we crazy? I am. I'm a Raider fan.
Yeah. But that just, I don't know, it was out the blue, but I just think that those shows are very special. So I don't know, man. It's just great.
Good.
Yeah, it's a good idea. No one's. I'm sure there's a bunch out there, but nobody from the circle that we're in, and we're gonna get to. There's a lot of people that you don't know that are in our circle or my circle or whatever that you'll get to know that are good content creators. They're very good, and some of them stay away off season. Some of them come back in off season. And there's a lot of different shows that you guys been on, and we're all cool with each other. And I wanted to. Get on different shows and do things like that, but it's hard to do that. It's hard to do that when you got people talking and chatting. But those shows, anybody would get on, even though you like the guy or didn't like that. You would tell your frustrations, and why you mad about the Raiders. It's believe it or not, dude. Sometimes when the Raiders lose, I get a little bit pissed off. I would call it depression. You know. What am I depressed because the Raiders suck for 27 years or 25 years? I mean, am I under depression? Do I need meds? What's going on here? But I don't know if I'm the only one that feels this way. But I'm tired of making excuses for my team, for one, and making excuses means you got a problem. You got a problem making excuses all the time. So, am I sick in the head because I'm a Raider fan? How many of you actually thought that?
Hey, Gravy, check this out. I used to work, and when I go work Monday, even the football fans don't know football. They don't know. Oh shit, Christian, a fucked up move. The Raiders must have lost. They know about my move. When they win, I'm all happy and giddy and like a little schoolgirl.
That's a great name, SoCal.
They can tell they lost. Like very much lost this weekend, huh? Shut up.
That's a great name right there, bro, for a show like that. I might get together with somebody, collab on that, bring somebody in on that.
What name is that? Raider Therapy?
Raider Therapy, bro. You need some therapy, man. Your therapist obsession.
That'll be a good collab show right there. I'll join in because I need some therapy too.
You can count on me. I'll help out. I'll do it.
You feel like shit, and then you just talk about all the bullshit that this team that'll be a 24 4-hour live. I bet you. There'll be if StreamYard can have 20 people, little boxes right there, I'll pay extra to have guys come in here and open up a little box for you to get the Raider therapy.
Business ones where you can do like conferences on it and shit.
Yeah.
Maybe do a Zoom with 100 people. Like, yeah, okay, come on.
Yeah, I ain't no therapist, but I'll damn near try because I'll probably be in every situation that everybody else is being in. But I tell you, don't take my therapy to heed because you might just fuck up even more. But when it comes to the Raiders, I think we're all passionate. We all love the team, and just hear us out. And then you argue, we can do whatever we want, and that's great that we got people like you all to have shows and get on shows and support other people. I've always done that. I've always supported people.
You look at these new Raider fans, like y'all. We talk a lot of crap. Y'all just don't know because me, Jeff, and Greg, we've been Raider fans for quite some time.
Yeah, we've been for a long time.
We saw the BS, we saw the good times. So we experienced all of that, and we're still Raider fans. So, anytime Jeff says something about the Raiders,
and hence why we need therapy.
Anytime Gravy says something about the Raiders, he knows. I've been a fan for a long time. I know. I've seen it all of it. So,
and it's very different for us. I'm not used to this losing. I adapted to it, and I said, "What's wrong with me?" And then, you know what? Maybe that is a little crazy, but you got to be to not bitch about it or to say anything about what's wrong with us and always be Mr. Goody Two Shoes and this guy's give him a chance and all that shit. I'm done with that, guys. I want something different. I'm willing to accept change drastically for this team than the old typical old-fashioned Raiders. I'm ready to make change like that, and we have to, because if we're stuck in this cloud of losing, then things ain't gonna change, and we need to adapt to this new stuff that I'm trying to push out. That something is wrong with our team, and let's fix it. Let's fix it and start winning, so we can be proud, and we don't have to have. If we're winning, we can have an hour live, and boom, that's it. And all of us can make money. We won't have no 14, 15-hour lives because all we're doing is bitching about our team and why they suck. Oh, we should get this guy to make it better. We should get this guy to make it better. We should do this and that. Oh, hey, if we were winning and we were going to the playoffs of the year, borderline Super Bowl, our lives would be 2 hours at most. And we talk about all the good shit.
Everybody said we need a quarterback. We need that. We need that. Yeah, we need a lot of things. But the one thing we do need is start from the goddamn top. You have to work its way down. You got to get the right people in there to make the right damn decisions. And hopefully this batch of people we got can make the right decisions. Enough of this bullshit. Don't go by your feelings like Mark Davis. Well, he did good for my dad. I want to do group. He did good for my dad. Those years, I want him back. No, you fired a good coach and went a playoff team to get this coach. I don't want to do that. I don't want that shit no more. The right people in the building, the right decisions. And hopefully this regime will make good decisions.
That's good game, Chris.
They had to be good decisions.
That's good game, Chris. I can see how hungry Jeff is, so we got to go. We got to
all right, guys.
We got to see. We got to see what's going on. But I want to thank you guys again. Thanks for coming, dealing with my shit. I'll do it again. I'll invite you. So
just hit me up anytime you want.
Hey man, if I don't see nobody, if I ain't stepping on no toes tonight, shit, I might pop another one off. I got so happy right now. I like the turnout. I like the comments. I hate to leave right now, but I'm a dog guy and I'm hungry too, Jeff. So I'm gonna get it going. So
if you Raider Nation, thank you. Let me know.
Okay, Raider Nation, thank you very much, and have a wonderful evening.
Take care, everybody, and go Raiders.
Go Raiders.
Go Raiders.